Servus aus Spielberg. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, wherever you're watching around the world, and welcome along to the start of the second half of the 2026 Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse season here in Styria. Hello, everybody. Alex Goldschmidt with you all the way through race day for what is the last push towards the final two rounds of the calendar, as we'll head to Autodromo Mugello in late September, and then we will head to the Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli in the last weekend of October to conclude what has so far over the opening three rounds at Portimao, Monza and Imola has been an exciting championship season so far. This circuit, established back in 1969, measures just over 4.3 kilometres, 10 corners in length. In total, originally known as the Österreich-Ring back in 1969, then was renamed A1 Ring before the late great Dietrich Mateschitz took over the ownership side of the circuit, and then major redevelopment saw the circuit reopen in the mid-2000s, bringing us to what is a cutting-edge, state-of-the-art, modern-day motorsport facility, and is a shining beacon that Austria can be proud of. We are set and ready to get underway with our first of three respective time qualifying sessions. And first up will be our Class 1 division. And those are the current 992.1 generation GT3 Cup cars without ABS. So the green flag has been given as we are set and ready to see who will put it on pole position for races 1 and 2. As the first two drivers led by Ilario Introna and Christian Caramoschia from Omnia Motorsport and Prima Ghinzani. So overnight, we have had some thunder and lightning in the locality and a big deluge of rain. So the drivers over the course of yesterday, there was a little shower at about 3 p.m. yesterday afternoon, which was quite light and rapidly vacated the premises here at the Red Bull Ring. And we'll have multiple onboards all across the race day here in this wonderful locality. Of course, the land of the Steiermark here in Styria, and has also been the home of not just the Austrian Formula One Grand Prix, but back in 2020, the Styrian Grand Prix. So, with regards to Introna and Caramoschia, they are treading on eggshells. You can still see there is some saturation on this 4.328 kilometre circuit.
That was for me. I have got audio on my camera.
And more to the point, whereby these drivers will then have to just be very, very careful if they're running on slick tyres. They've got to get them up to temperature. You can see that with the downhill descent, as we see that both Caramoschia and Introna treading lightly here as they go through turn 4 at Hauch. And then there's a slight incline before they go through turn 5. Next up, a couple of more drivers coming out. Wittberg Motorsport, Simon Matisse in the 74. Fach Autotex Ernst in the Bitze. Good to catch up with Chris Zechling, who is part of the team as a driver coach, but has also raced in Super Cup. Around about a decade ago, but still very much a man very active within the motorsport fraternity. So for those new to Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse, for each respective qualifying session, the fastest lap for each driver will be deciding their grid position for race 1, which will be 30 minutes plus an additional lap. For race 2, the second fastest lap will decide that. Now, one of the other things that we have to consider here is the drivers were informed about track limits, as Christian Caramoschia has indicated to the right as he comes through Jochenbrent at turn 9 and is going to enter into the pit lane. Looks like an exploratory lap for both drivers. And the pit lane has a maximum speed of 60 kph. Track limits will be enforced at turns 1, that's Niki Lauda, turn 3, that's Interwetten, turn 9, Simon Matisse crosses the line. Christian Karamuskia has come into pit road. Speed limit is 60 kph. Now, one of the interesting things about a lot of the circuits that we do go to for Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse is that there is an offset between the start and the finish line. The finish line is 120 metres behind the start line. Simon Matisse at high speed. Let's have a little bit of confidence in the number 74. But you can see how much he is lifting off the throttle, then applying the brakes. Turn 3 at Intervetten. We saw quite a lot of drama last year, including the likes of Dylan Yip. Then we also saw, I think, Greg Burkhardt went skywards. But we have seen it before where they have been 3 wide coming out of Intervetten. So both Karamuskia and Introna are in pit lane. Just over 25.5 minutes left in the qualifying session. And also one of the new changes since we last visited the Red Bull Ring is the pit lane has actually been extended. So as Simon Matisse comes through turn 7 at Graz, turn 8, then it's over the crest, and then look, you're blind coming down into Jochen Rindt at turn 9, taking it nice and steadily. At full speed, if the track was completely bone dry, they'd be pushing around 200 kilometres an hour at that point, and then be down the gearbox. So we've got a little feature actually between the end of qualifying and race 1 of the GT3 Cup. Yeah, there's a full of upcoming interviews in the lunch break before we have 5 back-to-back sprint races. Of course, for those wondering where have the endurance races gone, well, we will be having the, as we have for the last few seasons, the sunset to nighttime 2-hour enduro race at Misano, which will then lead us nicely into the prize giving, which culminates at the end of every season here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse. But Simon Matisse is the only driver to have actually set a lap time of some description. We welcome back Peter Heglin in the number 5. So about at this moment of time, it is the case of just gauging the track conditions. There's been no warm-up this morning, so the drivers had a full day pretty much of dry running here in Spielberg. And it's just about, with these Michelin Cup Sport tyres, just to find a window of opportunity to get them a little bit warmer, so, you know, rapid use of the brakes, so from the brake disc and the brake pads, that will expand the heat into the carcass of the tyres through the alloy wheels that are all centre locks. As Peter Heglin makes his way through turn 7 at Graz. Also, that's not too far away from here. Neither is the hometown of the former governor of California and Hollywood action star Arnold Schwarzenegger. But again, it's just about gauging the track. Now, one of the things about track limits that the drivers were informed of in briefing yesterday was that you can be on the curbing. So let's say, for example, you're on a real push lap and you're going through, let's say, turn 3 here at Intervetten. You can be the right side 2 wheels can be on the outside curbing, but if you go any further in, that is all 4 wheels outside of track limits, and that's a penalty. So in qualifying, it will be the lap where the track limit was done. Well, basically when that was when the track limit was found to be exceeded by the driver, that lap will then be rescinded. And then also, we will have the 3-strike rule when it comes to the racing. They'll get a first warning, a last warning, and then every single time they exceed track limits, every time after that, it's an additional 5 seconds per track limit being exceeded. So you could end up with a total of 5 track limits in one race, and that will cost you an additional 15 seconds being added to your total race time. So Simon Matisse really finding a bit of pace now. 1:55.723. Ernst de Bitsin. There's Eladio Winterona. Of course, Omnia Motorsport have made a big development, working with a good friend of mine in Saudi Arabia. So also Omnia Motorsport are also in collaboration with the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, giving the senior and the DD2 champions for 2026 a test in Cremona in a current 992.1 generation car. And we welcome back this man. Good to see Sebastian Pitou in the number 9 car. That very unmistakable deep purple on that car. He comes out of the final corner at turn 10. And in terms of the championship coming into this round, Jack Sherwood, the young man who's also doing double duty, not only with Sprint Challenge Suisse, but is also running with Team Parker Racing in the Carwow Porsche Carrera Cup GB Championship. He's on 181 points, and his teammate and team owner, let's say, who becomes a racing driver at weekends whenever he's out on track, Greg Burkhardt, 6 podiums in a row. Jack Sherwood has had a little bit of stiff competition over the past couple of rounds, as courtesy of the number 28. The man from, well, obviously home round for Felix Neuhofer, the number 28, currently on 94 points. Christian Kanamuski, who started strong at Portimao with a couple of podiums. Greg Burkhardt has had a podium every single race he's competed in this season. So has Jack Sherwood, which comprises of 5 out of 6 race wins. So drivers now starting to find a little bit more purchase on the circuit, which is starting to evolve. It is a little bit green, but nevertheless, these drivers will start to wind up the wick. Andreas Marti from Ant Performance is now back in action. Greg Burkhardt in the number 88 car. He's now out of pit lane. So drivers that have really put down what you would call more of a competitive lap time are Simon Matisse and Ernst de Bitsin. As here comes Peter Heglin. That's to the inside of Inderbitsin, going through into Niki Lauda corner. Named after the late 3-time Formula 1 world champion and non-executive member of the board of directors for Mercedes-AMG F1. So as these two drivers now heading to Intervetten at turn 3, now it's on the power. Back end of Heglin's car slipped out slightly to the left-hand side whilst applying the traction. You're going all the way down from 6th to 1st gear, and you're knocking off a big amount of speed. So Felix Neuhofer now out of pit lane. Sometimes with qualifying, we do find that in the 30-minute session, not everyone's going to go out straight away. There are going to be those that will want to find a little bit of confidence in these intermittent conditions. There's Felix Neuhofer weaving from side to side, getting the Michelin tyres up to temp. So we've got an onboard with the man from Austria, winner of race 2 at Monza in the first weekend of May. And Imola was a second place finish in race 1. We actually had a temperature gauge on board with him in race 2 at Imola, 61.5 degrees centigrade, and the air temp was around about 43 in the air, and that was quite difficult for everybody involved, not just the drivers but also the mechanics, the team managers, all the support crew, and even myself. I had to sort of bail out of the last grid walk on the grid itself because the track was really, really hot. I think it was north of 50 degrees, probably about 55, 56 degrees Celsius. But looks like Neuhofer is getting ready for a lap. Just a little bit of adjustment on the right-hand side of the dashboard, the LCD. Now through into turn 10. Right, let's see if he goes hammer down out of the final corner. I think he's getting a couple of laps in just to get up to speed. Normally takes about 2 to 3 laps for these Michelin tyres to really sort of switch on, and then you can push. There you can see the Styrian Hills in the back, in the foreground, with a lot of cloud cover overhead. We did have thunderstorms and lightning and a lot of rainfall at about 4 o'clock this morning, so see that up towards through turn 2, known as Munza. Looks fairly dry, and now Jack Sherwood, championship leader in Class 1, makes his way out in the number 78 car. And of course, for those wanting a little bit of a refresher of who has won the Class 1 title over the past 4 seasons, Jasim Ferrati back in 2022, Johannes Kaptinger from Germany in 2023, Felix Hirsinger, and then last year Sportec Racing's Ethan Isher, now competing in GT World Challenge Europe. So we wish Ethan all the very, very best in his future endeavours. And he was part of the Porsche Sports Cup Suisse junior programme, along with Jeremy Siffer and Elia Papacena. Papacena taking the GT4 crown last year in Class 10. But we're on board with Jack Sherwood as Greg Burkhart goes flying by. So at the moment, with just under half of the session left to go, Peter Heglin in the number 5 leads the way. Greg Burkhart, oh, that was a little bit sketchy coming out of turn 10, but he kept a hold of it. Right, car 29 has just had a lap time deleted at turn 3. Andreas Marti, Greg Burkhart straight up into his first push lap, and that is P2 for the number 88 to 1 minute 34.386. Heglin is going quicker, by the way, 1 minute 33.669. That's his 5th lap in this qualifying session. So Andreas Marti, his lap time being deleted after exceeding track limits at turn 3. And here comes Jan Klingenberg in the number 22 car, making his way through Jochen Rindt, now through turn 10. So at the moment, the only drivers that have yet to set a competitive lap time of any sort is Christian Karamuskia in the number 95 Prima Gonzani machine and Omnia Motorsports. Number 26, Ilario Introna. Jan Klingenberg goes up to P3. 1:43.293 for the Swiss driver. And Greg Burkhart, let's see how he's doing. He's improved in the opening sector. Fastest opening sector of the session so far, Peter Heglin, 22.959. Greg Burkhart with a 23.1, a low 23.1 on that, and then goes in with a 41.9 in the middle sector. So Heglin has gone through the heating up cycle. Oh, right, that's a little bit of an off at turn number 3. It might have been Andreas Marti. Here comes Peter Heglin, 41.6 in the middle sector. Greg Burkhart improves to within 0.2 of the number 5. Here comes Heglin. Can he improve? As Burkhart has put in the fastest last sector of anybody with 12.5 minutes to go. Heglin across the line, 1:33.254, and is the fastest in the final and opening sectors. So he is really starting to push. Looks like we've got Ilario Introna out again, along with Christian Karamuskia, so they are going to have to start building some pace. There is a little bit of sunshine now starting to beat through, but the clouds to the top of the circuit, which is quite significant, are looking a little bit grayer. Okay, Peter Heglin has just had his last lap time deleted for track limits at Jochen Rindt at turn 9. Very close between the top 4 at the moment, with Heglin leading Pidou, who's just gone up to P2 ahead of teammate Burkhart by 6/1000ths of a second. So 1:33.857 for the number 9. Burkhardt looking very quick in the middle sector here. 41.4 by the number 88. And he was third in 2022, 2023, and finished runner-up to Felix Hersinger in 2024. And Burkhardt goes top. 11 minutes and 20 to go. 1:33.402, and posted the fastest final sector in the session so far. That's his 5th lap in qualifying completed. Heglin on 7, Pidou 6, Klingenberg 7, Ernst Debitzin, who is quite an elderly chap, 70. Oh, big lock up by Andreas Marti into turn 3, goes straight on it into Vettern and in the gravel, and that's why we saw him on the escape road, very well held by the number 29 from Ant Performance. And now Greg Burkhardt responds, goes top of the timesheets, 1:33.402 for the number 88. Let's see if the youngster Christian Kanamuskia for Prima Ginzani Motorsport is able to get himself in with a decent lap time. There's Felix Neuhofer, currently running P7 at the moment, but it's just done a 23.299. Car 22, Jan Klingenberg's last lap time has been deleted for track limits at turn 9. So let's have a look. Felix Neuhofer, 40.9 in the middle sector. That's quickest of anybody, and he's on the flashers. So this looks to be a pretty quick lap. He's currently in 7th position as the man from Austria. Also, we'll see Neuhofer Henschmort in action in Open GT with father and son pairing David and Mark von Rosen. And let's see, what does this do for Felix Neuhofer? Puts him second, well, it puts him actually top of the timesheets. Jack Sherwood up to P2, 13 thousandths of a second, and it's over 5.5 tenths back to Greg Burkhardt in P3. We'll actually make that P4 now, because Peter Heglin's just gone quicker by just over 1.5 tenths. And Peter, oh, right, Simon Matisse in the 74. That was a bit of a moment there for Simon. Didn't have the greatest run, I'm afraid, in Imola. The car that he was driving at that point, a shadow of its former self. Peter Heglin has had another lap time deleted due to track limits at turn 9. And they were told that there was going to be a very strict overviewing of those track limits. Let's see. Felix Neuhofer, 23.2 in the opening sector. Sherwood, a high 23.0. We have just under 8.5 minutes left to go on the timer here at the Rebel Ring for Class 1. So running on board with Christian Kanamuskia, the number 95. And you can just see the commitment going through down into turn 9 at Jochen Rindt, and his steering is so active. You've got to be picture perfect through that part of the circuit. As Felix Neuhofer has extended his advantage over Jack Sherwood here in qualifying. 1:32.276. Sherwood, Burkhardt, Heglin, Pidou round out your top 5. I'll make that now top 6 as Jan Klingenberg goes in. Car 22, Klingenberg has just had this lap time deleted due to track 9. Track 9 is where the drivers seem to be caught out the most in terms of track limits being exceeded here at the Rebel Ring. As I alluded to earlier on, with regards to the track limits, it was going to be the case that these drivers were told under no certain circumstances with regards to track limits. Okay, here comes Jack Sherwood through into turn 9. That's let's see if he could be a bit close on the wire there for the man from the UK. And now Jack Sherwood goes top by 11 thousandths. That's how competitive Class 1 has been. Of course, last year we had the battle between Indonesia and Matteo Segura on board with the man from the UK. So now into turn 4. Let's stick on board with the this young, talented individual, part of the Carrera Cup GB talent pool. So he's come out of turn 4, now through 5, into turn 6. So it's downhill, double left. Got to be very careful of the grass on the left-hand side because that's incredibly wet. Now through into, it's a bit like Piper and Revolver at Okoyama. You go down the hill, then turn left again, through Graz at turn 7. Now just brush the gravel on the right-hand side through 8. And now here's the blind run down into Jochen Rindt. It's a bit like the Austrian equivalent of Paddock Hill Bend at Brands Hatch. Through he goes, and that's going to be within track limits there for Jack. Out of turn 10, Neuhofer goes quickest by nearly 4.5 tenths of a second. Oh, a 1:32.822. And here comes Sherwood. He responds 11 thousandths quicker. Oh, these two are trading fastest laps. And also the thing is, points are gained in qualifying. It's P3. There's 3 points for pole position, 2 for second, and 1 for third. But we have just 4.5 minutes on the timer left to go here for Class 1. Of course, all results called by myself in the commentary side of things will be provisional, pending any sporting and technical situations that may need to be resolved post-session. Everyone has set a lap time. The entire field from 1st to 11th is covered by just over 3 seconds. Anyone wondering where Moritz Weber is? No, he's not here this weekend. So hopefully we'll see him back in the tail end of September at Mugello. Neuhofer through at turn 10. Nice and clean on the entry. What about the exit? Looks good from that vantage point that I can see. 40.6 in the middle sector, and he's improved over the opening two sectors. Let's see, where does this put him? It puts him back to top, and he locks up going into Niki Lauda corner. Big old understeer off the track. That's certainly track limits exceeded, unfortunately, but a big lock up like we saw earlier on, and another lap time deleted for Jan Klingenberg. Now, the flat spot brings up a very interesting situation. Now, the drivers can decide if they flat spot tyres between, well, in qualifying and then go into race 1. They can do what is called joker tyres. And that means that if Neuhofer puts it on pole and they decide to use a new set of Horhag supplied tyres, Horhag being the supplier for the championship through Michelin, they can do that and get the car ready for the race. However, that will give them a 3-place grid penalty. So, right, car 26, Eladio Throne is going to get his lap time deleted. Track limits. Car 22, again, Jan Klingenberg, track limits, and it's happening more than anywhere else at turn 9. So a big thank you to the marshals that are here trackside at the Red Bull Ring. As Sherwood comes in, Neuhofer comes in, and it won't give them enough time to go back out and put down another marker of a lap time. So it looks like the top 4 on the timesheets: Felix Neuhofer, Jack Sherwood, Peter Heglin and Gregor Burkhardt have all decided to come into the pits. Andreas Marti, oh, that was a bit wide coming out of Graz at turn 7. 2 wheels into the gravel, but he just hangs on to it. He might have another opportunity to do a lap time. Sebastian Bidou only able to go as high as 10th. Allowing Trona into P6 now ahead of Christian Kanamaskia. Right, penalty track limit, Ernst Indebitzin. Lap time deleted. Simon Matisse at the moment currently running PA. It looks like he might be going into pit lane. Looks like to be a slow down lap for the number 74 from Switzerland. And also next up we'll have, in terms of qualifying, it'll be 30 minutes for our GT4 and the return of the Classics for their second round for Porsche Sprint Challenge Classic Suisse this year. They'll be with us all the way through to the season finale at Misano in the last weekend of October. So we'll have those wonderful old school OGs, the 964 and the 993 designations of the 911. But the timer is counting down. On board with Christian Kanamaskia going down the hill through turn 6 on towards Graz here at turn 7. Checkered flag is now out. And Christian Kanamaskia is only a second off Felix Neuhofer. Can the Italian improve? He's done a personal best in the middle sector of a 40.7. That's just under 3/10 off the fastest middle sector in this session. Kanamaskia, can he do the business here in his final lap in qualifying? Ilario Introna goes up into P2, takes the checkered flag. What about Christian Kanamaskia? Currently P7, goes 6th. But not a real surprise that on home soil, Felix Neuhofer is the one that puts it on pole position for race number 1 here in qualifying. And that concludes the 30-minute session. Crossing line were Jan Klingenberg and Ernst Indebitzin. But it's time to take you through the results of qualifying for round 4, Class 1 GT3 Cup here at the Red Bull Ring for the 2026 Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse season. Felix Neuhofer takes pole by nearly 0.2 of a second ahead of Sportec Racing's Jack Sherwood. Ilario Introna in P3 for Omnia Racing in the number 26, with the returning Peter Hegling putting it on the outside of row number 2 for race 1. Greg Burkhardt 5th ahead of Christian Kanamaskia, who pips Andreas Marti by 26 thousandths of a second in his final effort in qualifying here today. Simon Matisse, Jan Klingenberg, Sebastian Bidou, who makes a return after a notable absence, and Ernst Indebitzin rounds out the 11 strong. The entire field covered by just under 2.2 seconds. So, wherever you're watching in the world, thank you so much for joining us here on the alphalive YouTube channel for the official stream, as we will be with you all the way through to the tail end of this year. And also, what will be happening is that new cars will be joining the Sprint Challenge Suisse paddock for 2027 because of the up-to-date car, the 992.2 Cup car. No GT3 nomenclature as of this time, but it is an advancement. It comes with ABS as well, and has been being raced in the likes of Carrera Cup Asia, Mobile One Super Cup, which is now at Spa-Francorchamps this weekend as a support to the Belgian Grand Prix. But qualifying concluded for Class 1. There you see some of the wonderful buildings here in Styria. It's a wonderful part of the world. Kind of reminds me of home. I mean, if Ewan McGregor was here, he'd probably say, you know what this place reminds me of? Scotland. But there you see the big bull under the arch, and had the opportunity to, by one of the access roads, actually go up to see how big that is, and it's quite deceptive considering the amount of space in front of the forestry we have. And you see on the top right, the top part of the Styrian hills really being covered by the low light grey. And there is the car that is on pole position for race 1. Fuel being put in at the moment. So congratulations to the home hero, Felix Neuhofer, in the number 28. Can he give Jack Sherwood once again a titanic tussle like we have seen at Monza and Imola so far this year? So, as calm settles here in Styria, we're not that far away from getting underway with our next qualifying session. And that will be GT4 and Classic. And that will also be, that'll be from cars 101 to 199 and cars 301 to 399. So looking at the championship standings in Class 10 at the moment, it is David Diaz from AMAG First Transport who leads the way. Didn't make it to the opening round at Portimao. The man is actually runs under a Swiss licence but is originally from Portugal, so missed out on his home event. But has so far this year taken 2 race wins, both of them at the Temple of Speed at Monza. We also welcome back Kevin Latillon in the 118 from Orchid Racing Team, who's on 62 points. He's ahead of AMAG First Transport's Ivan Rostovsky, who we're not too sure if he's going to be coming back later on this season, but picked up both wins at Imola just a few weeks ago. And Marcel Clausen for Sivach Motorsport did take part in proceedings at Monza, picking up 4 points in qualifying over the qualifying session. So it's 3 points per pole position if you get your first and second lap times sorted. But here we are. I've been waiting with bated breath. Here we go. We've got our 993 and 964 cars back. So Maximilian von der Leyen for Kurt Ecker Motorsport from Germany is leading the way after the opening round at Imola. Emanuele Kamata for Borodori Motorsport is in P2 in the 964 RS and 964 Cup class, which is class 30. Oh my goodness, there's nothing like a 993 roaring, rumbling its way around the circuit. Cornelius Dornier for Ecker Motorsport took the win in race 2 back at Imola. He is currently third in the standings on 29 points ahead of Enzo Calderari from Switzerland for Stadler Motorsport, and Matteo Kamata rounding out the drivers that have scored points so far. Also, Class 32 is Porsche Zentrum 5 Scene Motorsports number 355. The 993 Cup car of Schwarzwälder that has taken the maximum haul of points. The car currently on your screens at the moment is a wonderful example. I love it when we have the classics back in on the grid, and it just goes to show the lineage, the pantheon that we have with regards to these cars. And that will be Gunther Schindler from Germany. Jürg Schreiber is back as well. He's currently in 5th position. Managed to score 21 points at the weekend at Imola in the 344 Borodori Motorsports entry. We also have the likes of Florian Schmidhuber, Fabian Frohner, and a few others returning to us here. But we also have Eric Chatelain in the number 105, makes a return to the series. So 14 cars, including the likes of the 356 Stefan Niedermeyer. There is your Schreiber. Of course, Live Like Jay stickers, not just on Judd's roof, but also I saw that on the back of his HRX race suit just after driver's briefing yesterday at 12:15 local time. There is the number 340, very brightly coloured car for Eric Fuchs. So good to see that car roar its way down. It thunders down. Very different notes that the 993 generation car has in comparison to the 992.1. So down into turn 3 goes the 340. So you're going to see a different way in how the car reacts to turning in to Hulk here at turn 4. Nice and smooth there by the 340. Eric Fuchs, who is now currently showing his P3 at the moment. Everyone is just on their out laps at the minute, so it's just a case of, as the temperature is starting to increase here in Spielberg, we've got a little bit more light on the circuit. Here's car 302, Roger Medler, making his way out of Graz and into turn 8. Meantime, 340 now making its way through Jochen Rindt. You can just see, you turn it in, you see the right side of the car. It sort of goes up a little bit, and that's just by steering input alone. And here is another wonderful example. Florian Schmidhuber in the number 327 Cobra's livery. But it's all about getting up to speed at this point. So next up coming into Interwetten is the number 330, Fabian Frohner. Another one who's very eager to get on the power out of turn 3. And bearing in mind too, in comparison with the modern day cars, these cars are normally an H-pattern 5-speed gearbox. So you can hear with the way that the downshifts are so guttural, it's a noise that if you hear it in person, you won't really forget. And you can, for those that are eagle-eyed of you out there, going through into turn 7 at Graz, well, let's just put it this way, steered the car left, the back left rear wheel wanted to go up in the air, I'm sure, but through here into Jochen Rindt, what a glorious sound that is, and into turn number 10. So let's see how Fabian Frohner gets on this time. Fastest lap at the moment is fastest lap of the session so far, Schreiber, 1:47.080. Fabian Frohner goes across the line, 1:48.715. So the top 5 overall covered by just over 1.6 seconds. Again, just hearing these 964s and 993s. When I came across them last year, oh my days, I was in absolute petrol head heaven. I still am. It's a noise you never forget. Oh, look at the intent on steering going through into turn 4 by Fabian Frohner. Here comes your driver in the 344 Bordeaux Motorsport car, goes across the line, and well, goes top. Oh, a big old margin in the 344, and over 3/4 of a second of Gunther Schindler in the number 345. Eric Fuchs, Roger Medler, Fabian Frohner, Florian Schmidhuber, Maximilian von der Leyen, Stefan Niedermeyer, currently running P8 at the moment, but is yet to set the lap time of sorts. Got the likes of the Class 10 cars, which includes David Diaz, Kevin Latillon, and Eric Schefferlin. Good to have a chat with Kevin in the pit lane. He said, well, we had a conversation, I think, in 3 different languages: English, French, and German. But it is still the case that the track is still very much evolving. So, well, Fabian Horner now takes the fastest lap time away from Jude Schreiber. Bearing in mind that some of these cars are RS, which is basically the abbreviation for Rennsport, and then you've got the Cup cars. And when you think about it, the 964, very much part of the lore of history of Porsche motorsport competition, and the way that things have evolved over the past few decades since the 911 was brought in to be part of a one-week series. It really has made an impact all across the world. That's one of the things you can hear. You can hear a definitive change in engine note when the drivers go on the brakes and then downshift. I'm sorry, I'm just going to say it for the heck of it. That noise never, ever will get old as long as I live. It's thunderous. It's a roar of epic proportions. It's a wonderful flat 6 symphony that we have here in Spielberg at the moment. There's George Verla in the 355. Now, here we go. This is old school Porsche Carrera Cup territory we're entering here. As you can see, just waiting. Now on the power. Is he going to shift up a gear? No, he's going to keep it in the same gear as George. Santa Franz Verla, of course, part of the management team at Porsche Zentrum 5 scene. Had a really good chat with George at one of the post-race interviews last time out at Imola. Because they've got their new destination for Porsche customers in their locality in Germany. Of course, I first came across Franz Anscharsch last year when the Classics joined us. Schorsch now just weaving from side to side to warm up those tyres. So let's stick on board with George Verla in the 355. Now this is a 993 designation 911. And he is running in Class 32, the 993 Cup car. And it's leading ahead of Sebastian Glaser in his rocket ship. Gap between them after the opening round at Imola. 13 points is the difference. And George Verla put it on pole position for both races. and won both races at Imola, but it is a slender lead, especially when you take into consideration the qualifying points that are allocated. And there is the bright pink and white 118 Kevin Latillon making his way down the circuit, and now he's going to head down into turn 6. And sunshine now starting to break through the cloud cover we had earlier on, so warmth will come to the circuit in terms of tyre temps and track temp thereof. Latillon through turn 9, Jochen Rindt now through turn 10, and that is more than comfortably within track limits. And no surprise, of course, the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 RS Clubsport. It's this year is effectively an end of an era for this wonderful GT4 car, because Porsche back at the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps a few weeks ago, funnily enough, when we were at Imola. Porsche Motorsport announced the all-new for 2027 Porsche 911 GT4. Look at that. Would you look at that? Poetry in motion. That was one car that may not have potentially set a lap time around the circuit here at the Red Bull Ring. So far, David Diaz, Albert Weinzel, Sebastian Blasi yet to set a lap time. Latillon has been beaten by Eric Chatelain in number 105 by over 2.1 seconds. Latillon has gone purple in sectors 1 and 2. Looks to be a very, very quick lap for the 118 from Orchid Racing Team. So, can Latillon go sub 1 minute 40? The way that he's looking, it looks like it could be the case. Across the line he goes. And that is a belter of a lap time for the 118. 1 minute 36.012. Here we are on board with the 115 from Portugal, and good to have David Diaz with him. Real great sport, very, very passionate individual about his racing. So we're getting a real nice comparison of the onboard here. Out of the final corner. So effectively he's just gone past the finish line. Out of turn 1, now through, up the hill. About 65 metres of elevation from Niki Lauda to Interwetten through Munza. Now hard on the brakes. Turns it in at Interwetten. That was nice and clean from David Diaz. And has just gone in with a 26.3 in the opening sector. See the car wanting to snap understeer, and he goes a little bit deep into turn 4 at Raul. Still committed though. There's the 115. So David Diaz across the line, P3. 1:41.756, so 3.37 seconds. 3.3 seconds, my apologies there. Behind Eric Chatelain, who is in second place. At the moment, Eric Fuchs now back out of pit road as we've got just over 10 minutes on the timer left to go. Here in this qualifying session that will sort out the grids for races 1 and 2. And as I said earlier on, 30 minutes plus an additional lap for race 1. Race 2, 25 minutes plus an additional lap for them. Temperature is definitely on the increase here. Humidity has picked up. So around about 21 degrees air temp at the minute. So at the moment, well, Schwarzwälder is leading his class. Florian Schmidhuber leading his class. So the drivers continue to circulate with just 9 minutes to go. In the pits at the minute, Fabian Frohner, who is currently P3 in his respective class, which would be 993s. So let's see, can Eric Chatelain in the number 105 move up the order from third? He's going to go across the line now. Puts him up to P2 ahead of David Diaz. So a nice run there by the 105. Sebastian Glaser might be on a little bit of a push lap at the moment. 28.3 in the opening sector, 46.5. Now this is a wonderful onboard shot, and funny enough it is with the 312. And look at this incline. Coming up now, Niki Lauda. Once again, that just goes to show how close it can be when you want it to be. Again, just look at the amount of handiwork that needs to be operating this vehicle. I'm impressed. So at the moment, Fabian Frohner, Roger Mettler, Günther Schindler and Florian Schmidhuber all are in the pits. So still very much to be decided in this qualifying session. David Diaz goes P2, And finally, we have our first lap time for the 312 of Sebastian Glaser. Now goes up into P5 overall, P2 in 993. But can Kevin Letion improve? Opening sector wasn't as quick as the fastest. Middle sector slightly down. Is he going to get a little bit of side draft here? And Kevin Letion 1:35.523. We are just 5 minutes away from the second qualifying coming to an end. Here comes car 340 again. Eric Fuchs doing a really good job in that car. P3 in the class behind Sebastian Glaser in the number 312. And Schorsch Wöhler in the Porsche Centrum 5 Scene Motorsport 355. And Letion gets through the other one in front wing. I'm not wanting any part of this, thank you very much. So at the moment, with 1.6 second advantage, Kevin Letion is exactly where he started back in April of this year. And off his first pole position. But still, one of the main things here in qualifying is trying to find a space, as long as nothing gets in your way. And sometimes that can be a bit frustrating because other drivers are on a hot lap. So we're just under 3 minutes to go. What's your favourite racetrack? To you all out there watching on our official YouTube channel. That's right, why not give us a like, share and subscribe. A lot of the drivers are now coming in towards the tail end of the sessions. We've got just over 1 minute 30 to go. Albert Weinzierl now in the pits, as is Kevin Letion. David Diaz now on his way out of pit lane, according to our live timing. Well, there's Kevin Latillon taking off the... seems to be very, very happy with that performance. Puts it on pole for race 1 by over 1.6 seconds. David Diaz still out. Sebastian Glaser, Eric Fuchs and Stefan Niedermeyer, along with Maximilian von der Leyen, are the only ones out on track. So that gives us 5 cars. Again, this is only his 3rd race weekend. Kind of newbie to sports cars, and particularly GT4s. If you want to get yourself onto a GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS Grid, get yourself onto a one-make series, get yourself a wagon, and start pedaling. And no, I do not mean like Fred Flintstone. So here comes Diaz. No improvements over the opening 2 sections, but can he make the 3rd one a blinder? And look at that, that's our camera shot. Big thank you to the team here at alphalive for continuing to bring these wonderful pictures and sound in glorious vision for you all to watch along with us here as the checkered flag is out for our 2nd of 3 qualifying sessions. And it's Kevin Latillon, the 118 from Orchid Racing Team, that takes the session ahead of championship leader in Class 10, David Diaz, who was just under 1.7 seconds behind. Eric Chatelain for AMAG First Rennsport makes it a AMAG First Rennsport 2-3 in the class. The top 3 covered by 2.3 seconds, and taking pole position in Class 32.993, Schorschwörler for Porsche Zentrum 5 scene. Sebastian Glaser in the 3.12 and Eric Fuchs round out the top 3 in the division, completing the top 6. They were covered by just under, or just over 0.8 of a second. Albert Weinziel and Jud Schreiber in the 3.44, well, the 3.07 and the 3.44 round out the top 4 in the division, and completing the top 5 in the class, Fabian Frohner in the number 330 Kurt Ecker Motorsport, then Roger Medler and Gunther Schindler, followed by Sebastian Niedermeyer, Florian Schmidhuber and Maximilian von der Leyen in the 320, bringing up the rear of the field. So that is qualifying completed. All results are provisional pending sporting and technical matters that need to be settled post-session. One more qualifying to go before we head down trackside and to the grid for the first of 6 total sprint races with GT3 Cup. Going out first for their 30-minute plus an additional lap before the lunch break here in Spielberg. Next up, it's the biggest grid we have, and we have had since the season opener. It's almost time for Open GT. Now, for those new to Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse that have just joined us here on the alphalive YouTube channel, we thank you for joining us for what is the beginning of the second half of the championship season. So the cars that will be competing will be the following classes here for Open GT. Class 21, which is the 992.1 GT3 Cup car with ABS. We also have a car that has a distinct character building history, particularly with ADAC GT Masters. That is the 991.2 GT3R car number 291, piloted by Stefan Heim, running with Team Used by Heim Bautechnik. It is the car that piloted Christian Engelhardt and the man that took the 2025 DTM title with Manthey last year, Turkey's Ayşen Güven, who made history becoming the first Turkish professional motorsport driver to clinch a crown in DTM. We also have the current 992 GT3R, two of which piloted by the likes of Patrick Dinkeldine in the 250 for Proton competition, and the 207 Newton by Sportec Racing Romanian hotshot based out of London, Dragos Buriu. We've also got a Class 40 car. We'd like to welcome back Richard Distel and Alexander Voller, who will be running in Class 40. But it has been a really interesting battle so far this season in Class 21. And more to the point, let's have a look at the championship standings before we go into timed qualifying here at Spielberg. In Class 24, well, Dragos Buriu has a 40-point advantage, having taken all race wins so far this season. 185 plays 145. Stefan Heim, the defending Class 23 champion from last year, has taken all 6 race wins. Of course, we wish Alois Rieder all the very best in his recovery after Monza at round 2. But then we go to Class 21. It is a 28-point advantage that the young hotshot for Porsche Track Experience by Manthey's Nico Grundl has over Marcus Gratian, who at race 1 at Monza, after just over a year with the team, picked up his first ever race win. The man from Great Britain, now based 5 minutes from the Algarve circuit in Portimao. Also, we had one of our youngest ever winners in the series, and he's back for more. Alessandro Cendese for B driver. He is in P3 in the championship. Took his first win at race 2 in Imola. Also with that, Levin Gelf needs to make some ground back up again. The man who has put a full focus into this season amidst some other competing elsewhere. Spoke with Levin earlier on this week. They've had gearbox troubles, so a new gearbox is in the drivetrain of the 244 car. He rounds out the top 4, and it's Egypt's greatest hope here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse, and it's going to be Tarek Fahmy from Egypt, who currently has 65 points to his credit, and with all the family, brothers, mum and dad, at Monza, he picked up P3. So we are riding on board with the number 221, and that is Marcus Gratian. Now this man is a hell of a character. I had a wonderful interview back with him in this searing heat at Imola, when we both had a couple of very heavily iced, freshly made still lemonades, I will say. But he is now going to start weaving from side to side. One driver that's really impressed me that was in action, funny enough, at the Algarve in the opening round of the Porsche Endurance Challenge Brazil, which I was on the mark for the English stream. Brazil's Eric Santos. Eric has been improving over the course of the season so far. He's had some hits and misses so far this season, but of course the Porsche Track Experience team by Manthey, led by Dennis Verleman, a great group of individuals. And there you can see Marcus running with the blue mirrors in the 221 car. So that's what you've got to pick out for as we ride on board with the man who now has resided in Portugal for a decade. So you can't exactly miss those baby blue mirrors. We've got 25 cars. So for the 273 Class 40 car, it's the 991.2 generation GT3 Cup car with ABS. Richard Distel will be qualifying for race 1. Alexander Voller, who has been racing elsewhere, particularly in GT3s, it will be qualifying for race number 2. And there we see 225, and that is Nico Grundl with the green mirrors on the car. And we've also got an onboard with him for one of the races here today. We've got 9 onboard cameras in total. Big thanks to the team at alphalive for bringing people along in with the drivers. There's the 276. Another Austrian on the grid. We welcome Harald Huber with us as there goes Nico Gründel. We've also got Alejandro Candia, the Chilean driver, back with us. Marco Galassi, the man from San Marino, didn't have a good run, did the 260 at Imola last time out. And we've also got for Enrico Fulgenzi Racing, Gianluca Sparta. Also Sebastian Schmidt makes a return to the series again after picking up his first win. For the last 2 seasons, he's been runner-up in Class 21. But the first couple of lap times starting to come in. David and Max van Rosen, the father-son duo. Both running under the Austrian flag, but Max has 4 different nationalities, including Spain. Also, Gibraltar. But also really nice to have a good chat with a few other people, including Stefan Kracht, man who's under German nationality, speaks absolutely accentless, fluent English and resides in Hong Kong. And there is Johann Frisch on the A-Works by Katana Tools 290. He's out of the final corner, pedal to the metal in his car. This 4-litre flat 6 singing up the rev range. And Frisch goes top of the timesheets overall on 1:34.140. I was seeing times from Dragos Buriu, who is now in his 4th race weekend in the car with Newton by Sportec Racing. He was running in the 130s yesterday at one point. But it is Bulgaria's Mirabi Mekvabishvili for lap time performance in the 218 that goes top, 1:34.134. Johann Frisch, Gunter Kast, Patrick Dinkeldine, the highest place of the GT3R category. When you consider that class 23 and 24. Marco Galassi goes behind Alejandro Candia. Max van Rosen goes up to P11 overall. Eric Santos rounding out the top 5. And look at how close it is. It's 36 thousandths of a second. This could be a really close qualifying session, especially for the Class 1 division, Class 21 division. A little bit of inside curbing taken out of turn 7 by Johann Frisch through Graz, out of turn 8. Now this is going to give you an insight. You can now see the apex for Jochen Rindt. And the clambers all over the curves with the right front tyre as the right rear follows suit. Okay, Nico Grundel's just had his last lap time deleted. Track limits, turn 9. Oh, seems to be everyone's nemesis, that corner at the minute. Now car 213, Gianluca Sparta for Enrico Fulgenzi Racing. Has had a lap time deleted. Turn 3 at Intervesten. Okay. Of course, Stefan Kracht and Johann Frisch, of course, having that big incident at Portimao in race 2. I spoke with Stefan yesterday, and he said, yeah. He said to me that Johann has been apologising ever since Portimao. Well, you know what? I think at the end of the day, it's nice that someone does make sure that they remind the person that they had an incident with. Right, okay, so car 213, Gianluca Sparta has had 2 successive track limit penalties, so literally this lap and the next lap deleted because of 2 infractions. There's Levin Gelf on the left-hand side, the 21-year-old from Bavaria. There's Tarek Fahmy, and also they have got a complement of 3 cars. Marco Promoli rejoins the series in the number 270. He's following Tarek Fahmy, who is also part of the B Driver Academy, along with Alessandro Cendese. And Alessandro had smiles for miles. That youngster, I think, is a great prospect, and it's really good that B Driver, the reigning and defending Porsche Carrera Cup Italia champions, And we're seeing things get a little bit wheel to wheel going into turn 9. Not quite what Alejandro Gandia wanted at that point. So Johan Frisch has just had a lap time deleted. Turn 9. Also, Tarek Fahmy has had a track limit penalty at turn 3. Lap time deleted. But the man from Romania, Dragos Buriu, Newton by Sportec Racing, goes top of the timesheets, and he's into the 130s. Oh, and he's in there, and he's actually not that far off of a 129. 130.112. Someone going a little bit wide, coming out of turn 10, but still track limits are within the scope. So we are now into the second third of this 30-minute qualifying session. So that's car 240. Max van Rooyen. Levin Gelf jumps up into 10th position on 133.181. Pole at the moment in class 21. Nico Kundal, 131.732. Just over a tenth and a half separates him, but look who split the pair. Alessandro Cendese has just gone straight in on his 5th lap in qualifying and put in a 131.869. There is Patrick Dinkelstein, the man from Proton Competition. That man always smiling, always happy. He's Mr. Happy-Go-Lucky. As he makes his way down towards turn 9 at Jochen Rindt. Just in front of him, that's Stefan Kraft in the 277. You can see the variance in speed between the 992.1. Oh, and there is Gunther Kraus, who's just had a spin. And that was coming out of turn 4. I think it was coming out of turn 4. Yeah, I'm heading into 5. So a little bit of a code brown there, unfortunately, for the man currently P8 overall at the minute. More to the point, he is at this moment in time P6 in class 21. Stefan Heim is probably sitting pretty behind the wheel of that that wonderful 901.2 GT3 R car that he shares with team boss Michael Hughes whenever we go endurance racing. Of course, we've got one more endurance race to go this season, and that will be the curtain call on 2026. So for those wondering about the timetable for today, the first race, well, the official start will be for GT3 Cup Race 1 will be at 10:57 local time, and then we'll have the lunch break afterwards. We'll get things back going again at well, 1 o'clock for Race 1 GT4 and Classic, 2 o'clock for Open GT Race 1. 15:05 is when we'll get things ready for the second and final GT3 Cup race. Then GT4 RS and Classic. Everything starts, well, the pits will open at 4 o'clock. Race starts at 4:17. And then Open GT will conclude our live broadcast here from Spielberg. And that will be starting at 5:12 in the afternoon. Okay, right, car 213 again. Another track limit penalty, lap time deleted. Car 225, Nico Kundal, again another lap time deleted by him. I did say that that race control were going to be looking at these track limits. And another one, car 221. And that is Marcus Gratian. This and the next lap will be deleted. So again, it just goes to show that you make one track limit. If you get if you exceed track limits once, you do it twice in rapid succession. You get this and the next lap time deleted. So we're nearly halfway through the session as it stands. Stefan Heim finally emerges from pit lane, as does Porsche Centrum 5C Motorsports number 203, Sebastian Schmidt. So for those wondering about a little bit of history, I can give you a little bit of an update on the Roll of Honour. In terms of Class 21, Loic Villiger took the win overall ahead of Zelko Dremic and Dustin Blattner from the USA in 2022. Michael Kapfinger was the champion in 2023 ahead of Dustin Blattner and Josh Simpson. Marcelo Tomassoni from Brazil, the only Brazilian in the last 5 years that has secured a title, ahead of Sebastian Schmidt, with Merabi Mekvabishvili taking third in 2024. And last year it's Max Muchlechner, Sebastian Schmidt, and Valterio Branco from Italy. Philippe Menotti, Patrick Dinkel, Philippe Menotti and Stefan Heim have been the last 4 title winners in Class 23. And then, well, Class 24, previously in 2022 and 2023 was when we had GT2 RSs, Frank Villiger, Niklas Lang, Jörg Reisau in 2024, and then Rod Christie taking the Class 24 title last year. You can see via our mobile camera operating pit lane, some cars in the pits as we speak, which includes Patrick Dinkeldine, includes Nico Grundl. But we're more than halfway through this qualifying session, and we'll be getting underway with the first of our grid walks at about 10:40 local time here in Spielberg. So you won't just hear me on a mic, you'll see me on the screen. Car 213, again, another track limit penalty. Gianluca Spalter's not having a great run in the Enrico Fulgenzi racing outfit car, but still is getting to grips with the circuit here at the Red Bull Ring. Stefan Heim, no recorded lap time as such, but car 233. Yeah, so straight away, if you do 2 track limit, if you exceed track limits twice in the same lap around any one of the 4, so it's turn 1, turn 3, turn 9, and turn 10. If you exceed track limits twice on the same lap, that lap and the next lap get deleted. So, oh right, Stefan Heim's first lap has just been deleted. Well done, Stefan. Glückwunsch. It just goes to show, yeah. So effectively, it is the case that you've done 2 track limits in a space of 15 seconds. There is Stefan Heim, and now for those that haven't watched Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse before, his son has done the graffiti-style graphics, and it actually has, you can't really see it from that angle there, but if you look square on at the rear of the car, that is a spin, I'm afraid, for Max von Rosen in the 240. He's going to have to wait for people to go by. Now the thing is, he's got track, well, now that the rear tyres are on the back, the rear tyres are on the grass as well as the front, so he's got to hold those brakes and wait until everyone gets through. So let's see, what time does Stefan Heim bring to the party in the 291 team used by Heim Board Technique vehicle? Across the line he goes, and goes P8 on that first effort. And I think that time has now been deleted. There's Dragos Buriu roaring through shots, through Münzner, and then up into Intervetten. Yeah, oh, double waved yellows because of Max von Rosen's stationary vehicle. And Von Rosen now has got the car going again, so that is a good sign for him. So let's have a look at the replay. Now this is into turn 3, rotates the car, just back and just turns around, throws in 180. But the good foresight from this young man, he had the savoir-faire to let the car roll down the hill and get it out of the way of the actual racing line. Got to watch out for these sausage curbs going through Niki Lauda corner. There's Marco Galassi, I believe. Well, no, that's the Distel and Vola car. So there you can see a big difference in terms. You look at the front of the 991.2 car. It does not have those big air vents at the front of the bonnet. One other thing that I do need to mention that was mentioned at the team managers meeting earlier on this week on Friday evening, that all teams can tape up the bonnets. Now, we have seen it before, and this is one of the things that I was a little bit worrisome when I started commentating on the championship last year, that when you get to a certain speed, the little sort of cavity that's underneath where the bonnet latches in, it can actually vibrate upwards. So what they have said, the organisers have said to the teams, you can tape the bonnet up, which means that you can make it a little bit more aerodynamically efficient, but also it stops things such as potentially if a safety catch is loose on the bonnet, it might stop it from smacking into the windscreen and breaking it. But also I've seen it where the air vents on the bonnet. Probably we have aircraft flying ahead. I can actually hear that at the moment as well. So something's definitely travelling at a big rate of speeds. Oh, there's Sonic in the Sportec Racing Garage. He needs to start finding those his gold rings to see if he can find Tails and Knuckles whilst he's at it. Always a barrel of laughs at Sportec. But we are 8.5 minutes left to go in this qualifying session. And Dragos Buriu has gone into the 1 minute 29s. Stefan Heim now up into P2. And there we go. Dinkeldine on the flashers. Gets through on the 273 Sportec 991.2 car. And I have to say, I mean, for the last couple of weeks I've been commentating on Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil, and they still run the 991.2, so they have two different divisions, Carrera Cup and Sprint Challenge. And the 991.2 cars are the ones that are done in the Sprint Challenge, which is quite unusual but quite interesting at the same time. But Patrick Dinkeldine is just finding traffic where he's going. And ahead of him is the 260 San Marino's Marco Galassi, running a very, very lovely livery there. Oh, it's like the old Golf livery colours, yes. But now Dinkeldine is wanting to get a wriggle on here. And his last lap was a 1 minute 31.399. Maybe he can get a little bit of a toe from Galassi. And he's on the flashers. Galassi indicates the left. Dinkeldine gets through. Oh, the back end was a little bit loose there on the 250 Proton competition 992 GT3R. And Dinkeldine's last lap was a 131.086. But he's got over a second to find if he wants to pip Dragos Buriu to pole position. So Dinkeldine with a 22.7 in the opening sector. Stefan Heim has just gone fastest of anybody in the session so far. In the opening sector in the 291 Team Mules by Hein Technique entry. The 991.2 GT3R. And of course, Hein Technique has come on board this year with Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse as a sponsor. And that is for the number boards on all the cars. Right, more track limit penalties coming in. 277, Stefan Kraft, turn 3, lap deleted. Car 242, Tarek Fahmy from Egypt for B driver, lap time deleted. Track limit turn 9. And Dinkeldine, oh, he was so close. But what can Dinkeldine do on this lap? It was a 1:31.0 last time by 1:30.892. So still about a second off. And at the moment, well, it's Levin Gelf who's in the pits. But bearing in mind the Seebach Motorsport driver, the 21-year-old from Munich, is 54 thousandths ahead of Nico Krundle. Then it's a further 38 thousandths back to Alessandro Cendese. Marcus Gratian, 39 thousandths back in 7th, and that is P4 overall in Class 21. Car 207, Dragos Buriu has just had this and the next lap deleted. So 2 track limit penalties in one race, one lap. Buriu has gone with a low 22.5 in the opening sector. So get this, Levin Gelf, Nico Krundle, Alessandro Cendese, Marcus Gratian and Harold Huber. The top 5 are covered by, get this, just over 0.2 of a second. And there we see some people here at the Red Bull Ring watching from the grandstands and watching from the balcony. A big thank you to the circuit here at the Red Bull Ring for welcoming us with open arms here in Dubai. So Fakhreddin Mirzoyev, the 222 from Azerbaijan, he is in the pits. Sebastian Schmidt in the pits. Max van Rosen, Marcus Gratian, Nico Krundle, all in the pits. Dragos Buriu has really put in the laps around this circuit. He's done 14 laps in quali. So has Johan Fish, Marco Galassi, Stefan Kraft, Fakhreddin Mirzoyev, Merabi Megbabishvili, the 218 from lap time performance. Marco Premoli for B driver, 15 laps here in quali. Sebastian Schmidt has done single digits, 9. Levin Gelf, 9. And here we see that's Tarek Fahmy. Yeah, that was a little bit, I think, over on track limits for the man from Egypt and Canada. It was great to see him and his partner Dalia, the first ever Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse WAG. I think we can say officially confirmed. Well, she officially confirmed that, I think, pretty much at Portimao earlier on in April this year. They went over to catch up with the family and actually watch Egypt in the FIFA World Cup. I'm not going to talk about the World Cup because I haven't really watched any of the matches at all. And some people say that I'm a charlatan for saying that and for doing so. But it's one of those things. You either are a football fan or you're not. I'm not the biggest football fan in the world, granted. But when time zones come into play, it's kind of like, really, do I want to be up at 10 o'clock at night watching a football match? For me personally, I don't, it's each to their own, but I'm digressing here. Okay, car 243, Alessandro Cendese, who is still, get this, between the top 3, it's 92 thousandths of a second, so 81 thousandths shy of a tenth between Gelf, Krundle and Cendese for Class 21 pole position. But with 2 minutes to go, Cendese is the only one out of the top 3 out on track. Gratian is in the pits. Huber is not in the pits, he's out on track. As we head to the final couple of minutes of this qualifying session here at the Red Bull Ring. There's Patrick Dinkeldine. He's 1.1 seconds off of Dragos Buriu, who has improved again, the man from Romania. 1:29.695. So it's going to be a Class 24 and Class 23 front row again, like it has been for a couple of rounds this season. As it looks like Dinkeldine is going to come into the pit. Stefan Heim's going to go for one more lap here in quali. flying out of turn 10, uphill, and then into turn 1. This is where the elevation starts to rear its ugly head here at Niki Lauda corner. To turn 1, nice and neat from Stefan there. Little bump over the sausage curb. Then Munzer is just literally a slight kink, and you're accelerating all the way up the hill. That flat 6 boxer engine roaring up the hill. A 65-meter elevation change here to turn 3 into Wetten. So Cendese, lap time deleted. Last lap time was deleted for Stefan Heim. He's done a high 22.8 in the opening sector. But in the pits, Burio, Dinkellein, Gelf, Kundl, Gratian, Von Rosen, Kraus, David Von Rosen, Johann Frisch, Hermann Rödig, Eric Santos all the way down in 16th overall. John Jastrzemski in the pits, the man from San Diego. Marco Galassi still out on track, Stefan Kraft out on track, checkered flag is out. Oh, and that is Marco Promoli in the number 270. He's lost it, I think, at pretty much the same point where Max von Rosen did. Stefan Heim, he's not improved over the opening 2 sectors. Across the line goes the 291 for Team Mules and takes the checkered. And that is not going to be a lap time. Oh, yes, it is. He does a personal best in the final sector. He really lit up the rear tyres. Puts in a 1 minute 30.382. Puts him to within 7/10 of Dragos Buriu on his final and 12th lap here in qualifying. But that is it for Open GT qualifying, as we now will go into the preparations for our first race in GT3 Cup coming up very soon. But let's take you through the results of qualifying for Open GT for round 4, Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse 2026. Dragos Buriu does it again. The man from Romania for Newton by Sportec Racing takes pole in the session, ahead of Stefan Heim for Team Mules by Heim Bar Technique by just under 7/10 of a second. Patrick Dinkeldown rounds out the top 3, and it's a pole position for the 21-year-old from Munich. Germany's Levin Gelfis Motorsport edging out Nico Kundl by half a tenth. Alessandro Cendese, B driver, makes it a very close top 3 in Class 21, rounded out by a tenth of a second. Ahead of Marcus Gratian, Harold Huber, Max von Rosen and Sebastian Schmidt rounding out the overall top 10. Egypt's Tarek Fahmy rounds out 11th. Head of A-Works by Katana Tools, Gunter Kraus. David von Rosen in 13th for Team Neuhofer Rennsport, the father of Max, with Johann Frisch in the 290 having a great performance, placing 14th over fellow countryman Helmut Rödig in the number 20 and the 202, who completes your top 15. Eric Santos 16th, head of San Diego's John Jastrzemski. San Marino's Marco Galassi 18th, head of Stefan Kraft with Fakhreddin Mirzoev, the man from Azerbaijan, rounding out the overall top 20. Bulgaria's Marabi Mekvabishvili for lap time performance 21st, head of Marco Promoli, Alejandro Candia, the pairing of Richard Distel and Alexander Volov with Gianluca Smata from Enrico Fulgenzi Racing, rounding out the 25 cars on the grid. But 24, because Richard and Alexander will be taking their place behind the wheel for races 1 and 2. Well, that's it for time qualifying here at the Red Bull Ring for the 4th round of the 2026 season. We'll be back with you at about 10:40, but before then, let's take a look at an insight here of the circuit at the Red Bull Ring here in Styria in Spielberg in Austria. So we are now into the second half of the 2026 Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse season, and we are back to a regular haunt on the calendar, of course, the Red Bull Ring here in Spielberg, around about a 200-kilometer, 2-hour drive from the Austrian capital city of Vienna. It is the current modern-day home of the Austrian Formula One Grand Prix every summer, but it is home to us here at Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse. Let's not forget, we've already had 3 rounds in the calendar so far, starting off in April back at Portimao, we headed to the Temple of Speed in the first weekend of May in Monza, and then last time out, the summer heat wave hit us. As you can hear, flat 6 power, Open GT, about to go out for their session. So forget the words of Julie Andrews from The Sound of Music. The hills are alive with the sounds of flat 6. Now this circuit, established back in 1969, originally as the Österreichring, has gone through evolutions over the past near on 6 decades of operation. A little bit of ASMR, flat 6, Open GT, Class 21 there for you. It evolved from the Österreichring to the A1 ring and then was closed down because, thank you to the great late Dietrich Mateschitz, he made sure that this became a beacon for Austrian motorsports, and with significant investment, it has evolved to the facility that we have here. State-of-the-art facilities with the wing complex just over there, the iconic Niki Lauda corner up at turn 1. The elevation change doesn't really get justice on videos. You really have to get an understanding, as we'll showcase you with a hot lap. Patrick Dinkeldine goes through there. But there's a lot of technicality for even such a, what people might call a straightforward circuit here at the Red Bull Ring. But there's more than meets the eye. It might be 4.3 kilometers, the shortest track on our calendar. It might be 10 turns, but there is a skill, a science to unlocking the perfect lap. And that's what we're going to find out over the next few minutes.
So here it is, Austria's roller coaster, the Red Bull Ring. Now you might be thinking, it looks pretty straightforward, but it's quite deceiving. It's 4.326 kilometers and only 10 corners. But what makes the circuit so fascinating and also challenging is the dramatic topography as it's built directly into the Styrian hills. It features an impressive 65 metres of elevation change right the way up to turn 3, with gradients reaching 12% uphill and 9.3% downhill. One of the other things is when you start a lap here, the start line is 120 metres ahead of the finish line, so you've got to also compensate for that offset during a race itself. So let's take you through a lap. It begins with the fast right-hander of turn 1 at Niki Lauda, before you instantly see that big elevation change and you have to start climbing your way up it. Through turn 2 at Monza, the cars are already accelerating onto the steepest section of the track, cresting the hill before they go into the heavy braking zone and into Vetten at turn 3. And it's one of the best overtaking opportunities anywhere in Europe. The approach uphill allows drivers to get on the brakes really late, but getting the exit right on coming out of turn 3 is critical for the run downhill that begins now. From turn 4 at Rauch onwards, the character of the circuit, it becomes a bit Jekyll and Hyde. It changes completely. The track begins to flow with a series of medium and high-speed corners where precision is everything. From Rauch, it falls away on the exit, whereas turn 6 and turn 7 at Graz, a double left-hander section, are particularly demanding as the road drops downhill before climbing once again, and it means that the drivers have to commit despite limited visibility, and they have to go on reflex and awareness. Confidence is the reward from the final sector itself. Turns 8 and 9 are taken at well over 200 kilometers per hour, with subtle changes and camber and elevation, constantly loading and unloading not just the chassis of the Porsche underneath you, but also the suspension and other mechanical parts supplying grip. Drivers arrive at the famed Jochenrindt turn at turn 9, almost blind, before carrying maximum speed through the final corner onto the 626 metre start-finish straight. For our field here for Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse, the Red Bull Ring is a circuit that demands more than outright speed. It's a test of braking precision, throttle control, and the ability to read every crest, camber change and compression. On paper, it's short and straightforward, but in reality, it's one of the most technically demanding laps on the calendar. So, let's go on board with a hot lap here in Austria.
Right, welcome down trackside here at the starting grid for GT3 Cup Class 1, Race 1. The sun has graced us here in Styria. A little bit different to what we had earlier on this morning with cloud cover amongst the hills just at the far part of the circuit at turns 3 and 4. The cars are rumbling down pit lane, but on home soil, number 28, Felix Neuhofer took pole position ahead of the championship leader, Jack Sherwood. So we have got a little bit of time to digest what happened in qualifying. It was Peter Heglin and Ernst Inderbitsen that went out first, and it was half wet, half dry. But with the way that the temperatures are going to soar here over the course of the day, but depending on what the weather's going to do this afternoon, could be a different kind of situation. So could we see wet and dry racing here today at Red Bull Ring? Considering the temperatures that we had in Imola a few weeks ago, that was baking hot. I mean, Felix Neuhofer's car was recording an indicated 61.5 degrees centigrade. That's over 140 degrees Fahrenheit. But the driver's going to feel a little bit more comfortable. But as you saw by our feature, and especially with a hot lap, how precise you have to be here at the Red Bull Ring. 4 areas will be checked for track limits, heading up to turn 1 at Niki Lauda, then up to Intervetten at turn 3 at the top of the hill, then through at turns 9 and 10. So coming out of these final 2 corners during the races is when the penalties get a bit more severe for the drivers. You get the 3-strike rule. First track limit, you get a warning. Second one, you get a final warning. Your third track limit circumvention is an automatic 5-second penalty added. And for any further transgressions, every single time, you could pick up 5 track limit penalties in total. That gives you an additional 15 seconds worth of time added to your total race time itself, which I mean, you might finish on the podium, say P3, and you end up down in 8th. Right. Okay, we might have to take a little bit of a walk because it looks like some of the drivers have taken Joker tyres. And I do spot one individual that has, and that is Greg Burkhardt, currently sitting second in the standings. Sebastian Pidou is now rocking up. So we're going to have to be very, very careful because I think we might need to go this side. Yeah, there's Jack Sherwood, son of Justin. So the apple doesn't fall far from the tree in that family. Let's see if we can get a word with our championship leader. Jack, we're going to go for a quick chat, are we? Right. Marcel, good morning. Right. 3 rounds in, championship leader. But you had it up against you, against Felix on his home turf here.
He's been quick all weekend. So I'm going to have to try and do something about it in the races.
Well, let's just hope you don't try and throw the Hail Mary round the outside at turn 1, mate. But turn 3, you know, one of the best overtaking opportunities at the circuit. It's been quite a learning experience for you this weekend, though, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's my first time here. Super cool track and I'm enjoying it. Obviously would have liked to take the poles, but yeah, see how the races go. Points are won in the races, so.
Right, well, go and give it the big berries. Good luck, Jack.
Thank you.
So Jack Sherwood on the outside of the front row. So we'll leave him to it.
Morning, sir.
André.
Wie geht es?
Ja, von meiner Ansicht alles okay, wie immer. Aber bei euch im Sporttech, aber ich denke, das hat der Gregor neue Reifen bekommen für dieses Rennen.
Nein, hat gar nichts. Immer noch die gleichen. Er ist nicht ganz bis am Schluss gefahren. Für ihn war das okay und in Trona ist noch vor ihn hingefahren. Aber Greg macht immer gute Starts. Ich traue ihm das zu.
Ja, ich kann das erinnern von letztes Jahr besonders, ne?
Genau. Nee, ich glaube, Position ist gut. Sicher, Ecklin ist schwierig zum Überholen. Der macht sich immer sehr breit, aber die finden sich schon. Das kommt schon gut.
Dann wünsche ich euch und dir und dem ganzen Team von Sporttech Racing viel Glück für heute.
Vielen Dank, Alex. Danke dir.
Yeah, so Greg has not taken the Joker tyres, so Greg is starting on the outside, well, actually the inside of row 3. Ah, okay. So, Peter, guten Morgen.
Hey Alex, was willst du mich fragen?
Aber ich muss erst mal sagen, willkommen zurück bei Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse, endlich, von meiner Ansicht. Aber gute Start und Leistung hier in Qualifying, 4. Position auf dem Start für erstes Rennen. Was ist deine Prognose von deiner Leistung hier bei dem ersten Rennen?
Ja, danke vielmals Alex. Ja, ich bin froh, bin ich wieder da. Es ist so, dass ich auf der Außenseite starte. Das ist für mich besser als auf der Innenseite, weil ich mehr Platz habe, Turn 1.
Okay.
Ich hoffe, dass ich bei Turn 2 auf Position 3 ankomme und nicht auf Position 4. Und da müssen wir schauen, wie sich das Rennen entwickelt, oder? Go-kart ist schnell und Introna ist schnell. Also ja, schön wäre Podium, aber wie gesagt, wir wollen schauen, wie es mal läuft.
Ja, natürlich, wir sehen, was passiert, aber dann wünsche ich dir, Peter, viel Glück für den ersten Rennen.
Danke vielmals, Alex. Danke dir.
Okay, Peter Heglin, really happy that it's actually on the outside of this row. So, 5-minute board is out. I'm going to get myself up to commentary. Get yourselves ready. Race 1, GT3 Cup. 30 minutes plus an additional lap as it kicks off the racing here in Spielberg. Stick with us and enjoy the roller coaster. So our leading car peels away from the start of what is going to be an interesting 30-minute plus an additional encounter here at Spielberg. And more to the point, the temperature has increased. You can see bright, brilliant sunshine. Around about 23 degrees, but let's take you through the starting grid for GT3 Cup. Race 1, it's Felix Neuhofer on the front row from pole position. Head of championship leader Jack Sherwood on the outside of the front row. Great work by Omnia Motorsports Ilario and Torona to put it on the inside of P3. Ahead, alongside him, a very optimistic Peter Heglin, who said he's great to be back and he's looking forward to being on the outside of the grid. Greg Burkhardt on the inside of row number 3. He'll be joined by the young hotshot from Prima Genzani Motorsport, the number 95 of Christian Karamuskia. And performances, Andreas Marti and Simon Matisse in the 74 ran at your top 8. Completing the top 10 will be Jan Klingenberg from Fach Autotech, and the returning driver from Sportec Racing, Switzerland's Sebastian Pidou in the number 9, with Ernst Inderbitzin completing the grid in the number 20. And of course, last year, race 1 winner, who was at the time with Proton Hugh competition, Karen Gaillard, had the opportunity to catch up with her a couple of times this year, actually, funny enough, at Oxford Brookes University for the International Women in Engineering Day at the facility. Funny enough, I was wearing my Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse body warmer, and she said, "What are you doing here?" I said, "Small world, isn't it?" But with sunshine here in Styria, in Spielberg, we are set and ready for race 1. 30 minutes plus an additional lap. Once the leading car peels into pit lane, the pole sitter must be at around 80 kilometers an hour at a static speed. The drivers will be given a drive-through penalty if they do break formation. So now everything starts to filter into place. The jigsaw pieces that make up our 11-car grid now get into formation. The hills will be alive with the sound of flat 6 very shortly here, as we are about to get the racing truly underway here for round 4 of the 2026 season. Neuhofer on pole, championship leader Sherwood on the outside. So the 911 GT3, our leading car, will be heading into pit lane. Right, now time to brace yourself for Austria's roller coaster. A 65-meter elevation change from turn 1 and Niki Lauda. The red lights are on the gantry. So when it goes green, we will now be able to go racing for the first time. They've got to stay in formation. Race director will let them go. We are green. They can now attack and overtake. Good run by Neuhofer. Greg Burkhardt trying to make it 3 wide for the battle for P3 into turn 1 here at Niki Lauda. But look at this, 26 to the inside in Trona on Sherwood. Nearly catches the right rear fender of the number 78 from Sportec Racing. Up through Munzer for the first time. And it's Neuhofer leading on home soil. Greg Burkhardt, I think he's already up into P3. He's trying to go round to... No, he's not. That's Heglin. He's to the outside of Introna into Intervetten here at turn 3. And that's a great move. Peter Heglin to the outside of the Italian. And Christian Karamuskia goes off and a little bit too far out. Greg Burkhardt's going to get the inside line into turn 4. Into Hau. And Heglin and Introna still wheel to wheel. Introna to the inside of the Swiss driver, who's very, very happy indeed to be back here in Class 1, as they're still wheel to wheel. It's like Paffen and Glock all over again back in 2018. Makes a misstep. That allows Greg Burkhardt to get through for P4. But the top 2 have started to bridge a bit of a gap. Neuhofer being kept very, very honest by Sherwood. Greg Burkhardt has had 6 podiums in a row. He's second in the championship standings. But at the moment, it is Neuhofer, Rennsport, and Jack Sherwood quickly on the flashers. It's Rona, a little bit squiggly going through into Jochen Rindt. Here at turn 9, down the hill they go. But more to the point, after the opening lap, it is going to be Felix Neuhofer that will lead us across the line. Lap 1 completed here at the Red Bull Ring in Class 1, Race 1. And you can see here, Burkhardt using all experience over the last few years of competition, especially when he's finished twice as the runner-up, especially behind Felix Hirsinger back in 2024. Last year it was a very character-building year for the man from Switzerland, now a father, as they go into Intervetten at turn number 3. And the whole field after the opening lap. Right, car 26. Ilario Introna has been given a track limit warning at turn 10. That's his first of 3 strikes. And if he gets 3, the third one is the first where he picks up a penalty. Last warning for Ilario Introna. If he picks up another track limit penalty, a track limit warning, that is a 5-second automatic time penalty, and he will be out of contention for a podium. We ride on board with Felix Neuhofer in the number 28 through into Graz at turn 7. Now through 8. Getting as close to that curbing and the gravel on the right-hand side. Down the hill through Jochen Rindt. He's opened up a little bit of a gap as Ilario Introna has got to be very careful. One more track limit, one more violation of track limits, and he gets a 5-second penalty. Jack Sherwood is going to find him a little bit further behind as we complete the second lap of this race. Gap now 2 seconds. It's the first time Jack's actually ventured to this track, whereas Felix Neuhofer has got knowledge for days. As Sebastian Pidou to the outside, as I think that was Simon Matisse trying to get through the 74 and the number 9 up the hill through into Munza, in towards Intervetten. They're going to be over 230 plus kilometres an hour into the braking zone. Matisse has got the inside line on Pidou. And Sebastian was very nice to see him back in the paddock. He's going to get the crisscross here out of turn 3. Andreas Marti goes a little bit wide out of turn 3. Pidou's going to get the run through down into Haug. And Simon Matisse is going to have to give him racing room here. Down into turn 4, Pidou on the curbing. That is textbook line up for Pidou, and he gets through on Matisse. Holds on to 7th position with Marti and Jan Klingenberg right behind him. Marti looking up the inside through into turn 6. Down the hill they go. In towards turn 7 at Graz. So car 29, Andreas Marti has had a track limit after turn 3 at Intervetten. There was an investigation on the start, no further action. Start was good. As we run on board with the number 95, Christian Kalmoskia in P6 at the moment behind Peter Heglin. But the gap is now increasing between Felix Neuhofer and Jack Sherwood. And Neuhofer, the way he managed to wrestle that pole position away from the young Brits, who was part of the Porsche Carrera Cup Porsche GB talent pool, along with the likes of Callum Voisin, who has also represented Switzerland. The latter has represented Switzerland in karting, with the likes of Coles Racing. Sebastian Pidou to the inside of Simon Matisse. Oh, that's close through Intervetten. Matisse still within track limits, though. Okay, Sebastian Pidou has had a track limit warning for turn 10. And now 74, Simon Matisse has had also a track warning. So it's only the first transgression that has happened so far. Nevertheless, some good, clean racing at the moment, with Ilario Introna being hounded by Gregor Burkhardt for that P3, and that will keep a run of podiums for Greg Burkhardt. That will total his tally to 7, and he's really on the back of the Italian coming out of 8 in towards Jochen Rindt. Where is Burkhardt going to place the car? He's got some space. He might go for it, not on this particular occasion. He's going to possibly tee up a move into T1 at Niki Lauda. Introna has got one more. He's got one more. He has a bit of a transgression, a bit of a wobble on the back axle coming out of the final corner from Greg Burkhardt. As now he's in Introna's wheel tracks. And what they're doing, lock up from Burkhardt. Right front, I think, possibly. He's in previous races by his mechanics, he's been given the nickname Mr. Flat Spot. I think that was also true of Ethan Isher last year. Up to Intervetten. Could this be a late break attempt from Greg Burkhardt? Not on this particular occasion. Might be feeling a little bit of possible vibration through the steering wheel with that right front. But he's still keeping Introna very, very honest indeed. Right, Ernst Inderbitzin has had a last warning, track limit turn 9. Car 5, Peter Heglin, track limit turn 9 warning. And like I said, there is a precision, there is a skill, a science to getting the lap really, really dialed in here at Spielberg. But when you're under racing conditions, you are not thinking about lap time. You are thinking about how can I pull the rug from underneath the feet of the opposition in front of me. As Introna, a little bit deep into Graz. And look at the run that Burkhardt's got over the crest, out of turn 8, in towards Jochen Rindt. Will he go for the move? He's going to give it a try. Greg Burkhardt's going to do it. Introna had to open up the steering to avoid contact, and Greg Burkhardt now into P3. And Introna's mistake has cost him dearly. It's cost him 3rd. It's cost him 4th. So Ilario Introna now has his young, charging countryman behind him. Prima Ginzani Motorsport, of course, Omnia Motorsport have Prima Ginzani as their technical support team. Not just here, but also in Porsche Carrera Capitalia. But the battle between Marti, Pidou and Klingenberg over P8 continues onwards. Simon Mattis holds station in P7 at the moment. So, right, first time penalty given. Ilario Introna, track 9. And he's not the only one. Ernst Inderbitzin picks up a first 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. So both car 26 and car 20, that is Introna and Inderbitzin, pick up a post-race 5-second time penalty. But still, there is 21 and a quarter minutes plus an additional lap in this race. We have seen some very, very close racing, and all I can say is after this we'll be going to the lunch break, but there will be no rest for the wicked, as they say, because what will happen post the lunch break, race 1 for GT4 and Classics, and then we'll have 24 cars on the grid for Open GT, and that's going to be an interesting one. When I was on my way back to my commentary position, managed to do a bit of a fist bump with Dragos Buriu. Had his hand strapped up earlier on this week, I think just basically holding onto the steering wheel too hard, and it can cause a little bit of friction between the glove material in the inside and on where your hands actually grip the steering wheel. Meantime, Peter Heglin closing in on Greg Burkhardt. This is the battle for P3, and Jack Sherwood, I think, in the biggest scheme of things, new track for him. I mean, every single track he's been on, he's been pretty rapid. But when you come to a track where Felix Neuhofer is the home hero, and it's a home circuit for him, it's not really a surprise that he's 3.3 seconds up the road after the opening 10 minutes. So, Christian Kappmaskia and Ilario Introna are battling for P5 on the road, but that battle effectively becomes non-viable, I would say. This is a great battle, Heglin versus Burkhardt. Both extremely well versed with these cars. Of course, it's only been a few years since the 2.1 made its debut here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse. And again, through Graz, Introna, a little bit wide. Karamoskia seizes the opportunity. Carpe diem. Can he seize the day? Well, can he seize it on this race? That's the big question for the youngster in the number 95 car. Let's run on board with the young man himself, number 95, right in the wheel tracks. He's on the flashes to Introna. Introna will probably be told by his team, you've got a 5-second penalty. Big lock up on the right front by Introna, and he goes off at Niki Lauda. Oh, misjudged it completely. Right, car 22, Klingenberg, track limits, turn 9, car 28, Neuhofer. Oh, right, even the home hero can be viable of that, and that's going to be turn 9, Ernst Inderbitzin. That's going to be another 5-second time penalty for the number 20 car. And now, car 26, Introna, has got another penalty. Oh no! There's been a drama. I think there's contact between Greg Burkhardt and Peter Heglin. Heglin's beached. And the rear tyres are spinning for Greg Burkhardt. They're both in the gravel. Oh dear, that is just off of, I think, that's turn 4 off of Raul. I'm wondering if Peter might have gone in for the move there, and he's clipped the rear of Greg Burkhardt and has put them both in the gravel. That is going to be safety car. Safety car lights are flashing on the digital flag around the circuit. So first safety car intervention of the day, and unfortunately Greg Burkhardt's run of 6 straight podiums has come to an end here at race 1, round 4 of the 2026 season. And that is a real shame for Greg Burkhardt and for also Peter Heglin. But in other news, that is a bit of a lifeline handed to Jack Sherwood, because that means that the 4.3 second gap that Felix Neuhofer had over him has now been expunged. So that will eliminate 2 of our competitors. Let's have a look at the replay. So this is of the start. And Greg Burkhardt always quick on the draw when it comes to seeing the lights going green. As Introna tries to go up the inside through at turn 1. Heglin trying to go around the outside of him. I think we're still 2 wheels within track limits in the number 5 Fach Autotech car. So that was the start. That was under investigation, so unfortunately lap 7 sees the retirement of both Greg Burkhardt and Peter Heglin. Brings us down to 9 cars, everyone bunching up behind the Porsche Panamera GTS safety car. But it'll be down to Neuhofer when those safety car lights go out and that car peels into pit lane. He will be the man that will be charged for keeping the field in a single file, and on the restarts they can't overtake until the start finish line. There's also a 120 metre offset between the finish line and also the start line as well, so the race will finish 120 metres shorter than when it started. We are now halfway through this opening race of 6 here this weekend. So 2 for GT3 Cup, 2 for GT4 in Classic, 2 for Open GT. And there is an Inderbitsin. Oh, right. Looks like, hang on a second. Was that Ilario Introna going into pit lane? Yes, it was. So, not too sure if there may be a possible issue with the number 26. But that's parked outside the garage. And they're taking off the netting by the driver's window. And Ilario Introna. Oh, he's getting out of the car. That looks like terminal for the car. Unfortunately for the number 26 for Omnia Motorsports, that wonderful livery scheme on it, is now going to be retired from the opening race of the weekend here. Safety car will now be in this lap. So, when the safety car lights go out, Felix Neuhofer becomes the de facto safety car. And he will control the single file restart. Okay, so from what I'm hearing from our director, from our live stream producer Will, that both cars actually spun on their own accord, apparently. No contact between the pair. So 13 minutes on the timer. We're about to go back to green. Sometimes when you're pushing, it does show. There is the Porsche Panamera GTS safety car. Lights are out, and now Felix Neuhofer weaving from side to side, and then he's going to decide when he's going to gun it. Will it be before? Will it be after Jochen Rindt? He's keeping Jack Sherwood at bay. Sherwood was nearly into his back bumper. Kanamuski will restart in third position as now Neuhofer pulls the trigger. Sherwood going with him, and with just over 12 minutes and 20 seconds plus an additional lap, race 1 is back under green flag racing conditions. Now Sherwood has a second bite of the cherry here in race 1. Up towards turn 1 here at Niki Lauda. Then it's going to be Kanamuski, Atis, Marti, Pidou, Klingenberg and Indebitzin. Retirements, lap 9, Elardo Introna. Lap 7, Greg Burkhardt and Peter Heglin. But look at this, Sherwood on the back bumper of Neuhofer. We're riding on board with the 78. He switches to the outside here at turn 3. Can he get the undercut here on the Austrian? He's going to give it a go. And he's out of the corner, but Neuhofer gets the better traction. Out of Intervetten. Down in towards turn 4 here at Rauch. And car 29. Andreas Marti has got a final track limit warning for exceeding track limits at turn 10 to the outside of turn 4. Here goes Sherwood on Neuhofer. Can this be another race win? That'll be win 6 out of 7 for Sherwood. But Neuhofer wants to have, I would imagine he is gunning for both back-to-back victories on home soil here at the Red Bull Ring as down the hill we go into turn 7 at Graz. And it's a car length between the pair at the sharp end of the field. Sherwood nearly flirting with the gravel coming out of turn 7 into turn 8. Now into Jochen Rindt. Here we go. Right, let's see. Can Sherwood tee up a move? If not by turn 1, needs to do it for turn 3. Out of turn 10. As Sherwood, well, the back axle on Jack Sherwood's Porsche decided to sneak out a little bit to the left. But into turn 1 they go again. Gap was just over 3/10. Fastest lap of the race by Neuhofer, 32.206. As we've even got some viewers in the grandstand just off of turn 3. Now, well, up of turn 1. Now up the hill they go through Munzer, up into Intervetten. Hard on the brakes. Turn it right, 90-degree angle. Be very careful with the outside curving on exit. Mind out for that yellow sausage curve on the left-hand side. 10 minutes to go. And oh right, Jack Sherwood is in danger of getting a third track limit warning, and that comes with it a 5-second time penalty. Christian Kanamuski has got one, and here goes Jan Klingenberg on the inside of Sebastian Pidou, and that was inspired by the 22. He gets through on the man from Sportec, and well, it's happened. Jack Sherwood now picks up a third track limit penalty. That is 5 seconds additional race time added to the number 78. That is more than likely going to, well, 5 seconds. He's got to really start motoring at the moment now. As Andreas Marti kicks up the gravel coming out of turn 7. And turn 1 was where the, oh, and we've had a big lock-up of brakes, a big amount of smoke going through into turn 9, so someone's locked up. Possibly right front, maybe left front. It was Sherwood, and oh, lock up there by Sebastian Pidou. Coming through out of the final corners, that's going to give the run by Andreas Marti. And they go wheel to wheel down the start-finish straight across the line. 9 minutes plus an additional lap to go. And Marti, will he have the inside line for turn 1 here at Niki Lauda? No, oh, well, not he does, but Pidou to the outside keeps a hold of the position. And I think, oh, Sherwood picks up another penalty. That's 10 seconds in total for the Brit. A lot of track limit penalties that are in the vein of 5 seconds are definitely being handed out. But Pidou still not out of the woods yet. The number 9 from Sportec Racing has got Andreas Marti to his outside, in towards turn 6. Down the hill they go. Marti backs out of it, using discretion as the better part of valour. Down the hill they go, into turn 7 at Graz, on the brakes. Turn it left, down a gear. But with this GT3 Cup division being very, very closely packed, it's not at all a surprise that we are seeing drivers being a lot more competitive. Felix Neuhofer now 1.7 seconds up the road from Jack Sherwood. You add 10 seconds to that, that's a big old gap. And now Andreas Marti darts to the inside towards turn 1 on Sebastian Pidou. And at this particular occasion, Pidou stays ahead. And now car 29, Andreas Marti, 5-second time penalty, turn 9 at Jochen Rindt. So Marti, despite battling Pidou, is also going to have an additional amount of time added to his race. So not exactly what he would have wanted there, unfortunately, but that's part and parcel of it. But Felix Neuhofer is once again on course to pick up another race win, and it's going to be on home soil. And as they say, on home soil, it's ever the sweeter picking up a race win in on your own backyard. And I've heard just that, I've had another lock-up, and that just goes to show how quickly, you know, these drivers, it's not all about speed, it's about precision, it's about braking at the right point, right place, right time. Andreas Marti to the outside of Sebastian Pidou into turn 1 here at Niki Lauda. Marti's going to try and do something here, but can he get the undercut here? That's the big thing. Pidou runs a little bit hot here through turn 1 at Niki Lauda. Now it's up the hill, accelerating through the gearbox to around about 220 plus kilometers an hour on the brakes. So 5.5 minutes plus an additional lap. And Felix Neuhofer now expands the gap between himself and Jack Sherwood to 2.3 seconds. Christian Karamaskia rounds out third, which is going to become second. Simon Matisse, Jan Klingenberg, Sebastian Pidou, Andreas Marti, Ernst Inderbitzin, Ilario Introna, Greg Burkhardt and Peter Heglin. The latter 3 have retired from the race. So down to 8 Class 1 cars. So we enter the final 6th of this 30-minute plus an additional lap race here in Spielberg. But Neuhofer is absolutely flying at the moment, and he's just done a 32.4. Sherwood a 33.1. So you're looking at about 7/10 of a second in terms of lap time that Neuhofer is gaining and extending that advantage. We now go on to lap number 16 with 4 minutes and 30 still to go, plus an additional lap. So, that's very wide. I think that could be another track limit penalty coming the way of Andreas Marti. He was all 4 wheels onto the red. And it is going to be the fact of Ernst Inderbitzin is there or thereabouts in the number 20 car, the driver from Switzerland for Fach Autotech. Yeah, as I thought, another 5-second time penalty going to Andreas Marti for that excursion off of the circuit. And we run on board with Christian Karamaskia from Prima Ginzani Motorsport, 3 seconds behind Jack Sherwood, who in turn is 3.3 seconds behind race leader Felix Neuhofer. So, right, okay, car 29, Andreas Marti. As I said, that's another track limit penalty for the Ant Performance driver. You can just see how Christian Karamaskia, with what we see behind the wheel here, you know, it's trying to be smooth on your inputs, not just on the steering, but also with regards to throttle and brake manipulation. So next time around we will go on to, I think, 3 more laps remaining. So we are about to complete lap number 17. There's Jack Sherwood out of the final corner. 3 minutes to go. As Andreas Marti picks up another track limit penalty, this time with Nicky Lauda at turn 1. On board with Sherwood. Into Nicky Lauda corner, turns it in, clips the apex and keeps it 2 wheels nicely within track limits. 2 wheels on the actual circuit tarmac. Through Munster here at turn 2, and then into Intervetten here at turn 3. Hard on the brakes, down to first gear. About 70 kilometres an hour, which is about 45 mph. Now on the power. Still within track limits in turn 3. Of course, he has been given his 3 strikes and has ended up with a 5-second time penalty at least. And here comes Sebastian Pidou, wheel to wheel with Andreas Marti. This is the battle for P6. Marti's basically been eliminated out of it because of having 2 successive 5-second time penalties, and those accrue over the course of a race. Inderbitzen in his own right has got a penalty. Right, last warning for Jan Klingenberg. Track limits turn 3. 5-second time penalty for Andreas Marti. Insult to injury, another track limit penalty. This time 5 seconds added to the race time for the number 29 from Ant Performance. Turn 1 track limit succeeded. And now Jan Klingenberg has had a last track warning for exceeding track limits at turn 3 in Intervetten. Right, 2 laps to go, effectively. And the way things stand, well, Neuhofer is 4.6 seconds up the road, and I think that might be another transgression. Reference track limits for Andreas Marti. We'll wait to see what that race control put on the live timing, but we are into the throes of the last couple of minutes of this race. But Neuhofer has kept a clean hold on this race. Andreas Marti to the inside of Sebastian Pidou here at turn 3. 2 wheels in the air and Pidou spun around. Oh, a little bit overzealous, I think, maybe on the part of Andreas Marti there. And Sebastian Pidou, all that hard work, and it's just the slightest possible touch. And that's the thing with the rear engine, rear-wheel drive car. All the weight is in the back axle of the vehicle. And unfortunately, the slightest touch can make it pirouette 180, and that's exactly what happened to Sebastian Pidou. But here is your race leader, Felix Neuhofer, the number 28 from Team Neuhofer Rennsport, having a presence here in Class 1 and also Open GT Class 21, where we'll see their other 2 drivers, Max and David von Rose, and the other Austrians on the grid, despite the amount of nationalities. Final lap underway for Felix Neuhofer through into Nicky Lauda for the last time here on what will be lap 20. Jack Sherwood 4.8 seconds behind as we ride on board with the race leader, and heading up to Munster for the final time, then into Intervetten at turn 3. Christian Kanemakia nearly 4.7 seconds behind Jack Sherwood, and it has been a very, very, let's say, decisive race in many respects, but unfortunately having some retirements. Right, Andreas Marti, another 5-second time penalty, this time for turn 10 again. I thought it might be the case, but you can't exactly miss that big bright red runoff area off of the final corner. Neuhofer now making his way through into turn 6. Hill through into turn 7 at Graz for the final time before 3 more corners remain. And what a way to pick up your 2nd win of the season so far. Felix Neuhofer out of turn 8. 2 more corners to go. Now over the blind crest at over 200 kilometers an hour at full speed into Jochen Rindt, turn 9. And now 1 more corner. The final right-hander here at turn 10. And from lights out to checkered flag, including a safety car, Felix Neuhofer wins race 1 here at Spielberg on home soil. Jack Sherwood will finish in 2nd position. Distance between him and Felix Neuhofer, 5.4 seconds. Christian Karamuskia, 4.3 seconds back. Simon Matisse comes across the line in 4th. Now, obviously, this is not bearing in mind what track limit penalties have been handed out. And it has changed because now Jack Sherwood, for the first time this season, will not be on the podium because his 5-second track limit time penalty has promoted Christian Karamuskia and Simon Matisse to the podium. So Felix Neuhofer wins GT3 Cup Race 1 here in Austria, and it is by an amended time of 9.757 seconds ahead of Christian Karamuskia. Simon Matisse takes his first podium of the season in the number 74, rounding out the top 3, 11.2 seconds behind. Jack Sherwood, for the first time this season, picks up a place out of the top 3, rounding out 4th. Jan Klingenberg from Fach Autotech and Ernst Indebitzin ran out the top 6. Sebastian Pidou takes 7th after the unfortunate spin. Andreas Marti, the last of our classified runners and riders, in 8th, with Ilario Introna retiring on lap 9. Greg Burkhardt and Peter Heglin going off the track at turn 4 at Rauch, spinning and beaching themselves into the gravel, bringing out the safety car. But it's Neuhofer victorious on home soil in race 1.
Gratulation. Ist er da nach dem Safety Car innerhalb von einer Runde? Weil da waren dann die 10, also die ersten 5 Sekunden, und ich glaube dann 1 die nächsten 5. Gut.
Man kann ja nicht alles haben.
Na, aus der 10 oder 15 ist
I think he was very excited.
Was hast du? Gib mir mal den. Ja. Mit?
Aber die sind da vorne schon. Wahrscheinlich dachte er ist weiter.
Yeah.
Heimrennen. Felix, Gratulation, Heimrennen. Erster Sieg dieses Wochenende, zweiter Rennsieg diese Saison. Da sollte man ein richtiges, gutes Gefühl hier in Österreich, ne?
Auf jeden Fall, ich bin super happy. War ein mega Rennen, war gut in meinem Flow drinnen und ja, konnte einfach souverän wegfahren. Es hat richtig Spaß gemacht.
Besonders bei dem Restart nach dem Safety Car, nach dem kleines Umdrehung bei der go-kart und der Häglin, aber von deiner Ansicht, du bist auf einem guten Weg sozusagen, bevor den zweites Rennen heute Nachmittag, ne?
Ja, auf jeden Fall. Mal schauen, ob es trocken bleibt oder ob es nass wird. Es wird spannend, aber ja, Safety Car war trotzdem gut. Die ersten 2 Kurven war es ein bisschen eng, aber dann bin ich wieder gut weggekommen und dann bin ich schön bis zu Ende gefahren.
Dann freuen wir uns richtig gerne auf Rennen Nummer 2. Felix, Gratulation.
Okay.
Very, very happy. Safety car restart was good for him. Christian Kanamuskia picks up another podium. Trying to see if I can find anybody else, but let's see. The person I really want to speak to is Simon Matisse, because Widberg Motorsport finally in Class 1 this season. Now, they normally run a GT4 car, which Richard Feller has been driving this week. But I'm not too sure if we might be able to get a chat with Simon. But, congratulations to the team at Widberg. I mean, obviously, Felix Neuhofer on home soil ran away with things. And you can't say any fairer than that. He's going to look very strong, whether it's dry or whether it's wet. So I've got absolutely no idea, because obviously Simon's car has been pulled into technical checks, and that is just part of the formality here at Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse. But one happy Austrian on home soil. Felix Neuhofer goes into race 2 with a bag full of confidence, but the big news is Greg Burkhardt and Jack Sherwood, one retires, one not on the podium. How's race 2 going to look? Well, you're going to have to join us a little bit later on, because it's time for our first set of podiums for the weekend. But here on our live stream, we're going to go to the lunch break. But before we do, a little bit of a heads up for you. We've got our first ever full German interview for Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse with the legend that is der Heimmeister, Stefan Heim. We've also got an insight with regards to the track itself, and also a fantastic conversation with the team manager of Porsche Track Experience by Manthey, none other than Dennis Furlerman. Stick with us here, and we'll be back with you at about 1 o'clock local time when we get ready for race 1, GT4 and Classic. We'll see you soon. So, welcome to the Red Bull Ring here for round 4 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse, and I'm really, really pleased to have this man alongside me, Dennis Verleman from Porsche Track Experience by Manthey. Firstly, how are you, mate? More to the point.
So far, good. All good. So far, enjoying the weather here at Red Bull Ring, and yeah, looking forward to the race on Saturday.
Exactly. Well, it makes a bit of a change from the 40+ degrees temperature that we were all suffering with. I mean, you and Lucas Wolf going out there, and this is the thing that you and him, like, it doesn't matter what weather it is, it's always the people that are at the head of the management team are in a crisp white shirt, long trousers with a belt and trainers, with a radio and a headset on, and that just shows like what the pecking order is at Manthey. But let's look at, obviously, I want people to understand about the characters that we have in the paddock, and from your perspective, I've already had Darshan from B Driver, but Dennis, firstly, where did you start from in terms of being involved directly with motorsport?
Yeah, okay. So I started myself, or I tried to start my motorsport career driving go-karts. I started with 10 years when I was 10, and did some club racing. I did this for 10 years, and then somehow I had to decide what I'm gonna do in the future. I decided to not continue with driving myself. I started like a normal job, even not in motorsport, but I was always involved in motorsport like a freelancer. So this I continued. But I changed the sides, let's say, from a driver to a worker. And then I got the chance it was 2015, I got the chance to be fully employed as a team manager for a private team, for a customer team, Car Collection Motorsport. And then I did this for 10 years before, let's say, I got a call if I want to change to Manthey and hand over the Rennsport project inside the Porsche Track Experience.
And I mean, yeah, Car Collection has been involved in Porsche customer racing, but now you end up with a team that has this year celebrated 30 years.
Yes.
Along with Porsche itself celebrating Raceborn, you know, which is the hashtag that Porsche Motorsport have been using for 2026, 75 years of the brand being active. What does it mean to you to be a part of such a prestigious team such as Manthey? I mean, you look at, you know, not just the history of what Porsche Track Experience is doing here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse, but you look at the drivers that they've helped towards championships. I mean, Thomas Breining, Aishan Guven, both running in the Grello colours when they won their titles respectively, but also the pedigree, the pantheon of history that Manthey actually has. How proud are you to be a part of that?
It's for me it's a big thing, because even when I was younger and I was working already in the 24 Hours of Nürburgring, so Manthey was always there. At that time they won a couple of times the 24 Nürburgring in a row. And I was always following and watching, and it was like, it wasn't a dream for me. It was like a bit far away to be in that position, but because it was just as big, and I never thought I will be in that position. Yeah, somehow I'm really proud, or somehow I got the chance, and now I'm really proud to represent the Porsche colors and also the Manthey colors inside the paddock. It's a huge step and also a big task, because the quality and the level we try to, or we want to present to our drivers and customers. It's a huge task, and I try to do it as best as I can.
I think one of the funny things that Marcus Gratian mentioned to me at the Preisverleihung last year, he said, when you look at Manthey, when you look at that silver, look for the wing mirror covers. So like literally when we came to Portimao this year, I said to Marcus, I said, I'm doing my research like you told me off like a naughty little schoolboy last year. But I think, you know, we have to look now that we're halfway through Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse for 2026, and we've got two of your drivers battling at the sharp end. Nico Grundl, the young hotshot, and then we got Marcus. Marcus finally getting his first win.
Yes.
We were both gutted because I was trying to get his interview and he was like looking for me and I was like looking for him. It was like two wandering souls that never found each other. But you've got, you know, you've got them. Then obviously, you know, we've got Fakharim Mirzoyev from Azerbaijan. Eric Santos has now been with the crew for the second year now.
Yes.
Really get moving up in terms of speed and pace. John Jastrzemski,
Yes.
we've got the man from San Diego. Good to see him back. What is it like to now have two drivers that are competing openly and fairly in Open GT, both who have picked up wins this year? That must be quite exciting, but a bit nail-biting for you at the same time, because you're like thinking, please, you know, we know what the cardinal sin in motorsport is never take out your teammate.
Yeah.
But they've raced very hard and very fair, haven't they, so far this season?
Basically, I'm very happy to see that development. They both did during the season. So Nico started already on a high at Portimao, but he's still continuing. And when you see where they all come from, because everybody of them, they started in the Porsche track experience, probably driving a street car like a GT3, GT3 RS, and then growing up with the Rennsport Academy, where they did their first steps. They got their first racing license, and then ending up in the Sprint Challenge Suisse, and now leading with 1 and 2 the championship. I'm really happy to see their development. On the other hand, during the race, like you said, when I see them racing close each other and really hard but fair, but I'm sweating a lot, even if it would be colder than here in Imola.
But that's why you whenever I see you, you got this big look of relief on your face whenever it's the final podium for Open GT. You're like, oh, thank God that's over. But I think really what we have to look at is the track here at Red Bull Ring. It's got the least amount of corners. I think it's the shortest track on the calendar, but a lot of elevation changes. What are the biggest challenges that a driver will have, especially going through Niki Lauda corner at turn 1, and then you've got that big uphill run, and like turn 2 isn't really turn 2, it's just like a little flick to the left in the steering, and then it's hard on the brakes to the highest point of the circuit, and then it's down the roller coaster. What are the biggest challenges from your perspective that a driver has to anticipate here at the Red Bull Ring?
You said it already, the biggest challenges the drivers have. So because you have two very hard braking points, turn 1 and then turn up to turn 3. So this is the first one. It's even turn 1 when you go more to the left over the curb. The car is really shaking on the curbs, and then you still have to match and take your braking point, throw the car into turn 1, hitting the apex properly, and then have a good exit, like you said, to go up the hill to turn 3. So turn 2 is obviously not really a corner, so it's full throttle, the full straight, but then hit the next braking point on turn 3, again hitting the apex perfectly to have a good exit down to turn 4. So these are the biggest challenges here.
I mean, apart from that, going downhill is a very different skill set altogether here.
Yeah, of course, because then the quicker part of the track is coming, so you have a bit more flow, but also there, braking points are quite difficult to get, and then you also need to have get the apex. You have blind corners in that part, especially then turn 9 and downhill to turn 10. Also there, hitting the apex quite hard, and then you need to be prepared well for getting again to turn 1 and have a good exit on the start-finish straight.
I want to head back to Imola a few weeks ago. Obviously, we saw cockpit temperatures approaching or going slightly north of about 60 degrees centigrade, which in other words is about 140 degrees Fahrenheit. How were the drivers coping? Because you've got to be very, very fit to be behind the wheel of one of these cars. I mean, I found out through my passenger ride with Rod Christie at Misano just how brutal these cars are. What is it like for the team? Because obviously it's not just the drivers having to deal with the conditions. Everyone's in a hot environment. I mean, I still remember when this man had one of those spray bottles and just said, do you want a little cool down? Sprayed the back of my neck and it was instant relief. But I think it's about everyone just sort of making sure that everyone's okay, because it's not just about the drivers, it's about everyone else behind the scenes. You've got a great team behind you. I mean, obviously Lucas being one of them. What does it mean to have like a great team that works together well, no matter what the conditions that are thrown at them?
Obviously, Imola was quite hard for everybody, not only for the drivers. They had up to 60 degrees and more inside the car, so this was hard, but also for the mechanics. They worked in 40 degrees and more inside the garage. Unfortunately, we had to repair 2 times the cars in time, so this was a huge challenge. But the team always is working together, and like without the mechanics, the drivers outside can't drive their cars, let's say. So therefore we try not only to keep the drivers in a good shape, but we also try to keep the mechanics in a good shape. This starts with a morning activation, or we call it like a morning activation. So we have a physiotherapist on site, and he's warming up the guys, even in hot conditions, but he's warming up the guys in the morning. And then during the day, we just try to hand them over some electrolytes, and we taking care that they have enough water, like you said, the spray bottles, just to cool down a bit. And then, this is the thing we have to do. And even if if a mechanic needs help from the physiotherapist, he's not only there for the drivers, he's taking care of the full team, and this makes a bit the difference. So and we can't really wait that a mechanic is can't work anymore because he's, let's say, destroyed because of the heat, or he has injuries. So that's nothing we can accept. So therefore we try to be there in advance.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite astounding, you know, when, like, say, if there's problems whereby we did have one of the cars go off in qualifying, we had dramas in the final race heading into Tamburello, which involved Eric. Where, like you say, it's everyone helps everybody. It's sort of like there's no I in team. But it's just the thing that's astounded me, and this is quite honest, folks, is that it doesn't matter what garage I go into, whether it's you guys at Manthey, PT at Manthey, B Driver, Sportec, T-Mules, like the attention to detail where it comes to, like, all the sideboards are clean. The floor is as clean as humanly possible, repairs permitting, of course. It's a far world from what I've been used to for like the last 7 or 8 years being involved in the karting world. There's always a lot of pride in terms of appearance, isn't there?
Yeah, of course. So you need, like, the team spirit. Everybody needs to grow up together, and without the team behind, no one of the drivers outside can drive, and this is the same for everybody here in that championship, you know. And it's like this.
Well, Dennis, it's been an absolute pleasure. Keep your eyes on the PT by Manthey cars. You can't exactly miss them. All silver, but watch out for the wing mirror colours this weekend here at Red Bull Ring. So we are now into the second half of the 2026 Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse season, and we are back to a regular haunt on the calendar, of course, the Red Bull Ring. here in Spielberg, around about a 200-kilometer, 2-hour drive from the Austrian capital city of Vienna. It is the current modern-day home of the Austrian Formula One Grand Prix every summer, but it is home to us here at Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse. Let's not forget, we've already had 3 rounds in the calendar so far, starting off in April. Back at Portimao, we headed to the Temple of Speed in the first weekend of May in Monza, and then last time out, the summer heat wave hit us. As you can hear, flat 6 power, Open GT, about to go out for their session. So forget the words of Julie Andrews from The Sound of Music. The hills are alive with the sounds of flat 6. Now this circuit, established back in 1969, originally as the Österreichring, has gone through evolutions over the past near on 6 decades of operation. A little bit of ASMR, flat 6, Open GT, Class 21 there for you. It evolved from the Österreichring to the A1 ring and then was closed down because, thank you to the great late Dietrich Mateschitz, he made sure that this became a beacon for Austrian motorsport, and with significant investment, it has evolved to the facility that we have here. State-of-the-art facilities with the wing complex just over there, the iconic Niki Lauda corner up at turn 1. The elevation change doesn't really get justice on videos. You really have to get an understanding, as we'll showcase you with a hot lap. Patrick Dinkeldine goes through there. But there's a lot of technicality for even such a, what people might call a straightforward circuit here at the Red Bull Ring. But there's more than meets the eye. It might be 4.3 kilometers, the shortest track on our calendar. It might be 10 turns, but there is a skill, a science to unlocking the perfect lap. And that's what we're going to find out over the next few minutes.
So here it is, Austria's roller coaster, the Red Bull Ring. Now you might be thinking, it looks pretty straightforward, but it's quite deceiving. It's 4.326 kilometers and only 10 corners. But what makes the circuit so fascinating and also challenging is the dramatic topography as it's built directly into the Styrian hills. It features an impressive 65 meters of elevation change right the way up to turn 3, with gradients reaching 12% uphill and 9.3% downhill. One of the other things is when you start a lap here, the start line is 120 meters ahead of the finish line, so you've got to also compensate for that offset during a race itself. So let's take you through a lap. It begins with the fast right-hander of turn 1 at Niki Lauda, before you instantly see that big elevation change and you have to start climbing your way up it. Through turn 2 at Monza, the cars are already accelerating onto the steepest section of the track, cresting the hill before they go into the heavy braking zone and into Vetten at turn 3. And it's one of the best overtaking opportunities anywhere in Europe. The approach uphill allows drivers to get on the brakes really late, but getting the exit right on coming out of turn 3 is critical for the run downhill that begins now. From turn 4 at Rauch onwards, the character of the circuit, it becomes a bit Jekyll and Hyde. It changes completely. The track begins to flow with a series of medium and high-speed corners where precision is everything. From Rauch, it falls away on the exit, whereas turn 6 and turn 7 at Graz, a double left-hander section, are particularly demanding, as the road drops downhill before climbing once again, and it means that the drivers have to commit despite limited visibility, and they have to go on reflex and awareness. Confidence is the reward from the final sector itself. Turns 8 and 9 are taken at well over 200 kilometers per hour, with subtle changes and camber and elevation, constantly loading and unloading not just the chassis of the Porsche underneath you, but also the suspension and other mechanical parts supplying grip. drivers arrive at the famed Jochenrindt turn at turn 9, almost blind, before carrying maximum speed through the final corner onto the 626 metre start finish straight. For our field here for Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse, the Red Bull Ring is a circuit that demands more than outright speed. It's a test of braking precision, throttle control, and the ability to read every crest, camber change, and compression. On paper, it's short and straightforward, but in reality, it's one of the most technically demanding laps on the calendar. So, let's go on board with a hot lap here in Austria.
So, wir gehen schon weiterhin, wenn nochmal ein Interview hier bei Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse, Runde Nummer 4 und auf meiner rechten Seite der Pilot der Nummer 291, Stefan Heim.
Servus.
Herzlich willkommen, mein Freund. Nochmal wieder eine sehr angenehmes Wochenende, nicht wie in Imola ein paar Wochen früher, ne?
Das kann man sagen. Es ist hier wirklich warm. Es ist Sommer, wir haben 30 Grad, aber es ist gegen Imola schon fast kalt. Ich ziehe im Rennauto sogar mein Overall an, damit ich nicht friere. Nee, es ist wirklich ein Riesenunterschied zu Imola. Angenehm zum Fahren, kein Regen, Top-Bedingungen und ich denke, es wird ein schönes Rennwochenende geben.
Und nochmal ein bisschen mehr Luft in die Atmosphäre hier. Aber nochmal, letztes Jahr Klasse 23 Meister hier bei Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse. Ich muss mal sagen, dass dir und der Michi hat letztes Jahr den Gesamtsieg bei 2 Stunden Endurance-Rennen bei Misano, dann kommt Portimao aus Saisonauftakt, nochmal ein Endurance-Sieg und dann kommt leider Pech im Rettefiglio-Schikane in Monza. Aber das ist nur Rennsport, ne?
Das ist Rennsport und Monza ist bekannt. Selbst die Formel 1 hat da immer wieder ihre Probleme in der ersten Schikane und wir sind leider auch Opfer geworden. Aber war zum Glück nur ein materieller Schaden, kann man beheben und jetzt sind wir mitten in der Meisterschaft im Kampf. Wir sind hier auch gut dabei und ich rechne mir für morgen fürs Qualifying nicht allzu schlechte Chancen aus.
Ich werde jetzt auf Englisch erklären. If you want someone who's got crazy on a livery, this man has got it on the back bumper. Gott sei Dank in seinem Sohn, der hat den Grafik auf dein schönes Auto, der hat für ADAC GT Masters in 2022 mit der Christian Engelhardt und der DTM-Meister letztes Jahr Aishan Güven bis zum 2. Platz in die Gesamtwertung. Wie ist es von deinen Wenigkeiten, deinen Augenblick, dieses ikonisches Auto immer am Steuer zu fahren, jedes Mal, mein Freund?
Ja, ist natürlich sehr schön mit der tollen Geschichte, wo das Auto hat in der GT-Masters mit super Fahrern drauf. Mir selber macht es auch sehr viel Spaß. Das Auto ist im Vergleich zum aktuellen 992 ist der 991 dieses Auto ein bisschen lebendiger, muss man mehr arbeiten im Auto, aber es macht sehr viel Freude. Das ist Rennsport pur.
Und wir haben letztes Jahr gesehen, zwischen den großen Unterschied, pass mal auf, Handy klingelt. Das ist immer das Gleiche, wenn das passiert in einem Interview, wenn ein Handy klingelt. Ne? Aber du als Geschäftsführer von Heim Bohrtechnik, ja, das ist immer das Gleiche, aber das passiert. Aber wir haben schon, besonders bei letztes Jahr in 2025, ein großes Duell zwischen dir, der Patrick Dinkeldein und auch ein guter Freund, der Rod Christie, der war immer stark am Steuer. Das ist ein bisschen ein kleines, das ist schade, dass Rod ist nicht mit uns für diese Saison, aber die Zweikämpfe zwischen dir und der Patrick auf der Strecke sind richtig Hammer. Und auch ein neues Teil kommt der Drago Spurio da drin.
Natürlich, das sind alles sehr gute Fahrer und macht die ganze Geschichte spannend. Wir haben da richtig Action drin.
Ja.
Freuen uns auf ein mega Wochenende.
Und ich denke, das ist richtig der Hammer, wenn jemand als Neuling in diesen Klassement sozusagen kommt rein, mit nur ein Jahr Überlebnis mit einem 991,2 GT3 Cup Car und dann steigt direkt in 992 GT3 R. Das ist richtig ein großer Learning Curve sozusagen. Man muss seinen Stil hinter dem Steuer immer wechseln, mit dem Setup, den Feintuning, den voller Leistung vor dem Auto rauszubringen mit dem Team und mit den Ingenieuren. Ich denke, das ist gut für die Meisterschaft und auch, dass wir haben nochmal einen Pilot auf ein GT3 R von Porsche Motorsport da drin in OpenGT. Ich muss mal sagen, dass es dieser junge Mann hat mich eine kleine Überraschung gegeben bei der Startaufstellung in Portimao. Wenn wir haben schon, ich war komplett auf Deutsch und dann, hey, only for you, bei dem Spitzphrase am Ende den Interview.
Genau.
Das ist, aber ich muss mal sagen, dass Heim Bohrtechnik ist jetzt ein Sponsor von Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse und du hast mit mir darüber geredet, dass viele Kunden bis zum Portimao eingeladen. Von deiner Ansicht nochmal ein großes Teil für nicht nur persönlich dir als Fahrer, aber auch als Geschäftsführer von Heim Bohrtechnik. Was für deine Ansicht war die Endentscheidung als Sponsor für diese Meisterschaft zu werden?
Gut, wir machen sehr viel Sponsoring im Motorsport. Wir sind seit 10 Jahren Sponsor in der MotoGP, in der Moto2, machen da auch Kundenevents, nehmen die Kunden mit und Rennsport begeistert, absolut. Hier im Porsche Sports Cup nehmen wir 2-mal im Jahr noch ein Straßenauto mit, den RS, machen mit unseren Kunden Kundentaxi und das ist natürlich ein besonderes Erlebnis. Dazu habe ich dann gesagt, mache ich als Sponsor in der Marke, machen wir einfach ein bisschen Werbung für uns, komplett im ganzen Sports Cup Schweiz. Und ist natürlich auch für die Kunden dann schön, wenn man einen sauberen Auftritt hat.
Okay. Ja, das ist richtig, einen guten Punkt darüber zu reden, von meiner Ansicht, warum du kommst rein und wann hast du als Fahrer im Motorsport gestartet, Stefan?
Ja, schon sehr, sehr früh. da war ich erst 18, da bin ich ein bisschen Stockcar-Rennen gefahren. Das war früher noch populär. Dann habe ich eigentlich immer wieder hobbymäßig Kartsport betrieben, aber nur im Hobbybereich. Und bin dann aber doch die ein oder andere Mal zu guten Veranstaltungen gekommen, wo internationale Fahrer da waren. Bin da mitgefahren und konnte mich immer sehr gut behaupten und bin schlussendlich vor 10 Jahren in Autorennsport eingestiegen mit dem Cayman GT4 hier im Sports Cup Schweiz. War auch recht erfolgreich. Habe danach ein paar Jahre Belka-Serie betrieben, Zolder, Assen. War ja auch vorne mit dabei.
Ja.
Und ging dann über der Deutsche Sports Cup 2 Jahre. Und dann hatte ich wieder Heimweh in den Schweizer Cup. Und konnte dann vor 2 Jahren den R vom Team Jos kaufen. Und jetzt bin ich dabei.
Und wir müssen jetzt erklären, einen Punkt, dass der Stefan kommt original aus Deutschland, und ist am 19 Jahre alt in die Schweiz gekommen. Ne?
Genau.
Und ich denke, das ist richtig ein großer Punkt, dass wir müssen darüber reden, von meiner Ansicht hier, Stefan, dass die kleine Überraschung, dass ich habe in Imola, wenn ich, dir und die Stefanie haben gesprochen, in Frigo gibt direktes Pauliner Spezi. Das war von meiner Wenigkeit eine gute Sache zu sehen. Es gibt Traditionen bei Herr Heim natürlich.
Ja.
Und jetzt hast du von meiner Wenigkeit einen Spitzname bekommen, der Heimmeister natürlich.
Der Heimmeister.
Der Heimmeister. But I think really the thing is, ich werde jetzt auf Englisch wechseln. Stefan, thank you very much for your time. Keep your eyes on the crazy man behind the wheel of 291 Open GT Class 23.
Thank you for the interview. Good luck.
Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, herzlich willkommen wieder zurück nach der Mittagspause. So welcome back after the lunch break. Just about to get away very shortly with GT4 and Classics Race 1. However, as you can see, there is sunshine. We have a little bit of a shower. There are wet tyres being brought down because we've got GT4 and Classics up next for their first of two races. But the first things first, we need to welcome back our chef, Richard Feller. Welcome back. We missed you at Imola, but the weather's decided to throw a curveball for our teams for GT4 and Classics Race 1, hasn't it?
Yes, thanks, Alex. Yeah, good to be back with you guys. Sorry that was in Imola, but I think it's a great weekend. Now here, we were lucky until now. This small shower is not going to be very strong. I think they'll be able to start in slicks, and I hope everything works fine. There might be a little more of that in the afternoon. Take great care, guys, and have a nice race. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. So lovely to see Richard Feller was off on an e-bike tour in the Netherlands for a couple of weeks, but really interesting. We got some of our classics rumbling down out of turn number 10 by the red bulletin sign. But the big news is that we have Orchid Racing Team's Kevin Lettillon on pole position. David Diaz for AMAG First Rennsport will be alongside on the front row. And the rain has pretty much faded. I mean, Luke, if you just want to point over to our leading car, you can see the droplets of rain. Those are going to be very much disappearing once that car takes off with the 30-second board ready to go. But of course, with the classics here at Porsche Sprint Challenge Classic Suisse, we have the 964 and the 993 generations, the precursors to the modern day equivalent. But again, the drivers making their way down. It's going to be possibly a little bit maybe skating on an ice rink, but you can see with Orchid Racing Team, they've got a brand new set of Michelin tyres for Kevin Lettillon. AMAG First Rennsport also are equipped. And I think the thing is there is some grey cloud cover overhead. So the thing is that if this rain does not stick with us, the big problem that it will cause is you've got to roll the dice. You've got to decide if you're going to stick on your Michelin slicks or you're going to go to a full set of cut wet tyres. And this might be, as we said in the Red Bull Ring feature, a very easy track. As you've seen in GT3 Cup Race 1, there were plenty of times when I think it was Andreas Marti who picked up 20 seconds worth of time penalties. Let's see. Kevin's having just a quick chat, but as you can see on the back of the t-shirts, every dream driven by a team. That's a great motto to stick by. And look at this from AMAG First Rennsport. They've got one of the air dryers out, actually drying the grid position. Now, obviously, this is going to be a rolling start, but they need to gather some temp into the tyres from pull away. Herr Jus, Michael, wie geht's dir?
Gut, und selbst?
Ja, ein bisschen etwas anders wie Imola in ein paar Wochen früher mit diesen kurzen Regenduschen, ne?
Ja gut, ich meine hier jetzt die Wetterkapriolen, mal trocken, mal nass. Ich denke, wir werden da sicherlich auch nachher betroffen davon sein und wird spannend, ja.
Ja, und auch freuen wir uns auf der Stefan in erstes Rennen in ein paar Minuten für Open GT Rennen Nummer 1. Ich denke, dass Stefan ist auf einem guten Weg dieses Wochenende hier.
Ja, das stimmt. Schon vom ersten Testtag an, beziehungsweise vom ersten Testsession an, war die Pace sehr, sehr gut. Auch gegenüber den 992Rs konnte sehr gut mithalten. Und ja, die Quali-Runde hat auch sehr gut getroffen. Von dem her wird ein spannendes Rennen.
Okay, dann wünsche ich dir viel Glück. Danke, Michi. So, Michael, you were saying that Stefan's in a very, very good way. Let's see. Can we speak to one of the front row? Let's see if Mr. Diaz, yes? No? Yeah, right. Okay, let's... Right, okay, let's see. I'm going to say this in your own language. Boa tarde, David.
Hello, everyone. What is your question? Could you repeat?
Well, how does it feel being the championship leader coming to the second half of the season, buddy? I mean, but you've got a strong opponent in the form of Kevin alongside of you.
Kevin is a master of his art. Like, I really look forward for this race. And, you know, I mean, this like very long journey and learning everything I can every single race. I'm really looking forward for this one as well.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one going into turn one. I mean, it's not easy going uphill in one of these Caymans, is it?
Yes, turn one is a little bit slippery, but turn two is ice skating ring right now. And so I think we'll see some action there. Let's see how it comes out.
Okay. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigado, Alex. Take care.
Right, great to hear from David Diaz, Mr. Personality in Class 10. Let's see. Can we maybe... I'm just keeping an eye for the 5-minute board to go out. Because if that is the case, Eric Chatelain is being dropped off of the air jacks. And of course, this wonderful 993 Porsche Centrum 5 scenes of Schorschwerler. And it's very much a family business. Right, you know what, folks? That's it for the grid walk. 5 minutes until we get things going. Let's get ready to rock and roll with the Classics and GT4 up next for race 1.
So the scene is set for our second of 6 sprint races over the course of the beginning of the second half 2026
Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse season here in Spiel. The rain has died down quite significantly, but now it is almost time for our drivers. A 1 minute board goes up, and in 30 seconds, the leading car will be released. Once the drivers are sent on their formation lap, last bits of good luck wishes to all our competitors, as we have a total of 14 cars from the 718 Cayman GT4 era. 30-second board, leading car now pulls away from the start line. And also the old school classics, rumbling and throatily roaring around this just over 4.3 kilometer 10-turn circuit. And then the 964s. Always a pleasure to see these classic race machines kept shipshape and Bristol fashion and still being raced competitively. Green flag waves, so let's take you through the starting grid for GT4 and Classic race number 1. Duration of 30 minutes plus an additional lap. Kevin Letillon for Orchid Racing Team Genève starts on pole. David Diaz, the man from Portugal for AMAG First Rennsport, on the at the outside of the opening row. Eric Chatelain will be joined by 993 pole sitter Schorsch Wöhler. He'll have the likes of Sebastian Glaser and Eric Fuchs, also his countrymen, rounding out the top 6. Albert Weinziel and Jude Schreiber from Italy round out the top 8. Fabian Frohner and Switzerland's Roger Mettler complete the top 10. Rounding out the 14-strong grid will be Gunther Schindler in the 345, Stefan Niedermeyer in the 356. Finally, on the last row, Florian Schmidhuber in the 327 and the 320 of Maximilian von der Leyen, rounding out the grid. And one of the big things was when I was, I think I was actually chatting with Dino Zamparelli and Chris Zöchling, who are 2 of the driver coaches at Fach Autotech. As we were talking, it was about 1:45, 10 to 1 here in Spielberg, and Dino put his hand out and he went, I think that's rain. And then we saw the grey clouds. But whether or not the weather here in Spielberg is going to remain static in one way or another is anybody's guess, mine included. I could not tell you what it could be, but the main thing is you have to stick with us, because we've got another 4 races after this. We've got Open GT. That's going to be a packed grid with 24 cars. Obviously, having chatted with Team Jules by Hein Bohrtechnik, team principal and team owner Michael Jules, he said, yeah, Stefan's looking really good, really strong. So now, the grid board being shown. So Letillon will control the pace, 80 kilometers an hour, and the drivers have to not break formation until the lights go green. So who's your bets on, folks? Who is going to win in Class 10, Class 31 and Class 32? So the leading car will drive its way down into pit lane. And it's Letillon versus Diaz. This is David Diaz's first race season as a competitive driver. And underneath the team sort of founded and run by René Raymond, he's in very, very good hands indeed, who helped Elia Papacena to his championship run last season. Lights are on the gantry, leading car in pit lane with 30 minutes on the timer. Safety car getting into its position at the back end of the field, the Porsche Panamera GTS, as we are green for race 1, and now it's pedal to the metal as Diaz going to the outside of turn 1, and he's going to try, well, Letillon very, very gingerly lets off the throttle, lets Diaz go through, but Schorsch Wöhler and also Jude Schreiber's bolted up the order. He's like a scalded cat on a hot tin roof, that man. So, and Kevin Letillon has got the rain lights engaged on the back end of his 718 Cayman GT4. As all David Diaz goes straight on at turn 3. Ah, right. There are bigger, greyer cloud up there. Start is currently under investigation. There is
saturation on the circuit. A little bit of rooster tails coming from the back end of David Diaz's 115 AMAG First Range Sport car. But again, I think he's, you know, it's his first season. He's basically a rookie, and Kevin Latillon has got bags of experience. But the thing is, he is keeping with Latillon in that pink, looks like, yeah, along with the Tudor signage on it, it looks like it's got the Pink Panther. Yes, it's the Pink Panther with his microscope. He's trying to look for Inspector Clouseau. Right. But it's a wonderful looking livery. And great to see Kevin in good spirits a little bit earlier on. And also yesterday. But nevertheless, these drivers... Now, I have seen... right, Gunther Schindler, the 345... has not come through sector 1, so we might have a drama on the opening lap of this race. As of course, wipers are on car 320. I think that's actually the car behind. I'm just trying to see here. 28 minutes still to go. One car has got its wipers on. Now that is probably... I'm thinking it might... I'm looking at the back. It might have been Schmidhuber or Van der Leyen. I'm not sure. It's actually the car in front of 340. Albert Weinziel in the 307. And David Diaz is... Yeah, you can see it's like skating on an ice rink at turn 3. Latillon trying to use the outside line to get the purchase. We run on board with David Diaz. Very, very happy-go-lucky individual this man is. Great to always have a chat with him. You can just see as he goes down the gearbox in this near 500 brake horsepower car, 6-speed, sequential, and you can hear it's got a very different rumble, a very different exhaust note in comparison with its older brother, well, its bigger brother, the 992.1, and it's just waiting, now bury the throttle, and then have to think about it, lift off, dab a brake, get it on the apex, keep it on the inside line, don't run too wide coming out of turn 7 at Graz. Last time around, after the opening lap, David Diaz was about 6.5 tenths behind as they go through into turn 9. As, we've got a really good battle here. This is with Jud Schreiber. He's ahead of Albert Weinziel and Eric Fuchs in the number 340. And now this is for P3 as Weinziel to the inside at turn 9. Great move there by the 307. Jud Schreiber, the Italian with Boradori Motorsport. As no further action with regards to the start, so start was declared good by race control. So we are just over the 4-minute mark being completed. Florian Schmidhuber has got through on Maximilian van der Leyen, and Stefan Niedermeyer is the last of the 13 drivers that took to the start of this race. As David Diaz really doing a good job keeping with Kevin Latillon, who still continues to lead the race so far. And our race director, good to have Kevin Kaltenegger on board with us for this round here in Austria. But it's really close here because at the moment Eric Fuchs is... that was a bit too close for call between Fuchs and Schreiber. Fabian Forner now diving to the inside at turn 4. Has he got the run to the outside of the 344 from Boradori Motorsport? Let's see. Yes, he has. But Schreiber to the inside line. It's going to be wheel to wheel for third place in class. Well, it's going to be very, very close between third, fourth, fifth and sixth. So Frona now up into P5. George Verler is about 1.1 seconds in front of Sebastian Glaser in the 312. They're the top two in class 32. Leading in class 31, which is the 964 RS or Cup cars, is Florian Schmidhuber in the number 327. go back on board. Wipers are now on. Rain is starting to fall at the top of the circuit, and it looks to be intensifying. So now, I did say you'd have to roll the dice and make the decision. Now, some people might have thought, okay, well, the rain has dissipated, so I might as well stick on slick tyres. And this is a great example. We're on board with Sebastian Glaser. Look at this. This is what I love about the 993 and the 964s. It's old school. There's no ABS. There's no traction control. You are driving by the seat of your pants. And look at the amount of steering angle. The steering racks of the older generation cars are not as advanced. I mean, the turning circle is a bit more aggressive. And look at, we're on board with George Verla in the 355, and he's now coming through into turn 7 into Graz, and you can just see, look how calm he is behind the wheel. It's sort of now measuring the conditions, and that rainfall is intensifying again. And you can just see he's going to be pushing over 180 kilometers an hour. Down a gear, turns it right. So, the big thing is, they're just going to have to be very, very careful. And here comes the storming Eric Fuchs to the inside of Albert Weinziel. Into turn 9, runs a little bit deep. And Weinziel will not get the inside line for turn number 10. As Sebastian Glaser now closing into George Verla for the Class 32 race lead. 355 plays against 312. And this is only the third race that the Classics have had so far this season. They'll be with us right up until the end of the championship year in the final weekend at Zona World Circuit Marco Simoncelli, just off of the Adriatic coast and Mili. But again, you can just see these drivers. I love how well turned out these are. And look at this battle for the race lead in Class 32. Here comes Sebastian Glaser with a run of speed on George Verla. He's to the outside at turn 4. This could be a beautiful move by the 312. He's got to the inside line here at turn 6. And Sebastian Glaser takes the lead from George Verla on the run down into turn 6 and turn 7 here at Graz, and George Verla sees a little bit of daylight at the end of the tunnel, and he just about gets cut off. Good defensive move there by Glaser to keep George Verla at bay. Over the crest, the blind crest now as we go down into Jochenrindt here at turn number 9. Verla takes the tighter line into that corner. Glaser just keeps away from the inside curbing. Verla to the inside at turn 10. No room at the end there for the 355. But now they're starting to battle. All I'm going to say is this. At the minute, with just under 21 minutes to go, the gap was 14 seconds between second and third position. Now that these two are going to start battling tooth and nail, I think that's going to give the opportunity for Eric Fuchs to close on in, but at the meantime that's not going to be the case because he is 16.2 seconds back. So these two are effectively pushing each other along, and the wipers are now going on big time as Stefan Glaser, the back end, stepping out a little bit to the left hand side as he tried to initially initiate the rotation of momentum on that 993 car. But a very, very different sound to its modern day counterpart. And you should have. What I just heard there was Sebastian Glaser not blipping the throttle, modulating it, and of course that then opens up the tailpipe. So you go like that, brah, brah, brah. So he's waiting, and in the meantime we've got the battle for P4 in the Class 32 division. Weinziel versus Frohner. Schmidhuber still leads in Class 31 and has an advantage over Maximilian von der Leyen, who coming into this round had the championship lead in Class 31, an advantage of 6.9 seconds. Stefan Niedermeyer still running, but unfortunately for Gunther Schindler, seemed like things were going his way in the 3:45, so hopefully he will be out for race number 2. Headlights ablaze on the number 340 and on the number 330. So Fuchs and Horner. George Furler, in the meantime, has retaken the race lead from Sebastian Glaser in the battle for the Class 32 race lead. Yeah, and no wonder the wipers are going on, because there is rain still falling. Yeah, rain is still falling, so I'm going to have to get the rain jacket out for the next set of interviews in the grid walk. But, oh, look at this, one-handed through turn 3 and one hand on the stick shift. That's what you call commitment from Sebastian Glaser. He was trying to muscle the car around the corner and keep traction behind George Furler. And they both got the wipers going. This is like skating on an ice rink, but if they have selected those wet tyres, they made exactly the right choice. Kevin Letillon has pulled away, cantered away, actually more to the point, in front of David Diaz. Eric Chatelain rounding out the top 3. 3 runners in Class 10 for this round of the season. As back on board we go with Sebastian Glaser in the 312. One-handed through turn 8. And then shifting up to 4th. Now up to 5th. And there is Letillon already starting to lap a couple of the drivers, which will be in the Class 31 division. Rain light still on the back end of that 718K GT4 Aris Clubschwart. So Letillon had the right idea, and he's got a gap now nearly of 4.7 seconds. Still the battle continues for the Class 32 lead. As the wind is picking up, a little leaf blowing into the way of the camera lens for Chris, our cameraman at turn number 3. But just wonderful to see these drivers really go absolutely all guns blazing in these in these older cars, and they're very much appreciated. You know, a race car should be used as it's intended, as a race car. So as they always say, race car backwards spells race car. Need I say more? And look, oh my Gideon, on that rain, it is absolutely coming down cats and dogs on the windscreen of Sebastian Glaser. And you can see he's resting, he's down to 2nd gear. And a big amount of right hand down. But this is what I said about these 993 cars. They don't scream like the 992.1s. They rumble like they've got this throaty flat 6 roar, which is absolutely wonderful to hear. And look at this. He's not letting up on the shoulders of George Furler. He's saying to George, right, okay, I haven't had a win there yet this season. Now it's my turn to put the pressure on you big time. And look at this, the wipers are still going on the 2 leaders in the Class 32 division. They've got to be careful. We haven't seen any track limits because of these wet weather conditions. So the drivers have been very, very mindful. So Maximilian von der Leyen and Stefan Niedermeyer are both a lap down off of the leaders. As both Wöhler and Glaser again up the hill through Münster into Interwetten at turn 3. Of course, the Münster turn would become the chicane if it was for the MotoGP of Austria, which is going to be happening later on this year. But Van Glaser getting a good run of purchase. Oh, he might sneak up the inside, and George Wöhler shuts the door. This is going to be close going into turn 4, and Glaser's got the run. He's side by side with George Wöhler. And he's gotten ahead. That's great work by the 312. Managed to get the traction down. George Wöhler wrestling with the steering wheel. Down into 2nd gear. Into the left here at Rauch. And a little bit of a run deep by Glaser. Can Wöhler get the opportunity, get the upper hand coming out of 5? This is great stuff. And the nose dips down as Sebastian Glaser hits the anchors at the back end of that 993 Porsche. He's nearly on the limits of the back end, going out to the right-hand side through turn 6, and he's handling it really, really nicely. Wöhler's giving him absolutely all the stick he can and saying, right, you want to fight? Let's have a good old race. And I have to say, I love the fact that with the modern day cars you get some great racing, but seeing these classics being driven to within an inch of the carcass on their tyres is absolutely fantastic to witness. And Wöhler's got a good run coming out of the final corner. Across the line they go. Can Wöhler get the slipstream into turn 1 here at Niki Lauda corner? Is he going to look to dive to the inside? He's going to go late on the brakes, but he thinks better of it. Oh, they're having to deal with snap-on oversteer at the best of times. But that's beautifully handled by both drivers. The wipers going like the clappers now. But still, there is no let-up by these two drivers. They are putting on one hell of a show for us right here. That's what you want to see. That's what you want to witness. But still, Glaser leading the way in Class 32. It's not much between him and Josh Wöhler, but you can bet your bottom dollar that the man in the 355 from Porsche Centrum 5 Scene Motorsport is not going to give out without a clear fight. It's absolutely breathtaking, absolutely wonderful to watch. 12.5 minutes, and we've been so focused on this. Like I say, absolutely glorious. Just hearing these particular vehicles roar around the circuit here at the Red Bull Ring, absolutely magical. And you can see the windscreen wipers still going. As they say, no rest for the wicked, especially when you're racing. And still, these drivers are giving us a heck of a show here in Spielberg. Nach dem Rennen muss ich beide Piloten gratulieren. Was für ein Showcase mit die zwei verschiedenen Piloten anführen dieses Feld hier in Klasse 32. Sorry, I had to go for a little bit of Germanic flair there. Well, when you speak multiple languages, you want to try and use them as much as you can, but most of my time is normally interviews and pit lane. But still, nevertheless, we've got a great battle going on for the final step on the Class 32 podium, and that is being contested by the likes of Eric Fuchs in the number 340. We've then got Albert Weinziel in the 307, as sideways he caught it. Well held, Fabian Frohner. Oh my goodness, that back end was stepping out like a good one. And he's got Kevin Letion right, well, he's just gone right past him. So Letion is, I think, pretty much going to try and lap as many cars as he can, and that's probably going to be right up. Well, that depends on how quickly he catches Sebastian Glaser and Sean Wöhler. So at the minute, moment there for David Diaz. Oh, I did say it's been a bit like stepping on an ice rink, and with the fact of the matter being that these drivers are now having to really they've got to do one thing, and David Diaz has got to be very, very careful with Fabian Frohner, and Fabian giving him enough room to facilitate the move through at turn 4 before heading into turn 5. They just got to get the cars home. That's going to be the main modus operandi that these drivers will have to commit to. David Diaz knows that he's not going to catch. I think he's probably might have reserved himself to the fact of, look, it's second place, it's good points. And that's exactly how he's got to look at it. But still, well, now we're seeing that that is Stefan Niedermeyer getting out of the way of the Class 32 leaders. Oh, sideways by Sebastian Glaser, the outside wall of the left rear tyre, scraping alongside the yellow sausage curb on the exit out of turn number 3. Well held, I must say, well held. Okay, right, car 118. Warning, track limits, turn 3, Kevin Latillon. Car 344, Jud Schreiber, track limits, turn 3, track warning. Track limit warning, so... oh, and there is more drama, that's David Diaz. Now, did he go on slick tyres? Because he's just dropped a bag full of time behind Kevin Latillon. He's just got to get that car home. And his engineer will be calmly saying to him, okay, this is what I want you to do. And this is obviously David's 4th race weekend with us here at Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse in Class 10. He's been doing a fantastic job so far. He's learning every time he's going out on track. But if he's on slick Michelins, that could be a little bit of damage limitation, I think, really. But what a race has been so far, and the main bit of action that we've been concentrating on is these two here. Sebastian Glaser and George Verla lead the way in Class 32. And they are comfortably ahead of Eric Fuchs, who's not yet come through and crossed the timing beam to complete another lap. Kevin Latillon has just completed another lap. They've got to watch out for these curbs now, because they're going to, with the rainfall is coming down, as you can still see that Sebastian Glaser still has the centre wiper blade still going on. Just got to be very, very careful. So I think probably in my estimation that all the way up to P6, Kevin Latillon's lapped them. But what a job by the Orchid Racing Team Genève number 118. So we have just over 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Oh, wiggle on the back end there by George Verla. Managed to catch it nicely. But one of the things I did say about these curbs, these white and red curbs, they are going to be very, very slick. So they've got to find the purchase where they can, but sometimes you have to, you know, look at the risk versus reward percentage, and if you can work it out right and you think you're confident enough to do it, then, you know, happy days, go for it. But sometimes some drivers will think that they're on the right side of risk versus reward and then find out that they get the short end of the stick. And David Diaz, unfortunately, having a big old moment, and he's now 16, or close to 16 seconds behind Kevin Latillon from Orchid Racing Team. Really good to see Kevin back in the paddock, like I said. But all 13 drivers look like they will be taking the checkered flag. Glaser now opening up a lead of about 1.1 seconds between himself and George Verla for the Class 32 lead, as we ride back on board with the 312 at the front end of Class 32. Out of turn 8, down into 4th gear. Now into 5th. Okay, let's see how many downshifts. So he got down to as far as third gear, and still carried the speed through. Waiting to shift into 4th. Now out of turn 10. 4th gear, full throttle. He's not even lifting. 5th. Nice little short throws. Look at, that's what you call no frills, no frills race car there. And you can see by the attention to detail, the old school binnacles that the 993 cars, and then obviously when we got to, like, say, the 991s, they got rid of the, a few years ago, we did see on the 993, I think maybe, I'm trying to remember on the 997 car what its interior looked like, but the 993 had that wonderful quintet of dials from left to right, and it looks absolutely glorious with the rev counter centre stage in the middle of them. I have to say though, the fastest lap of this race, who'd have thought of this one? David Diaz, 1:38.864. And in terms of Class 32, it's a 1:44.914 for Sebastian Glaser, and he has got a bit more of a gap over George Verla. So whether Verla has made a bit of a potential mistake, well, he lost 7 tenths in the opening sector, so that would explain why. And there it's Kevin Latillon. So could he possibly, in the next, I would say, yeah, it's going to be 3 laps for Kevin Latillon in the Orchid Racing Team 118 car. And he's on the flashes briefly, just to tell George Verla that he's there. Verla holds his line into turn number 1. And Sebastian Glaser now goes through. I think that is, yeah, that's 3:20 Maximilian von der Leyen. And here comes Kevin Latillon with a big rate speed. And Stefan Glaser indicates left, gives right of way to our overall race leader. And that is Eric Chatelain, who has just dropped the car, and that is, oh, that's out of turn 9. Oh dear. But well held. But this man here, Kevin Latillon, he might not have the fastest lap of the race, but he is very consistent on race pace, and he's done a pretty good job. He's going to go down into turn 9. So 2 laps remaining. And we complete lap number 17 out of 19. Everything seems to be happening as normal now. Normal service has been resumed. It's the 327 Florian Schmidhuber, who continues to lead the way in Class 31 and is very close to going 2 laps down off of the race leader. But one of the things about these drivers, they have been nigh on nearly perfect. And what I mean by nearly perfect is the fact that between all of them, there has only been, I think, a couple of track infringements. Oh, right, and as I say that, car 115, David Diaz, track limits, turn 9, Jochen Rindt. Okay. That I can understand. But they have to be very, very careful. Timer now will strike 0. 1 more lap to go. After this, Kevin Latillon, man from Switzerland, for the Orchid Racing Team, comes out of the final corner. Just over 4.3 kilometres left to go in this opening race. Sorry, I just had to give you all a bit of Porsche 718 game GT4 RS Club Sport ASMR. But when it was all said and done here in race 1, Kevin Latillon now has the new fastest lap of the race. He's taken that away from David Diaz, who's had a couple of curveballs come his way. More to the point, well, look at this. George Vertler is fighting back. And this, oh, this could be a last-minute.com attempt on an outside manoeuvre if he's going to try one. Can he get the switchback on Sebastian Glauser? Glauser not giving him an inch. But it is going to be the case. The checkered flag waves and Kevin Latillon picks up a win for Orchid Racing in the first of 2 races and sets the fastest lap on the final lap. The race is going to be a drag race to the line for Class 32 victory. And is it going to go the way of Glauser or Verla? It goes the way of Sebastian Glauser on that particular occasion. 2 different winners from 3 different races so far. And rounding out the top 3 podium will be the 3-4-0 of Eric Fuchs as David Diaz crosses the line second overall. Florian Schmidhuber victorious in Class 31. But what a race we have had here for the second of 6 sprint races. 4 more to go after this one, where we will head into the piranha-infested waters that is Open GT, believe you me. I've had a chat with a few people and they said, yeah, it could be chaos, let's say, but that's dependent on how things go in turn number 1. The rest of the grid now starts to filter their way across the start-finish line here at Spielberg. Just wait for the last few drivers to come across the line before we take through the provisional results here for GT4 and Classic race number 1. Eric Chatelain crosses the line and finishes P3. Here comes Fabian Horn. Still got another couple of drivers to come through. Jörg Schreiber, Roger Mettler and Stefan Niedermeyer. Niedermeyer yet to cross the line, I think has just done so. Jörg Schreiber's crossed the line. Roger Mettler, and last but by certainly no means least, Stefan Niedermeyer in the 356 crosses the line to complete our running order. Unfortunately, Günther Schindler not able to take to the start, but Kevin Latillon for Orchid Racing takes the win after 19 treacherous laps here at the Red Bull Ring with intermittent rain around the circuit. David Diaz, 23.5 seconds behind, still keeps his championship lead heading into race 2 later on this afternoon. Had a teammate, Eric Chatelain, who also had dramas a little bit during the race. Sebastian Glauser and George Verla, what an entertaining battle. 2 tenths covered the top 2 in Class 32 with Kurt Egger Motorsports number 340. Eric Fuchs rounds out the top 3. But it's now time for me to head down to pit lane to speak to some of our drivers.
Ça roule?
You know, huh? Yeah, this kept changing, and I didn't know the break point for turn 2, so I kept messing it up a couple times over and over and over. I was trying, and the thing is, it's not that just it was 200 meters of rain. It is like the number 2, for some reason, probably from the rubber, the first like 70 meters, it's tight. Now I know. Now it's the ideal break.
Je voyais déjà le rail venir.
J'ai vu là, juste avant que tu la doubles. Ouais, j'ai vu qu'il part et je me suis dit ça va te gêner.
Puis là-haut, au freinage, ils freinent quasiment en fait.
Ça va moins vite, ouais.
J'arrive pas.
Ah oui, non, ils enchaînent direct là.
Ok.
Ah, c'est bien. Je t'avais dit qu'il y a une averse, faut pas. C'est une grosse goutte. Hein. Ouais, j'ai vu. À un moment donné, je pense que c'était.
Fallait pas plus.
Fallait pas plus.
Différente là.
Là-haut. Ah ouais.
Ah bien, c'est une belle course, ça met un peu de piment.
Oui, clairement. Je trouve pas si beau de sortir de la fin, je suis vraiment content. J'ai cool. C'est vrai.
Ok, Kevin, félicitations.
Merci.
Quelle course. Avec la pluie, c'est un peu difficile pour toi et tous les pilotes pour ce course, pour GT4 et aussi les vraiment belles classiques ici à Spielberg. Hein.
Oui, alors la condition de piste n'ont fait que de changer. On avait vraiment des parties qui arrivaient secs au bout d'un moment et d'autres qui étaient complètement mouillées au T3, où vraiment très difficile à juger le freinage. Plusieurs fois on s'est retrouvé à être limite à sortir de ce virage, mais puis à la réaccélération c'est pas facile. Mais ouais, c'est bien, il fallait gérer tout ça.
J'avais vu que David a piloté tout droit et à virgule numéro 3 à haut. Et tu as décidé de freiner un peu plus avant de la virage et de décider, ok, je prends la tête et il a fait des petites bêtises. Mais félicitations avec une belle course aujourd'hui pour la première course. Hein.
C'était incroyable, franchement, du début à la fin, beaucoup d'émotions et c'est pour ça qu'on fait du sport automobile. Voilà, des moments comme ça, magnifique.
Okay. Merci beaucoup Kevin et bonne chance et bonne course pour la deuxième manche.
Merci.
Well, Kevin, very happy there. Let's see if we can. Right, let's.
Hi.
Okay, you had some stones on you going past Kevin around the outside at turn 3. But I think it was. We've had plenty of chats over the first 2 rounds that you've been with us for Monza and Imola. It was a bit of a out of the frying pan and into the fire, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, like being able to react fast when the green came in, and like just getting that extra like few meters so that I would own turn 1 and like passing Kevin. Like I was filled with adrenaline, ready to go for a big race, but I underestimated the effect of the rain on turn 2, which I said is going to be hard, and I was right, but I didn't know for how much. So after I slipped there, Kevin took it away, and he was like super stable the whole race, so he deserves to win. He deserves to win.
Well, I mean, parabéns, first of all. Like I say, this man is originally from Portugal, resides in Switzerland, but you were brave, ballsy, going on there for slick tyres, but it was a bit of 50-50. But listen, I'm going to let you get to the podium. Good luck for race 2 later on, David.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much. All right.
Right, great to hear from Kevin Letion, also David Diaz, our top 2. Folks, you want a roller coaster, you want some action, keep your eyes peeled. We're going to be back very shortly with Open GT, race 1 coming up next. So we're down in the belly of the beast, right in the mid-pack here. Dahlia, Tarek's other half.
Hi, Alex. Nice to see you. Such a great day to be here. I actually have my friend Tarek fans who are Austrian, came all the way from California to cheer him on.
Yes! We're so excited to be here today.
Well, considering we're on your home turf, even though you guys have come all the way from California, what's it like to experience Sprint Challenge Suisse from your perspective here at the Red Bull Ring?
Oh, it's amazing. It's my first time on a racetrack and I can't wait to see it.
It's great to see the team, to see Tarek in his element, and we wish him a lot of luck.
Hoping for the best. We're starting sixth for race 2 and 8th for race 1, so hoping that Tarek does well. We also have 2 other drivers, Premoli, it's his very first race, really excited for him, and Cenedese, who's been doing great. So let's go be driver.
Yeah.
Said by the first ever official, Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse WAG. That happened at Portimao when you had the t-shirt on as well, which I think you were wearing the other day, if I remember correctly.
I was wearing it during the first race, but you know, like, gotta keep things changing, keep things different.
You know what you got to do? You got to bring that t-shirt out on race day at Misano at the end of the season.
All right, you got it. I'll bring it then. Thanks,
Brilliant.
Alex.
Lovely to see you guys enjoy the rest. Genießt ne? So yeah. Ein langer Zeit, Herr Woller. Wie geht's dir, mein Freund?
Gut.
Und ich weiß, dass du und der Richard Distel ist in Auto Nummer 273, genau, Klasse 40, der einzige 991,2 GT3. Wie ist das für eine Gefühl zwischen den Autos, das du hast letztes Jahr pilotiert?
Ja, das Auto ist jetzt schon ein bisschen in die Jahre gekommen, aber trotzdem für sein Alter noch relativ schnell. Und ich glaube, haben wir ja gestern im Regen gesehen, wie wir uns da positioniert haben. Da waren wir ziemlich gut gepokert mit den Slicks im Regen. Dann ist es trocken worden, aber es macht noch Spaß. Aber ich denke, dass wir, sagen wir, in Richtung nächstes Jahr uns ein bisschen anders entwickeln werden.
Ja, dann wünsche ich dir und der Richard viel Glück für heute, okay. Alex.
Wir sehen uns später, oder? In der Startaufstellung.
Ja, bei der nächsten Startaufstellung bei OpenGC, ne? Okay. Ciao. So great to see Alex Woller, always, whenever he comes to Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse, always running with Sportec Racing. We've got 24 cars on the grid, and the good thing is the sun is back. I'm kind of really wondering, why did I put this bloody rain jacket on? Hey, well, sometimes you've got to be prepared for all eventualities. Right, let's talk about the big story. Closest Open GT qualifying for Class 21 this season. Top 5. Levin Gelf, Nico Grundl, Alessandro Cenedese, Marcus Gratian, and Harald Huber. 2 tenths. If you thought qualifying's close, oh, here he comes. Here's Sebastian Schmidt, back on the grid again. This man can't keep away. And here comes our pole sitter, Levin Gelf. And then we got 233 Gunter Kaus. Lovely. Look at that livery on that car. And what the beautiful thing is, we've got friends, we've got families. And here's Tarek Fahmy, the pride of Egypt, getting into position. Johan Frisch. Also, we're waiting for a few other drivers, including the man who's going to be starting here, Max van Rosen. It's always wonderful to come here to Spielberg. The sun is beating down. We have actually got yellow flags at the back end of the start-finish straight, so someone might have come to a stop, or maybe... Well, there's Alessandro Cenedese, 243. Marco Premoli's going to be running in the 270. And here comes Max and Father David van Rosen. Obviously, they've had success, Team Neuhofer-Rennsport this weekend. And the man who's going on to overall pole, the Newton by Sportec Racing 207 992 GT3R, the pride of Romania, Dragos Buru. And look, what I say about the 291 of Stefan Heim, he's going to be on the front row. Nico Grundl going through. And we have got a bit more of a packed grid. We've got a podium underway at the moment. But this is going to be very, very crucial, how these next 30 minutes plus an additional lap play out. The temperatures are starting to climb. The drivers are primed and ready for that run. And you can see the elevation change up to turn 1 at Niki Lauda corner. If it goes 3 wide, all I can say is, in the words of Christopher Plummer from Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country, cry havoc and let's slip the dogs of war. You know what? Let's have a quick chat if I can. Dennis? Looking good in his Saturday best. Confidence must be pretty high at PTE by Manthey with such a close top 5 in qualifying, 2 tenths separating them, buddy.
I have to say the result was good with P2 and P4 in race 1, but confidence is still not there because it's tight. So first 5 cars in 2 tenths will be tight racing and hopefully clean racing.
Ja, dann werden wir die Daumen drücken, ne?
Danke.
Okay, viel Spaß. Yeah, just basically a lot of confidence, but the good thing is this is one of the most competitive classes we've had this season, the most packed grids. I mean, I still remember Monza last year, round 4. We had 34 cars going into the Rettifilio. And it's a bit like, if you want to look at short straights, I mean, it's 626 metres from turn 10 to turn 1, but there's the 120-metre offset. So when they go green, the next lap they come around, the finish line is 120 metres forward. So like I said earlier, you've got to compensate for that. But it could be anyone's guess as to what is going to happen here for Open GT Race 1. 30 minutes plus an additional lap. You know what? I better hoik myself over to the commentary position because it's time for this race to get going. And believe you me, it will be elbows out.
So the leading car peels off from the start of the grid. We are set and ready for race 1 Open GT, and it's set to be a cracker. So let's take you through very shortly, once the green flag has waved, our starting order. Green flag waves. So starting on pole position for Open GT race 1. The Class 24 car, the pole sitter, Newton by Sportec Racing's Dragoš Buriu. He'll be joined by Team News by Heim Bohrtechnik's Stefan Heim alongside in the front row. Patrick Dinkeldine and Levin Gelf, Class 21 pole sitter, rounds out row number 2. And we go to row 3, Nico Kundl versus B drivers Alessandro Cendesi. Marcus Gratian, representing Portugal via way of the United Kingdom, will be joined by Austria's Harald Huber in the 276 on row number 4. Completing the top 10 will be Max von Rosen and Porsche Zentrum 5 Scene Motorsports Sebastian Schmidt from Germany in the 203. Egypt's Tarek Fahmy in the 242 will be joined by Gunther Kraus in the 233 alongside on row 6. David von Rosen in 253 and the 290 of Germany's Johann Frisch round out row 7. Row 8. Helmut Rodig in the 202, and from Brazil, the 223 of Eric Santos rounds out row 8. San Diego's John Jastrzemski will be joined by San Marino's Marco Galassi on row 9, completing the top 20 from Germany, Stefan Graf by way of Hong Kong in the 277, and Fakhreddin Mirzoev in the 2 representing Azerbaijan. It's Hungary and Italy on row number... no, it's Bulgaria and Italy on row number 11. Merabit Mikbabishvili for lap time performance and Marco Premoli for B driver. Alejandro Candia and Richard Distel will line up on the penultimate row of the grid, and completing the grid will be from Enrico Fulgenzi Racing, the 213 of Gianluca Sparta. So 30 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap. Pole sitter must remain at TTKPH on the start phase. And the drivers now will be told, they see the grid signboard, that's coming out of turn 8. So now we are set and ready for our halfway point into round 4 of the 2026 Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse season, as it will be Buriu versus Heim on the front row of the grid. 992 versus previous generation 991.2. Red lights are on the gantry here at the Red Bull Ring. We are under starters orders. Leading car into pit lane. And once Kevin Kaltenegger, our race director, gives the lights the signal to change to green, we will be underway for 30 minutes plus an additional lap. Revs up, we're green, and it's an even start by the front row. Buriu goes to cover off Heim. Dinkeldine might find a little bit of a window here to the inside of turn number 1 as Sebastian Schmidt tries to robustly go round the outside as everyone trying to get through turn 1. A few drivers, including Johann Frisch in the A-Works by Katana Tools number 290. It's 3 wide for the lead in Class 21. Oh my goodness me. And Sebastian Schmidt has stolen everything off of everybody else, and he's round to the outside. He's second place now. Oh my giddy aunt. Sebastian Schmidt, he came back at Imola with a bang, opened the first race with a victory, and now he's in the wheel tracks of all people. Patrick Dinkeldine, he's been jumped by Levin Gelf in the 244 Seebach Motorsport Class 21 car. And it's side by side, I think, between Kundl and Gratian. They are the top 2 in the championship standings. Levin Gelf now knows that he's got to fight for every single point and get as many under his belt before the last race of the season at Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli. As a little screech of tyres I heard in the background, but Patrick Dinkeldine giving chase out of turn 7 of Katz on Levin Gelf. Gelf will be probably a little bit wise, but when you think about it in some respects, because of the aerodynamic purchase of the 992 GT3R, as Dinkeldine through on the inside of Gelf. Gelf out on the brakes, through into turn 10. Sebastian Schmidt right behind him. And who's that going with? I think that's Harald Huber in the 276, the Austrian up into P3 in the class. And where are all the Manti guys? Well, there you see Sebastian Schmidt flashing the lights at his countryman And it is going to be Marcus Gratian now ahead of teammates Nico Kundl. But 2 minutes in, we've already had some great racing so far. Burionheim are away and clear. Dinkeldine holding on at the front end of the train. Oh dear! Harold Huber nearly into the back rear of Sebastian Schmidt, going through into Vettel at turn number 3. So I did say it would be elbows out on the grid. I was not kidding. We are seeing side-by-side exchanges up and down the order. Sandro Cendese looking for a move into turn 4 on Harold Huber. And here comes Gunther Karts on the inside of Tarek Fahmy through turn 4. He gets through, and here goes Max van Rosen up in the inside of the Egyptian. And Alessandro Cendese through at turn 6. He's trying to make the move on Harold Huber for P3. And has he got through? No, he hasn't, but Tarek Fahmy keeping wheel to wheel for Max van Rosen. He's going to get through at turn 7 here at Graz. But who's going to get the better traction out of the corner? Max van Rosen's going to be so close to the gravel. He just about makes it through, and he gets a little bit of a bump from behind. And that is from, I think, Helmut Hurdig in the number 202. Incredible racing that we're having at the moment here. But still, all 25 cars at this moment completed lap 1. Max van Rosen being closed in on by Helmut Hurdig in the number 202. Down the start-finish straight. And it is the battle of the PTE by man-side boys at the far end of that. Right, Alessandro Cendese picks up a track warning, track limit warning from race control, turn 9. So that's his first out of 3 strikes. And Cendese trying to get through on Harold Huber. Marcus Gratian right in his wheel tracks, and he gets a great launch out of turn number 3 at Intervetten. And look at this, Alessandro Cendese. Complimenti, what a move by him, but he's going to get a little tag on the right rear. Slight touch between him and the 276. Car 277, Stefan Kach gets the track limit warning out of turn 9 at Jochen Rindt. But look at this, Huber and Cendese. And here comes a steamrolling Marcus Gratian to the inside, heading into turn number 6. And if he's not too careful, he's going to let the door be open for Nico Kundl. But Cendese finally gets up into P3. Car 213, track limit warning, turn 3. Gianluca Sparta and another couple of drivers are starting to get track limit penalties, well, track limit warnings. And as I say, you get a first and a last warning. Third one is 5 second time penalty, and then any further transgression is an additional 5 seconds added to your total race time. We are on board with Marcus Gratian in the 221 PTE by man-type car. Marcus now living in the Algarve in Portugal, has done so for the last 10 years. Right, Helmut Hurdig, track limit warning, turn 9. And as we saw in qualifying earlier on today, turn 9 seems to be everyone's nemesis. It's so difficult because you're carrying so much speed into the corner. And here comes Max van Rosen. He's been passed by Tarek Fahmy. So Tarek now up into P11 overall. And then we've got a cork in the bottle. That's the 224. Oh dear, the 2 PT by anti-cars. That's going to be John Jastrzemski side by side, wheel to wheel with Brazil's Eric Santos. And Santos is just about going to make it through, is he not? Jastrzemski, he's going to shut the door. We're on board now with the 290, Johan Frisch. And the A-Works by Katana Tools vehicle. Of course, Johan and Stefan having an unfortunate incident in one of the races in Open GT back at Portimao. But look who's with them. Stefan Kracht is there. He's now gone to Fachautotech, and he's diving to the inside of John Jastrzemski. Jastrzemski is not afraid, and there's going to be a little bit of a side rub between the pair through turn 9. Jastrzemski goes wide, and here goes David Van Rosen. This is going to allow Eric Santos to pull alongside his American teammate, the man from San Diego, California. And one of the things that John said to me at the beginning of the season at Portimao, he said, I'm just going to make sure I don't finish last in the class. Well, John, well done. You're punching more than above your weight. You're throwing some haymakers whilst you're at it. And Marcus Gratian still ahead of PT by Manti teammate Nico Kundl. Kundl came into this weekend as the championship leader. Of course, Open GT Class 21 last year. Won by Max Mitschlechner, now running in Porsche 6K Cup Deutschland. Part of the support package mainly for the DTM. But again, it is just the case of, and here's going to be a dive up the inside at turn 4. That is Manerbi McVabishvili through on John Jastrzemski. And there is Santos again. Oh my goodness, it's just... Okay, so 2 cars, last warning, Stefan Kraft and Johann Frisch. Last warning, track limits at Niki Lauda at turn 1. So the next time they get a track limit warning, that is an automatic 5-second penalty. It's part of the 3-strike rule. And then, as I said, every time you exceed track limits further to that, it's an additional 5 seconds per infraction. So if you get a total of 7 track limit penalties, 5 of them, that is 25 seconds worth of additional time as we ride on board with car 225, Nico Kundl with the green wing mirrors. We've lost a bit more time now. Right, car 243, Alessandro Cendese from B driver has just been hit with a 5-second time penalty. Track limits at turn 9 at Jochen Rindt. And that is going to put him out of the battle for P3. I'm afraid that's going to promote Harold Huber in the 276 up to 3rd behind Sebastian Schmidt. I did say that track limits were going to be strictly policed here at Red Bull Ring, and they definitely have said they have meant it, well, rather than words, action speaks louder than words in volumes. On board with Marcus Gratian, who is looking for potentially his 2nd race win of the season. Took race 1 at Monza. It will be the case of there's still another 2 race days to go. Here, well, after here, it will be the last weekend in September, and then we'll go to Mugello at that point. Just not too far out of the city of Pisa in Tuscany. Sebastian Schmidt on the flashers. I think what Alessandro Cendese needs to do is get quickly past Sebastian Schmidt, because he's got to make up 5 seconds in the next 20.5 minutes, plus an additional lap. But Levin Gelf has become the Class 21 leader. He's stayed there from pole position at the moment. And he has, oh, that's interesting, he's got his rain light on. And there we see Dragos Muriu and Stefan Heim leading the way. So more to the point, here comes Alessandro Cendese to the inside of Sebastian Schmidt. The Italian sticks his nose up the inside, gives a warning shot across the bow to the German in front. But unfortunately on this particular occasion, he is not able to get through. But this time, is he going to try at turn 6? Unfortunately for Alessandro, no room in the in there for the Italian youngster on the B Driver Academy 243. So there is still plenty of opportunity over the course of these next 19 or so minutes, but it is going to be elbows out. So Harold Huber on the back bumper of Alessandro Cendese. And it is very close, line astern between 2nd, 3rd and 4th position as they come out. Oh, what happened? Oh, Sebastian Schmidt nearly had a bit of a loss of traction. Back end stepped out. Cendese to the back bumper of the 203, but can the 276. Harold Huber to the outside into Intervetten. 3 wide into turn 3. Cendese goes deep. He's going to be off track limits, and that is going to be a big, big moment for the young Italian. So now this is where it's about how big your guts are. And Harold Huber on home soil to the inside on Sebastian Schmidt. Back end gives him a bit of chronic understeer, and Sebastian Schmidt back through very, very quickly. And what has also happened in the meantime is Marcus Gratian went, right, I'm not hanging about. I need to get through quickly. Alessandro Cendese has just picked up another track limit penalty. 5 seconds at turn 3. And obviously that was that moment when it ran deep. So Alessandro Cendese, 10 seconds of additional added time. That is going to drop him out of clear contention for the podium. And Levin Galf, new gearbox and all, is now running away from the rest of the opposition. Back on board with Marcus Gratian. What a battle we're having here in Class 21. And let me just say this, ladies and gentlemen. People thought in the paddock it might be a bit chaotic for Race 1 Open GT. It has been the fact that... Right, car 203, warning, track limit. Turn 9, 203 is... Sebastian Schmidt. Nico Grundl's had a track limit warning at turn 10, final corner. All 25 cars, as now 202, Helmut Hödig, 5 second time penalty, turn 9, car 260, warning track limit, turn 9, car 260, Marco Galassi from San Marino. After 8 laps, everyone is on the lead lap, and they are all still running. Incredibly impressed with the standard of driving that these drivers are showcasing here right now. There's the 222, just briefly into the shot there. Fakhreddin Mirzoyev, the man from Azerbaijan. As car 224, John Jastrzemski, track limits, turn 3. And we are nearing the halfway point of this race. What a demonstration of keeping your car on the black stuff as much as possible, despite all the track limits. Gating that, every single driver is still running. Now, after 9 laps, we have just over 15.5 minutes left to go, plus an additional lap. Car 202, again another 5 second penalty for Helmut Hödig. That is 2 by my count. But unfortunately, there has been drama with Eric Santos because he is in pit lane. Oh no, what's happened to the Brazilian? And that could be a possible technical retirement on the cards for the number 223. And Eric is getting out of the car. Real shame, real shame. Got on the podium last week at the Porsche Endurance Challenge Brazil season opener at Portimao with Gabriel Robe in the Carrera Rookie Division. But yeah, real shame. Right, the driver that's going to... Oh, Gianluca Sparta now gets a 5 second time penalty for track limits as we've got a stationary car. That is John Jastrzemski. Hazards are on. I think the car might be pointing the right way. Well, might be pointing the wrong way. Yes, he is. And he's going to... Oh, John, you are a brave man. Just keep those wheels spinning. Well done. Oh, my days. That's going to be gravel on the circuit. And that is coming out of turn 4 at Hull. And I remember Peter Heglen actually having a moment there last year in Class 1. Okay, last warning. Gunter Kraus, turn 9, track limits. And here comes Marcus Gratian to the inside. That was beautiful by the 221. Loses a little bit of traction coming out of turn 3. Was still, by my calculations, still within track limits. So that is Marcus Gratian up to P3. And Harold Huber being on home soil. Right, car 2. Oh dear. Gianluca Sparta, turn 9, track limits. But Marcus Gratian is keeping his elbows out on the baby blue coloured mirrored car in the 221, and now he's got to start trying to chase after Sebastian Schmidt. But I have to say this, Harold Huber on his home track is giving him a lot of stick, a lot of pressure. Yeah, well, the thing is that with regards to track limits, they are being policed significantly. And the thing is, you can't stop when you're on max. If you're battling away in position, it's going to be a bit difficult. That was Nico Grundle in the 225. Might have gone a little bit wide coming into Niki Lauda corner at turn 1. He's right on the rear of Harold Huber because Alessandro Cendese has got through. Let's not forget that Cendese has got a penalty. Gunter Klaus, 5-second penalty, exceeding track limits, turn 9. Oh, and Cendese, that's going to be another one possibly notched up as Nico Grundle nearly threads the eye of the needle. It was nearly 3-1. He's round the outside of Harold Huber. What a move. If Nico Grundle pulls this off, he's to the inside at turn 4. Has he got the job done? Yes, he has. One of the most beautiful overtakes coming out of turn 3. Nico Grundle, take a bow. Right, again, 2-4-3. Alessandro Cendese, and we got a spinner. Oh, that's one of the Manthey cars. That's coming out of turn 6. Who on earth has lost a lot of track position? I'm wondering if that might be Nico Grundle, possibly. Okay, Stefan Kraft's just been given a 5-second time penalty for forcing John Jastrzemski, well, a robust manoeuvre at turn 9. So it was Nico Grundle that lost it. So that drops him out of contention. Harold Huber having to battle away with Alessandro Cendese, but they've got to keep a watching brief because Cendese a little bit round the outside at turn 1 and Niki Lauda corner. Couldn't see whether the right side wheels were within the confines of the circuit, but Max van Rosen has got himself a lot closer. Let's not forget this man missed out of being at Monza after a skiing accident, put him on the sidelines until Imola last time out. Right, car 242, Tarek Fahmy gets his first track limit warning at turn 1. And this is Tarek Fahmy, so he is through on Harold Huber. And let's not forget, he's taken his maiden podium earlier on this year at Monza at the Temple of Speed. We still have 10 minutes past an additional lap still to go, and there are still more track limit time penalties being handed out. But at the minute, with 10 minutes to go, Sebastian Schmidt, you know what, this is handing Marcus Gratian a big lifeline. He needed something to happen to Nico Grundle. Not that he would want it to happen, but sometimes it's part and parcel of racing. Sebastian Schmidt now finds himself 3 seconds behind, and that is Helmut Herdich off the circuit in the 202. So he's now having to wait to rejoin. But look at this. Marcus Gratian has got the pit between the teeth. There's Levin Gelf at the top end of shot, still with his rain lights on. But look at this. Marcus Gratian wants another podium, at least. And if he can get past Sebastian Schmidt, that's going to help him all the while in closing the gap to Nico Grundle, who at the moment is now sitting on the timing screens, before any penalties are applied, P12, which is effectively 9th in class. And 9th in class is 7 points, which means that the gap will condense by if, and I'm saying if, or maybe when, Marcus Gratian gets through, that gap will be reduced. Now, bearing in mind, with regards to the championship standings, that will decimate the lead that Nico Gundel has. And forgetting about qualifying, okay, forget about qualifying. When you look at the points, if Marcus Gratian gets 20, and if Nico Gundel finishes in 12th position, which is 9th in class, that lead that he has got at the moment, which is 28 points, is going to be reduced by 13. So that goes down to 15 points. And talk about flirting with the gravel there, Steppenheim. Well, he's let Dragos Buriu clear off into the distance. And Dragos Buriu is now starting to lap cars. Unfortunately, Eric Santos pitting on lap 9. We're on lap 15. We still have 7.25 minutes left to go. Dragos Buriu running in the 132s. Patrick Dinkeldine about to cross the line in second in class 24 and is 1.2 seconds behind Stefan Heim. 131.911 for Stefan Heim. Dinkeldine 0.7 of a second quicker. They got the hill through Munzer and into Intervetten here at turn 3. Okay, all right. So Harold Huber is now getting a 5-second time penalty of causing a collision with car 225 in turn 6. But we are down to the last 5 3/4 minutes, plus an additional lap. Then we'll. And there is one of the. Okay, that is Helmut Herdich in the pits. Tailgate up. And so that becomes potentially our second retirement of the race. Just under 5.5 minutes to go. Patrick Dinkeldine is slowly but surely clawing that gap back to close in on Stefan Heim. That gap is just over a second. But Dinkeldine is getting ever and ever closer to him. But the thing is, on the opening sector, Stefan Heim was about 0.3 of a second quicker than Dinkeldine this time around, as we are on lap 17 of this race. So a few more drivers, including, right, Sebastian Schmidt is on his last track limit warning. And he is currently running P2. 5 seconds behind Levin Gelf, but bearing in mind that Sebastian Schmidt has also got Marcus Gratian for company. And all I'm going to say is this: if there is a track limit, I know that Chendesi has got one. It's Sebastian Schmidt who's on his final warning. Here we go, move for second overall. Patrick Dinkeldine switches in front of Stefan Heim. They are nearly side by side, but Stefan decides discretion is the better part of valour. Heading into turn 1 and Niki Lauda. And closing in on John Jastrzemski. So John is going to keep out of the way of the two GT3R cars. But we'll go round the outside, and he probably throws the anchors so far out the back, it's like an anchor has just been helping the ship to moor at port. And look at this, Stefan. Yeah, look at this. Well, apart from the battle between, oh, here goes Marcus Gratian. He's going to go to the outside. That's brave for the 2-2-1 from PT by Mantai on Sebastian Schmidt here at turn 3 at Intervetten. Who's going to get the better traction out of the corner? Pretty much even Steven between the pair. Back on board we go with Marcus Gratian. Levin Gelf is 5 seconds up the road. He is on cruise control now. Sebastian Schmidt has got to keep the back end of that 2.03 as wide as humanly possible. Probably bigger than an articulated lorry going down in traffic on a 4-lane carriageway on the M25 on a Friday night. But Marcus Gratian has kept Sebastian Schmidt on notice for the last couple of laps or so. And that's exactly what he needs to do. He needs to score points. Even if he gets even if he gets P3, that is still going to reduce Nico Grundl's advantage by 9 points. Top 3 have already gone through the opening sector, so they've broken the timing beam. But as I said, Sebastian Schmidt has still got, well, if he hits another track limit, exceeding track limits warning, that's it, 5-second penalty comes his way. And that is it, game over for the podium. Gratian again to the outside at turn 3. Marcus has really upped his game since last season. And obviously taking his first win at Monza in early May. What's he going to do here? He's going to go to the outside here at turn 4. And the good thing is, if he can judge it just about right, can he get the undercut? No, Sebastian Schmidt sticks to the inside of him and carries the rotational pass through into turn 6. Gratian was having a little look, but unfortunately unable to facilitate that. But we are into the last 30 or so seconds plus an additional lap. Dragos Buriu. Next time round we'll see 1 lap remaining on the digital board by the right hand side of the traffic lights on the start finish line. Now this is going to be interesting for the next just over 8.6 kilometres. And that is Gianluca Spada, who's in 21st position at the moment. All I'm going to say is this: Schmidt, Gratian, take Chendese out of the battle because he's already got penalties through track limits. But look, Tarek Fahmy is closing in. Harold Huber's got a 5-second time penalty for turning around Nico Grundl. As we hit 0 on the timer, next time round, Dragos Buriu will get the last lap board, and he has been, in the GT3R side of things, Mr. Winner. Let's put it that way. But the Class 21 battle for second on the road, behind the man who is looking to gain a maximum haul of 25, maybe make that 28 points. And at the moment, looking down the order, Marcus Gratian, I believe, no, Alessandro Chendese will take points, 3 of them, for the fastest lap of the race. So just like with pole position, fastest lap in each race, 3 points for the fastest lap, your second fastest. Then that's 2, and then add another point for that person in 3rd position. But we are on the final lap of this race, and Gratian has got to go elbows out and swing in haymakers. Chendese, oh no! Gratian's just lost the back end and spun around at turn 1. And that, I think, has just gifted Tarek Fahmy from B Driver, the 242 from Egypt. Marcus must be absolutely kicking himself. But it was difficult to see by the camera angle that we have at turn 3. You can't always tell whether someone might have gone round on their own or been assisted, but look at this. It's going to be a clean sweep, pole position, fastest lap, and it's win lucky number 7 of the year. Dragos Buriu wins Open GT race 7. Second goes the way of Patrick Dinkeldine. Stefan Heimel ran out the top 3. Levin Gelf will pick up the win in class 21 ahead of Sebastian Schmidt, and Marcus Grace and Alessandro Cendesi will be demoted. But Marcus Grace will drop out of the top 3. Tarek Fahmy will get another podium this season, it looks like. Harold Huber will be demoted. Max von Rosen will be promoted. What can you say about that one? It's lucky number 7 for the pride of Romania, Dragos Buriu. Sportec by Newman Racing, and Sebastian Schmidt gets another podium in class 21. What a race. 23 finishers, but more to the point, some worthy race winners. Time for me to hightail it down to the pit lane to speak to some of our drivers.
Congratulations! What did I tell you? On merit, on merit. A lot of battles.
Bravo.
Do you want some water?
Yes, please.
How did they find that race, bro? You guys are a good luck charm. What do I do?
Okay, right. First of all, he's taking a well-deserved swig of water. Tarek? You've done it again, well done.
That was a lot of fun. A lot of fun battles out there. It was tough, a lot of chaos, but made it through. Really happy.
Yeah, I think it's just when you see so many drivers. I mean, Alessandro driving his heart out, unfortunately got, I think, 2 5-second penalties. Harold got a penalty as well, so I think that's promoted you to P3, buddy.
Ah, that's awesome. Glad to hear.
I think, but obviously, you know, again, Red Bull Ring delivers. It's Austria's roller coaster, and still good to have some friends coming all the way from California who are actually originally from Austria to support you as well. That's cool, isn't it?
That's right, yeah. It's great to have friends and family around. It's always nice.
Listen, keep those elbows out and good luck for race 2.
Thank you very much.
Right. There you go, celebrations. Aber Herr Patrick.
Ja, da bin ich.
So. Dagos noch wieder am Vorne, aber hey, wir werden nichts darüber sagen. Aber
das war okay, beim Start das Getümmel, dann hatte ich ein Cup-Auto vor mir und dann waren sie weg und dann war es auch nicht mehr möglich. Und ich habe versucht, eben hinten dran zu bleiben, dass ich sie wenigstens noch sehe. Ja, und dann irgendwann habe ich dann gemerkt, dass der Stefan ein bisschen abfällt und es gibt dann nochmal so einen extra Ansporn um nochmal richtig zu pushen.
Ja, jetzt kommt das Adrenalin, wie du früher mir am Horstby gesagt hast,
genau.
Ne?
Genau, das ist der Adrenalin-Moment, da kannst du nochmal alles...
Ey Stefan, komm mal rein, ne? Ja. Noch kleines Zweikampf zwischen ihr beiden. Normalerweise, sie sind gute Freunde in dieser Familienatmosphäre hier bei Porsche Sports Cup Suisse, aber ja, was kann man sagen? Immer Leidenschaft bei Motorsport, ne?
Absolut, bis zur letzten Kurve.
Ja, war gut, war super. Start war sehr gut von mir, da bin auch gut weggekommen.
Der war Bombe.
Und mit den Rennen habe ich ein bisschen Probleme gehabt hinterrund. In der schnellen Kurve hatte ich nicht mehr so arg viel Traktion. Wäre aber gegangen, dann habe ich gesehen, es sind noch 3 Runden. Er kommt von hinten in großen Schritten. Ich denke, das kann ich managen. Und vorletzte Runde bin ich in dem Eck im 4. Gang stecken geblieben. Dann bist du spielend vorbei. Das war nicht so mein Plan, aber war gut und war schön.
Freut mich umso mehr.
Ey Stefan, man muss immer einen Plan B haben, ne?
Ja, genau, ja, klar.
Ja.
Aber
wir haben ja noch ein Rennen vor uns. Also
ja, stimmt.
Spannung steigt noch.
Aber ich muss euch beide gratulieren.
Danke dir, Alex.
Aber nochmal ein Rennsieger von Pole Position, nochmal auf hoher Tiefe der Podest. Gratulation von Sebach Motorsport. Levin Gauf, a race win. You were away and clear, and everyone was scrapping over the dinner table, weren't they?
Yeah, that was quite the way I expected it, the way I hoped for. Luckily, we didn't have any rain, so I saw in the last lap coming down a few drops.
Yeah,
I was thinking like, all right, now don't throw it away, but wasn't that much rain, so yeah, quite happy with how it turned out, and yep.
Roll on race 2, mate.
Yeah.
Congratulations, buddy. Well done. Right, that wraps up our post-race interviews for Open GT Race 1. Not too long to wait because we eat, sleep, rinse, repeats here at the Red Bull Ring. Coming up soon, Race 2, GT3 Cup. Next stop.
Okay, welcome back trackside as the rumble of Flat 6 Power is gearing up for our last race for Class 1 GT3 Cup. So we go from 30 minutes plus an additional lap to 25 minutes plus an additional lap. Bearing in mind the biggest story, Greg Burkhardt and Jack Sherwood, between the pair of them, no longer have an intact streak of either race wins and actually for the pair of them, podiums, which is a real shame. But as they say, all good things must come to an end, and now it's time to reset the ledger. So starting on pole position for race 2 will be race 1 winner, Felix Neuhofer. And bearing in mind, the grid is looking a little bit different. Greg Burkhardt is going to start on the outside of the second row, and he's going to have to his inside Prima Ghinzani Motorsports young Italian hotshot Christian Canamuschia. Jack Sherwood's going to start on row 3 on the inside, and then at the back end you'll have people such as right at the back, Peter Heglin, who we spoke to on the grid. Great to have that man back in the paddock. But it's going to be an interesting dynamic. You know, we had, like I said, it's been a bit of a, for me, it's been a bit of trying to play blackjack when I haven't got enough funds in the bank account, in the kitty, deciding whether I'm going to wear the rain jacket, because as I came out of the commentary position, I felt a little rain shower, but the cloud cover is moving across the circuit, so from up in the Styrian Hills to across the wing section, which is this big part of the circuit, which also has the welcome centre, also Bulls Lane, where it has the likes of Sir Jackie Stewart, Jochen Rindt, obviously, who has turn 9 named after him, Ayrton Senna, Michael Schumacher, and quite a few other drivers. So again, it is a case of once more seeing how things go. Sebastian Pidou is going to start a little bit further back. Jack Sherwood getting into position, and I want to have a chat with this man. He might be the boss, and this car, right, Greg, race 2, shorter time on the clock, but still an opportunity to get your elbows out, mate.
Yeah. As before, they were also out before. Just
I know.
Unfortunately, yeah. Let's be positive, and hopefully this race I'll be more lucky.
I think considering what happened with your run in last season, it's nice to have an opportunity to sort of reset things and go back to zero and go, right, okay, I've had a blip. Let's see what we can make the best out of the next situation that comes forward for us.
Definitely. I look positive. I will try our best. My goal will be to be again back on the podium. I'll do my best.
Go and kick some tail out there, my friend. Greg Burkhardt, always a pleasure to chat with this man in the number 88. And look at this. This sticker, my drinking team has a racing problem. The thing is that car, I still remember, if anyone might remember the Misano grid walk where his door got crunched and I was in the line of fire. Yeah, that car ended up having a left door that had Brauch Transport along the side of it when Ethan Ischer, Marcel Fessler and Greg Burkhardt went into battle for you know what, let's see if we can wander a little bit further down the grid, just keeping an eye on when they're gonna bring out the 5-minute board. Let's see if we can have a quick chat with another one of the Sportec guys. Okay, good to have this man back in the pit lane and in the paddock. Il vient de retour, Monsieur Pidou. Ça va?
Ça va et toi?
En pleine forme. But let's switch to English briefly for a second. It's good to see you back. How does it feel to be back behind the wheel?
Hey, I speak only French. In French.
Je crois que ça fait plaisir pour toi d'être ici dans le cockpit de ton auto, hein?
Oui, ça fait toujours plaisir de venir rouler à la Porsche Cup Suisse.
Ouais. Et c'est pour nous un plaisir de voir ton retour ici, peut-être ici à l'Autriche. Et quel est votre sentiment avant ce course cet après-midi?
Le sentiment il est bon, mais pour moi la piste elle est difficile. C'est pas ma piste préférée. Mais je vais faire mieux que la première manche, c'est sûr.
Ouais, dans tous les cas, mais bonne chance et bonne course, Sébastien. Yeah, very, very happy. He's glad to be back. It's not the easiest track for him, but he's going to do his best. That's the main thing. So, you know, right. Let's see. I didn't manage to catch this man. Simon? No. That is a man who's finally got a podium in Class 1. He's deserved it. And let's see what this man can do from this pass of the grid. But I have to say, it's good to have the team from Videoberg Motorsport with us. But 5 minutes to go until they release the hounds for the final time for GT3 Cup. 25 minutes for race 2 plus an additional lap. Who's going to come out on top? Will Felix Neuhofer do the double here on home soil?
So the leading car leads away from the start of this next race as we are set and ready for GT3 Cup Race 2. And it is going to be a little bit of a different composition. Green flag waves. The wind is slightly picking up here at the Red Bull Ring. Whether that is going to have an influence on the weather over this and the next two races, which will then bring us to the end of what has been a very tightly packed opening 4 rounds out of 6. So here is your starting grid. Felix Neuhofer will start from pole position once again. He'll be joined on the outside of the front row by Ilario Introna. Christian Caramuschia, another podium from the number 95 from Prima Ginzani Motorsport. We'll have Greg Burkhardt from Sportec Racing looking to do the old control out delete. Not worry about what's happened in the past, but concentrate in the here and now. He rounds out row 2. Championship leader Jack Sherwood will be joined by Ant Performance's Andreas Marti on row number 3. Simon Matisse, P3, his maiden podium in Class 1, starts from the inside of row number 4 and will be joined by Sebastian Pidou from Sportec Racing in the purple and black number 9. Jan Klingenberg and Peter Heglin round out the top 10 with Ernst Inderbitzin bringing up the rear of the field. Good to see Samer Fahmy saying, let's go Tarek, bring it home. Of course, did go to the final step of the podium after race 1 for Open GT. Pascal Brindel, let's go Sportec. Yep, had the opportunity of working with Pascal and a few of the other crew at Sportec's marketing and media department last year in the Pushing Limits series that Sportec did, which documented the battle between Ethan Isher and Matteo Segre in the Class 1 title battle last year. So we're set and ready. 25 minutes plus an additional lap to see whether Felix Neuhofer can do the double on home soil. He's got Ilario Introna, who unfortunately retired on lap 9 on the previous race. Caramuschia and Burkhardt round out the opening 2 rows. Red lights are on the starting gantry here at the Red Bull Ring for the final time for GT3 Cup. Leading car into pit lane, 80 kilometers an hour. Drivers must stay in formation and not go for broke until they see the green lights. So it's going to be time for revs up one more time and we go green. Let's see how things pan out going into turn 1. Neuhofer to the inside at turn 1 at Niki Lauda. Greg Burkhardt to the outside of Caramuschia. Sherwood trying to go to his inside. Heglin goes a little bit wide coming out of turn 1. Start is currently under investigation by race control, led by race director Kevin Katzenegger. As we head up into Vetten, lock up a brakes. I think that might have, that was Ilario Introna, the front end locking up. Greg Burkhardt's got a window of opportunity. Can he try and force the issue through at Vetten at turn 3? No, not quite. Andreas Marti off the circuit, unfortunately, in the number 29 Ant Performance car, and that is dropping him a little bit further down. Peter Heglin has got through on him. So is, I think, Jan Klingenberg. But Burkhardt now chomping the bit to get through on Ilario Introna. This will give him an opportunity to maybe try and close some distance on race leader Felix Neuhofer. So only 60 seconds in. Jack Sherwood following in the wheel tracks of his team boss and also teammate Greg Burkhardt. Introna makes a mistake. Burkhardt's through for second. And now here comes Jack Sherwood to the inside at turn 9. The number 78 dives through. That's third place. Great work by Sherwood, who started on the inside of row number 3. As all bit wide coming out of the final corner by Felix Neuhofer. Might get a track limit warning for that one as we complete the opening lap. Burkhardt only 1.2 seconds behind, but bearing in mind he's had to get through on Introna. As all 11 drivers complete the opening lap. And car 28 did get a track limit warning, and that was at turn 9. So that would have been at Jochen Rindt So now it's a case of strength in numbers. If Sportec say to Burkhardt and Sherwood, right, go hunting, they've got an opportunity. There's less time on the counter to deal with, so you would say that there is going to be a sense of urgency at Sportec Racing. And Burkhardt, having the experience in this series for many a year, two second places in the championship standings and a third, so he is very, very credible indeed. Into turn 6, down the hill. Simon Matisse has just had a warning for track limits at turn 3 in the number 74 Wittenberg Motorsport car, currently sitting in 7th position behind Sebastian Pidou. Christian Canoaskia closing in on Countryman. Ilario Introna. And looking at the oh well, Greg Burkhardt has really started to turn up the wick on the number 88. And might get an opportunity to close on in. See what the gap is after 2 laps. So 1 second. Burkhardt is pushing and has just put in the fastest lap of the race. 1:33.605. As Canoaskia uphill through Munzer at turn 2. Pidou is also closing in, so is Peter Heglin. Heglin's got through on Simon Matisse. And Matisse for Livestream Motorsport in the number 74 car. Might be a different pecking order at the end of this race. But Jack Sherwood will want to leave the Red Bull ring still in the championship lead, as we are nearly a third of the way. Well, we are nearly a fifth of the way through this race. Canoaskia keeping Introna very, very honest in the battle for P4 and P5 between the 2 Italians. Introna getting is being reeled in a little bit by Canoaskia, but bearing in mind that Omnia Motorsport and Prima Ginzani are aligned. Prima Ginzani are right. Car 26, Ilario Introna, has not respected the start procedure and has just been given a drive-through penalty. And also Christian Canoaskia has been given the same. Both drivers will now have to serve a drive-through penalty, and they are not the only ones. Sebastian Pidou, drive-through penalty, not respecting the start procedure. So that is going to switch around the order, and what that is going to mean is that's going to promote Peter Heglin to P7, Simon Matisse to P4, from P7 to P4, behind Jack Sherwood. So 3 cars that are going to have to serve a drive-through penalty based on the fact they were not in the correct way or not aligned, and it was dictated at driver's briefing. And Sebastian did admit to me in French on the starting grid that it's not his favourite circuit. He said it is quite tricky, quite taxing, and quite difficult to get to grips with. But it looks like someone's had a little bit of a moment. Greg Burkhardt, however, let's not forget this man did not have the greatest run of luck last season. And what's more, I think this man is hungry for a first race win, I think possibly since the 2024 season. And that will be definitely one way to go back home to the base at Heri, just outside of Zurich, with a win on the cards. Imagine that. It could very well happen. Stranger things have. But Felix Neuhofer is being reeled in by the number 88. Oh, what a turning point this would be for Greg Burkhardt. So no further action after investigation with 3 drivers, Introna, Canoaskia and Pidou, all being pinged for a drive-through penalty. 7 minutes down, 18 to go, plus an additional lap. And here we ride on board with Sebastian Pidou in the number 9, as that is going to be Simon Matisse right behind him, because Peter Hegland has gotten through. And we're on board with Simon Matisse, the man from Vidberg Motorsport. So what a change it has been for him. Now, bearing in mind, I'm going to say this. It has... Right, I've just looked at 2024. Greg Burkhardt. He didn't have a win in 20... Oh, now this could be a revelation for Greg. Because he didn't have a win back in 2024. As here we are on board with Peter Hegland. Okay, let's put this into perspective. Greg Burkhardt's last win, according to the official results, Imola 2023. And that was when he finished behind Johannes Kapfinger for Hugo Racing and Alexander Schwarzer for Fach Autotech. So this moment, if Greg Burkhardt can close in, but of course it's just dependent on how things run over the next 15 3/4 minutes, plus an additional lap. But the gap is starting to expand. But still, nevertheless, who's not to say unthinkable might happen? Okay, Jan Klingenberg has just had a final track limit warning for turn 9. But Greg Burkhardt in the opening sector was over a 1/4 of a second quicker. So that gap is going to come down. And a very, very measured Greg Burkhardt this time around. They're about to complete sector number 2, which is the longest sector, around about 41 seconds or so. And Burkhardt is 2/10 quicker. That's 4.5 tenths he's gained. No, actually, it's more than that. It's actually gone the other way. Burkhardt 41.87. Neuhofer really quick in the middle sector, 41.2. So Burkhardt gained 2.5 tenths in the opening sector, but he has lost 4+ tenths, as it's looking very grey over the start-finish straight. And that looks a little bit menacing, let's say. And the gap has expanded between Felix Neuhofer and Greg Burkhardt to 1.8 seconds. And it looks like Ilario Introna is going to have a double... Oh, well, Karamuskia has done his drive-through, Pidou his drive-through. Introna, I think, might have just done his drive-through. So again, the complexity of this second race for Class 1. So we still have 13 minutes plus an additional lap on the counter. And Pidou, after his drive-through penalty, I think well, that's actually Ilario Antrona in front of him in the Omnia Motorsport number 26. That's right on board with the number 9. But at the minute, well, Felix Neuhofer is starting to expand a lead, and that lead is now increasing. It's up to 2.1 seconds. He's just gone through, broken the timing being for Sector 1. 23.4 for the number 28 from Neuhofer Henschbad. Greg Burkhardt has just gone 4 tenths quicker. Maybe Burkhardt's caught that second wind, so to speak. As Jan Klingenberg and Andreas Marti are battling for P6. They've got in front of them the number 74 of Wittenberg Motorsports, Simon Matisse. So it's all about that middle sector, because that's where Neuhofer really gains the time back in comparison with Burkhardt. And bearing in mind that Jack Sherwood, this is his first time ever to this track. He's got Dad Justin, he's got mechanic Sam along with him. And he's doing a pretty good job. Right, 41.9. So Burkhardt is the slowest in the middle sector, but it's the first and the last sectors where Burkhardt really ramps up the tempo. We're very shortly about to complete lap number 10 of this race with just under 11 minutes plus an additional lap to go. So that time around, Jack Sherwood, 1 minute 34.0. Burkhardt, 33.95. Neuhofer, another 6 and a bit tenths taken, or added to his race lead, which is now over 2 3/4 seconds. Burkhardt slightly slower in the opening sector by 7/100ths. And then a further 100th behind in terms of opening sector, Jack Sherwood in 3rd place. But also with regards to the facts of the team's standings, Sportec have got a comfortable lead over everybody else this season after the opening 3 rounds. And hopefully this will help with a little bit of damage limitation heading into penultimate round in Mugello. When we basically say at the end of today's race day that school's out for the summer, quite literally and figuratively at the same time. And this time Burkhardt has started responding in the middle sector. He was only half a tenth off of Neuhofer, so that differential, the pendulum swing, is starting to come back to the 88. Now, Felix Neuhofer, well, he knows this track very, very well, but there are occasions, and it does sometimes happen, where if you go all guns blazing, the opening stint of the race, then you find you might take a little bit too much life out of the tyres a little bit too early. But sometimes you might have the presence of mind where you're keeping a little bit in reserve. Right, Jack Sherwood has had a first track limit warning, turn 9, Jochen Rindt. Klingenberg and Marti still battling away over P6, followed by Inderson, who's about 3.1 seconds off. But pretty much Neuhofer, Burkhardt and Sherwood are matching each other in the opening sector. Peter Hegley actually not that far off. Simon Matisse has just matched Felix Neuhofer in the first sector, 23.415. Burkhardt half a tenth off in sector 2. Oh, and Ilario Introna has not just received a drive-through penalty, but he actually crossed the white line at pit lane entry, so gets a 5-second time penalty. That has been handed out by race control. So Neuhofer just calmly and coolly extending the gap. As these 4-litre flat six powered 6-speed gearbox cars producing around about 510 horsepower roar their way up the hill once again. Jack Sherwood, last track limit, last warning, track limit, turn 1, Nicky Lauda. But even if he does get a 5-second time penalty, that'll still keep him about 3.5 seconds ahead of Peter Heglin. Car 26, Ilario Introna, last track limit warning, final corner. Okay, so it's just been the case. The Red Bull Ring has been the Felix Neuhofer show when it comes to Class 1. But a resurgence of form. Like they say, if something doesn't go quite your way, you pick yourself back up, you dust yourself off, and look not at what's just happened, but look to the here and the now. And that is exactly what Greg Burkhardt has done. I thought there was an outside or maybe a possibility he could pick up his first win, but there's still another, after this, 4 more races to go in the championship season for him to maybe get that all-elusive race victory under his belt. He's got some stiff competition to do it against, but nevertheless, doesn't matter who you are as a race driver. There you see the Styrian Hills in the background, and the light and darkish. I wouldn't say significantly dark, but still threatening clouds in the background. Into the final 5th of this race we go. 5 minutes plus an additional here for GT3 Cup Race 2. As Jan Klingenberg doing a really good job holding off Andreas Marti, who this time around has been a lot more careful with regards to the limits of the track itself. So 4 minutes and 35 seconds to go. Felix Neuhofer expands his lead by another 4 tenths to 4.1 ahead of Greg Burkhardt. Neuhofer will pick up another 3 points for pole position, fastest lap, and if he gets it, another 25 for the race win. So that will basically mean 31 points accrued on both races. That's a points haul of 62 for the 2 races here at the Red Bull Ring. Burkhardt going to be 20 points plus an additional, well, he started outside of the oh, and we've had a spin. Christian Karamuskia, that is off of turn 1 at Nicky Lauda corner. So what was a podium for the young Italian in race 1, now he finds himself a little bit further back the order than he would like, right into the clutches of teammate Ilario Introna. So, looks like we're going to have 3 more laps remaining. We're on to lap number 15. Neuhofer leads Burkhardt by 4.9 seconds. Sherwood, P3. After that, it'll be Heglin, who is starting to improve. Oh, he's starting to improve his paces, Peter Heglin. So maybe Fach have said to him, right, you've got an opportunity to close in. You've got to find another 2 seconds, at least. Greg Burkhardt now gets his first track limit warning. Turn 10, final corner. as there we see Simon Matisse ahead of Jan Klingenberg and Andreas Marti. And Eladio Introna hasn't been his day with regards to track limits. He's just picked up a 5-second time penalty from race control. Track limits, turn 10. But very shortly, Felix Neuhofer will be bringing us on to... Yep, he's just crossed the line. 2 more laps to go. So we're looking at a total of 16 laps. He's got nearly a 5-second advantage over Greg Burkhardt. Jack Sherwood a further 5.8 seconds back in P3. What is the distance between him and Peter Heglin? Oh, right. This is getting interesting. Peter Heglin is 6.463 seconds behind Jack Sherwood. So that's basically a 1.5 seconds that Peter Heglin needs to find over the next 8.6 kilometres of racing. Warning for Andreas Marti, track limits turn 10. Burkhardt now starting to respond. Maybe just to see if he can maybe get the fastest lap off of Felix Neuhofer, and that would give him 3 points and demote Felix down to 2. And he went 0.41 of a second quicker in the opening sector, but it's Neuhofer that seems to really get things going well in sector 2, and yeah, 0.5 second pendulum swing to Neuhofer. There's Jack Sherwood. He did a 23.3 opening sector, 42.8, 42.0, high 42.0 in sector 2. Peter Heglin slightly quicker in the opening sector, but loses the time in sector 2. So last lap this time around as Felix Neuhofer. Oh, Jack Sherwood completely sideways out of turn 10. And he just about holds on. Greg Burkhardt making sure he restarts what he did back at Portimao in the second weekend of April. Started a 6-race podium streak that unfortunately came to an abrupt end. We did have a nice little conversation, but we did a lunch, myself and Greg, but we did not talk about the opening race. And I said to him, well, maybe I'll come and speak to you on the grid walk. So maybe be your good luck charm. Well, it looks like it might have worked. However, Felix Neuhofer on home soil for Team Neuhofer Rennsport. Down through out of turn 5. Into the double F complex through turns 6 and 7 at Graz. 3 more corners and he will have done a brilliant display of a double victory from pole position. Lights out to checkered flag. Jochen Rindt, turn 9, headlights ablaze. It's going to be a blaze of glory for this young man from this very nation. And out of the final corner, it's back-to-back race wins. Gratuliere! Felix Neuhofer, Rennsieger Nummer 2, dieses Wochenende in Österreich. Felix Neuhofer wins race 2, back-to-back. Lights out to checkered flag from pole position, and with it, the fastest lap of the race beats Greg. Oh, sorry, apologies there. I got a bit too overzealous. I thought it was. It's been a long day, folks. It's been a long day. Well, Felix Neuhofer is quite significantly ahead, but I'm just getting a bit worried now. Felix Neuhofer is now going down into turn 4, so sorry to the... Jack Sherwood has just picked up a 5-second time penalty for track limits. Now, is that a total of 10? I think that is 2 on the bounce for the Brits, so that is more than likely going to promote Peter Heglin to a podium. But sorry about this, I got a bit, I went a little bit too early. But like I say, it's a long day. We've been going since 8:30 this morning. Yes, we did have a nice little extended lunch break, but nevertheless, it does go to show us commentators, we do get caught up in the moment. But it has been a dominant display. Felix Neuhofer has literally, I'm not at all surprised that he has ruled the roost. The headlights are ablaze, the DRLs are on, he's through Jochenrindt, he's just got turn 10. And after 18 laps of racing, Felix Neuhofer will come out of the final corner. The man from Austria does the double here on home soil. Gratulation, Felix Neuhofer, race 2 winner and back-to-back race wins for the number 28-3, but obviously that will depend on how close the gap is between him and Peter Heglin. Heglin crosses the line. What is the differential? 4.8 seconds. And Jack Sherwood has just been demoted. And it means that Peter Heglin is going to get a podium in race 2. Sherwood, Mattis, Klingenberg, Marti, Inderbitzin, Karamuskia, Pidou will round out the top 10, but Felix Neuhofer once again rules the roost here at the Red Bull Ring in race 2 GT3 Cup. That makes it 3 wins out of 8 races, 5 to Sherwood, 3 to Neuhofer. When can Burkhardt get his first win in over 3 years? Will it be next time out at Mugello? We'll have to find out. But I'll head down to the pit lane now to speak to some of our drivers after race 2.
Hat jetzt nicht erwartet. Heute kannst du alles machen.
Okay, right. Take note. Rain spots. Could be interesting for the next 2 races, but back-to-back for Felix Neuhofer. I think I need to tell him off because he went a bit too quick through the final sector, so it made me say I was calling the win a bit too early, but it's, you know what, I think at the end of the day, that man back, and yeah, okay, the front bumper's looking a little bit haggard, let's say, but he picks up a podium. The thing is that Greg Burkhardt reset the ledger. Muss mal sagen, Felix, du war ein bisschen zu schnell in dem letzten Sektor, bevor die letzte Runde, mein Freund. Ich habe, hey, Gratulation, habe ich gesagt. Dann sagt mein Chef, hey, nochmal eine Runde. Aber was für eine Leistung hier im Heimatrennen dieses Wochenende. Ich kann richtig sehen, Lächeln am Gesicht, ganz zufrieden und dann in ein paar Monaten geht es weiter los mit Mugello.
Genau, ja, ich bin mega happy. Also wir haben die letzten Tage hart gearbeitet, das Team hat auch einen super Job gemacht und wir haben einfach alles richtig gemacht. War mega Wochenende. Bin jetzt echt zufrieden.
Und jetzt kann man richtig feiern, ne? Gratulation, dann sehen wir uns in Mugello in ein paar Monaten. Okay. Ich habe mit dir heute gesprochen, Peter. Aber ich muss mal jetzt sagen, Glückwunsch, 3. Platz, jetzt auf die Siegerehrung bei Rennen Nummer 2. Gratulation.
Danke vielmals, Alex. Ja, ich bin froh, weil das erste Rennen, da habe ich einen großen Fehler gemacht. Habe leider Greg getroffen hinten und ja, unsere beiden Rennen zerstört, was mir leid tut für ihn vor allem. Und darum bin ich jetzt froh, ist das zweite Rennen wenigstens gut gelaufen.
Ja, aber das ist, wie man sagen, mit einem Laptop oder einem Computer Control Alt Delete nochmal weitergehen und dann sieht, was passiert. Und mit deiner Rückkehr hier in Österreich jetzt eine 3. Platz in der Nummer 2. Ich denke, dass du mit Lächeln am Gesicht ganz zufrieden, ne? Genau,
perfekt. Na, es war ein super Wochenende, das ganze Weekend war cool, gutes Team auch und so. Wir hatten wirklich Spaß auch und so, war herrlich. Danke vielmals.
Und sehen wir uns vielleicht nochmal wieder in Mugello?
Mugello komme ich sicher und Misano denke ich auch.
Ah, Gott sei Dank.
Du musst ja wieder ein bisschen was machen, oder? Musst ja was machen.
Stimmt, aber Gratulation mit der Siegerehrung. Right, one more podium, let's see. Greg? Back to a podium, well done.
Yeah, finally.
Now, there is one question. I was looking through the records during the race of when you last picked up your race win, a last race win. Imola to
Mugello.
What, last year or?
No.
I looked, and as far as I could see, it was Imola 2023.
Really?
I think.
Okay, well.
But look.
Long time.
I know. But the thing is, the consistency you've had this year speaks volumes. And
so last year, definitely.
I mean, yesterday was definitely not exactly, I think we can say, water under the bridge. A new Greg Burkhardt has emerged in 2026, but there's still 4 more races to get a win under your belt, buddy.
Yeah, and Mugello is coming, which I do love very much.
Indeed. Congratulations, mate. There we go. That's it for the wrap-up for GT3 Cup. We'll see them at the end of September in Mugello. Next up, it's GT4 and Classic Race 2. Well, you want another twist in the tail? We've got one for you. Rain is starting to fall. Look at the clouds. Just look. They're coming over this way. I said that the weather was coming in from the hillside, and it's happening again. So I think I'm playing the law of averages when it comes to whether I need my body warmer, whether I need my rain jacket, and I think the rain jacket this time was the sensible option. So Kevin Latillon could take 2 wins, but that depends on David Diaz. Now, the big question. We are going to have a look at the tyres. The rear tyres tell the story. Kevin Latillon on slicks, wets on standby. And the man who had a really, really good battle last time round, Schorsch Wöhler, pulls up into pole position. Once again, that's another 3 points for him. Fantastic battle between him and Sebastian Glaser. A few more cars rolling down pit lane. David Diaz in the 115 starting from the front row once again. Cannot believe how chopping and changing this weather has been so far. Let's see. Okay. Okay, dann Schorsch, nochmal wieder dir zu sehen hier in Österreich. Wie geht's dir?
Gut. Das Wetter ist sehr spannend. Also bin ich mal gespannt, wie es jetzt die nächsten 10 Minuten hier aussieht.
Besonders mit dem Zweikampf an Spitze zwischen dir und der Sebastian Glaser, ne?
Ja, das ist die besondere Würze in der Mischung, ja.
Aber dieses Geräusch von den Auspuff von diesen Autos bei der 993 ist wirklich von meinen Wenigkeiten absolut wahnsinnig.
Ja.
Das, und auch mit Manuellgetriebe, nicht Pedal Shift. Das ist wie ich auf den Live-Übertragung gesagt habe, das ist richtig old school, ne?
Ja, es ist tatsächlich, also ich bin ja auch schon moderne Autos gefahren und dementsprechend der Unterschied zwischen dem alten ohne Helferlein, du hast nur ein bisschen ABS, und dem manuellen Getriebe in Verbindung hier mit diesen besonderen Witterungsbedingungen und dann noch mit dem Zweikampf, das ist tatsächlich schon Oldschool Racing.
Ja, ich muss mal sagen, gibt es eine Möglichkeit, nochmal 6. Gang an dieser Strecke hier in Red Bull Ring benutzen, aber am höchsten 5. Gang.
Genau, richtig. Von 2 bis 5 ist alles dabei. Manchmal reicht der eine Gang nicht, da muss kurz der Begrenzer herhalten, aber sonst macht er das ganz brav.
Dann drücken wir die Daumen. Okay, Schorsch, dann wünsche ich dir viel Glück für dieses letzte Rennen hier in Österreich.
Danke.
Yeah, he really loves the old school stuff, does Schorsch. We're going to leave him to it because the rain is starting to come down a little bit more. Let's see if we might be able to have a chat. Okay. Herr Glaser, guten Nachmittag.
Guten Nachmittag.
Wie geht's dir?
Gut. Es regnet schon wieder.
Und was für ein spannendes Zweikampf zwischen du und der Herr Wöhler.
Ja, war mega. Hat so viel Spaß gemacht. Super fairer Zweikampf und echt toll, ja.
Ja, dieses mein zweites Jahr über diesen richtigen klassisches Autorennfahrzeuge darüber zu kommentieren mit der 993 besonders ist ein Highlight für mich persönlich und den Zweikampf zwischen dir und der Schorsch war absolut mega spannend und was könnte man sehen in dieses zweites Rennen, nur 25 Minuten plus eine Runde auf dem Uhr?
Ja, also es wird spannend. Jetzt schauen wir mal, ob es noch mehr regnet, ja, ob es ähnlich wird. Vorhin, als es richtig nass war, in der Mitte hatte ich einen Vorteil am Anfang und am Ende, als es etwas trockener wurde, hatte der Schorsch einen Vorteil.
Ja.
Ein Tick schneller, also spannend, ja, ein bisschen unterschiedlich sicherlich vom Setup die Autos. Jetzt schauen wir mal. Also es ist Gambling hier, ja.
Wie Blackjack, ne?
Ja,
Ja,
absolut.
vielleicht hat man die Karte mit der Nummer 21 damit in Total, ne?
Ja, schauen wir mal.
Dann Sebastian wünsche ich, ja, dann wünsche ich dir viel Glück für den letztes Rennen hier in Österreich.
Danke.
Really, really. Now look at this name, Harald Kors, part of the BMW. That is the livery that man drove back in the period when this car was here, racing. But what can you say? Great to hear from George, great to hear from Sebastian. A 6-speed manual gearbox, 3.8 litre flat six. And I can see the glint in the eyes. And you know, you see all these lovely period machines. As I said, the attention to have these cars here. Now this is actually really quite funny. Look at the sticker on the top there. I'm going to make this so, yeah, just look behind you. I'm over 50. Thank you. Sebastian is a man that lives vicariously through racing. Wishing all these drivers the best of luck because it's GT4 in Classics. Race 2, and after that, one more to go.
So the leading car has left the front of the grid. Very shortly we'll have the green flag wave. And there it is. We get the formation underway. Let's take you through the starting grid. For the penultimate sprint race, it's time for GT4s and Classics. Kevin Letion, can he do the double in Class 10? He's got David Diaz alongside on the front row. Eric Chatelain on P3, George Verla rounds out row 2 with Sebastian Glaser and Eric Fuchs rounding out the top 3 rows. Fabian Frohner and Jud Schreiber round out row 4. Albert Weinziel and Roger Mittler complete the overall top 10. Then Stefan Niedermeyer, Maximilian von der Leyen and Florian Schmidhuber round out your grid. It's a little bit windy down towards the paddock and pit lane area, but it looks a little bit brighter up at the top of the hill at turn 3 at Intervetten. But can it be 2 for 2 for Kevin Letion? And can it be 2 for 2 in Class 32? Maybe for Sebastian Glaser, maybe even for Class 31 for Florian Schmidhuber. But Sebastian was explaining on the grid that at the beginning of the race, he kind of had the advantage when they went into those intermediate conditions, let's say. Something that some buttons like back in his Formula 1 days, let's say. He said that then it sort of like it was a bit indecisive, reference the weather. He would have a little bit more of the advantage, and as the race proceeded, George had the better of him, but Sebastian Glaser able to do what he could. After this, we will go into battle for one more time before we head to Mugello at the tail end of September. But now the drivers will be showing the grid sign coming out of turn 7 and turn 8, turn 7 being Graz. Look at that for a little bit of cheeky signage advertisement in the background there. So the leading car will very shortly head into pit lane. So, red lights on the gantry for the penultimate time this weekend here at round 4 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse 2026. Leading car in pit lane, revs are now going to rise. Here we go, red lights go to green and we're underway. Side-by-side drag race between Letion and Diaz up into turn 1 here at Niki Lauda. And once again, as we saw last time, Diaz went to the outside. As looks like but you're going to see now Kevin Letion trying to do but the more to the point, it is the case of so it is going to be a bit more of a sprint, so to speak. But we're going to see Jud Schreiber up the inside. With David Diaz leading the way as the sunshine is over at the top part of the circuit. Here we are on board with the man from Orchid Racing Team. And he's really starting to wrestle with the steering wheel. Diaz has got to go defensive. And look at the amount of sun that is beating down, coming over the crest into turn number 9. And Diaz has got to be very careful coming out of the final corner. Letion has the slipstream in the 118. Pink Panther liveried Porsche Cayman 718 GT4 RS Club Sport into turn 1 as we start lap 2. Eric Chatelain is not that far behind them. So the opening 2 minutes are done and dusted. Meantime, Sebastian Glaser has lost the position. Here comes Kevin Latillon, 2 wheels on the paintwork. Coming through Munza in at turn 2. And you can hear he's straight on the power coming out of 3 and into Vetten. Up to, probably I would say that's going to be 4th gear in the slipstream under the ready to race banner. Into turn 4 here at Rauch. Actually, yeah, for those wondering what is Rauch, well, they are actually a fruit drinks company, or a drinks company here in Austria. Latillon to the inside! Oh, that was close. Diaz just kept the momentum around the outside of that corner and managed to do a very, very close, or lastminute.com sweep around the outside. But again, Latillon is going to show his nose. Is he going to go late on the brakes into turn 1? The back end snaking, the front end snaking. Latillon had to duck out of it. And now Chatelain is closing on. Schorschwerler continues to lead class 32. Maximilian von der Leyen leads in class 31. But Schorschwerler has opened up after the opening 2 laps. A comfortable lead. It's 3 seconds and climbing. But what we now have, okay, right, Schorschwerler has just been given a track limit warning at turn 10. Kevin Latillon has just been hit before the 5-minute mark, a drive-through penalty. And he's not the only one, because Eric Chatelain has also circumvented the start procedure. Both of them have a drive-through penalty from race control. So that means that David Diaz, as he's not the only one, well, they're not the only ones. Florian Schmidhuber also gets a drive-through penalty for circumvention of the start procedure. And here we are on board with car 302, Switzerland's Roger Mettler for Stadler Motorsport. Closing in the 344 Boradori Motorsport entry, the 993 car of Jud Schreiber from Italy. And you can see 6-speed, H-pattern gearboxes. Wonderful to see these cars still competing. And it just brings back that feeling of nostalgia. I can understand why. I can understand why now, that when you look at the more than 6 decades worth of history since the Porsche 911 was introduced, it followed in the footsteps of the likes of the 356, but has evolved still into that shining beacon. As David Diaz is ahead of Kevin Latillon, let's not forget. Latillon has to serve a penalty, Chatelain has to serve a penalty. They're not the only ones, because Schmidhuber in 13th, down at the back end of the field, also has to serve that drive-through penalty. They've got to do it within 3 laps. Otherwise, further ramifications will be inbound. But I would imagine that between Kevin Latillon, who we're back on board with, will wait until the last moment of that window to get that car into the pit lane. They're about to go through. I think he's going to carry on for another lap, but he's got to be very, very mindful. The team will be on the radio saying, Kevin, you're probably going to need to box next lap, or they will know that information to hand. He's 2 tenths behind David Diaz. Obviously, Kevin very, very happy after the opening race, taking the victory. But more to the point, he is closing in. This is a big rate of speed up the hill through Munza. And Latillon dives to the inside late on the brakes. And he's through. But David Diaz, right thing that opened up the steering, did not fight it. And David Diaz to the inside of this contact! Oh no, the two Allied First French Sport cars have come together. And that is really going to be a bit of a touching point, a sore point for the two teammates to discuss post-race. But you can understand that there are times when drivers will go for a move, and sometimes it does work the right way. It's kind of like, you know, doing a coin toss and seeing whether it's going to be heads or tails. In this consideration, unfortunately for David Diaz and Eric Chatelain, who unfortunately got the wrong end, who got the short end of the stick in that exchange. You know, in some respects, Chatelain probably had the benefit of the doubt when it came to the corner, but unfortunately at that point, David Diaz went for the move and might not have been far enough alongside. So that is down to Kevin Kaltenegger and his race control team to investigate and then make a judgment based on the facts that they have. And they have a variety of cameras from various different angles to pick apart things that will happen, as Eric Chatelain, a little bit of damage to the right side of that car.
World Cup.
So, apologies for the absence of my voice for the last few moments, but we are just under 2 minutes to go, plus an additional lap here in the penultimate race for the for round 4 of the 2026 Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse GT4s and Classics. And, well, there has been some developments. Eric Chatelain has pitted. Kevin Latillon is quite a way up the road from David Diaz. George Verler is being reeled in by Sebastian Glaser for the race lead in class 32, but we've got a little bit of a dice here, and that is Albert Weinziel and Fabian Frohner in the 307 and 330. That is the battle for P3. Frohner to the outside with just over a minute to go. We're going to head into the left-hander here at turn 6. Weinziel remains ahead of the number 330, and there's one car not that far behind them. 340, I believe, a very close from Germany. And this is a, well, it's somebody else. No, it's Roger Mettler. My apologies there. It's a second behind them. But we are heading down towards the last few moments of this race. Frohner trying to get through for a podium. Switches to the outside, trying to cut through as Weinziel carries the momentum through. Jochen Rindt. And now it's going to be the case of when these drivers will cross the line. Latillon might be very close on time. We go on board with Roger Mettler. Latillon might be very shortly. There he is. And with 7 seconds to go, he crosses the line. That gives us 2 racing laps before we head into our final tour. So just over 8.6 kilometres of racing left to go. That is even with the fact that Kevin Latillon with a drive-through penalty for the rolling start. Looks like they have thrown it his last lap, to be honest with you. But we'll wait to see when Kevin Latillon crosses the line, whether that is a confirmed checkered flag. I don't want to jump the gun like I did last time, and I had to tell off Felix Melfer in the post-race interview saying went too quickly by a couple of seconds in that final sector. But Latillon making his way down the hill, turn 4 into 5, through into the left-hander at turn 6. And then it's down through into turn 7 at Graz. Roger Mettler's just been given a track limit warning for turn 3. That's at Interwetten at the top of the hill. So timer has officially hit 0. And he's actually closing in on the battle for P3 for class 32. So let's see, Latillon is trying to get through on Fabian Frohner. Let's see, is it checkered flag? No, it is one more lap. I thought it might be the case. I think it was because of the fact that when Kevin Latillon crossed the line, they knew it was going to be last lap next time around. So that's why I just erred on the side of caution. Forgive me for doing so, but I don't want to I want to have lightning strike twice. That's for sure. But however, it has been a wonderful day to see these GT4s, 993s and 964s in action here at the Red Bull Ring for this penultimate round, well, this 4th round out of 6. Kevin Latillon this time is coming down the hill for the last time of asking. And the headlights are ablaze on the 118 from Orchid Racing Team Genève. It is 2 for 2 in class 10 for Kevin Latillon out of the final corner, and he strides his way to victory here in race 2. Checkered flag waves. Lation does the double in Spielberg. And it's going to be very, very close indeed. Albert Weinziel takes P3 in class 32. Head of Mettler and Frohner. Eric Schattlin and Schreiber unfortunately retiring a little bit before, Schattlin after lap 5 after the contact with David Diaz. Jörg Schreiber on lap 9, but Lation wins class 10. Schorschwerler is going to win by over 11 seconds to win race 2 for class 32, and Maximilian von der Leyen is going to round out our aggressive class winners. There's Schorschwerler down the hill for the last time of asking. One win to Sebastian Glaser in the 312, and Schorschwerler is going to put the boot on the other foot and take the win, making it his 3rd win of 2026. Well, it's going to be time for me to make my way down towards pit lane for the penultimate set of interviews before our final grid walk here in the land of the Steiermark. I'll be with you very shortly.
Gang draußen. Gang draußen. Gang draußen. Schieben wir etwas zurück.
Bei mir war es ich muss 5-mal gucken. Gratulation. Ja, ich danke.
Okay. Ich warte auf ein paar Interviews hier. Okay, ich muss erstens
Mir ist voll durchgefallen.
nochmal mit der Sebastian sprechen. Nochmal ein ganz spannendes Zweikampf zwischen ihr beiden. Nochmal wieder hier in Österreich. Was kann man sagen? Mit der 993 immer Spaß am Steuer.
Ja, mega, mega. Also ich meine, es gibt kein cooleres Rennen fahren. Ja, vor allem, wenn du natürlich so eng fightest, die Autos sind so ähnlich. Ja, Wahnsinnsspaß. Leider ist mir am Ende, habe ich Bremse verloren und dann musste ich abreißen lassen. Und ja, aber super. Also ich meine, ich glaube, man sieht's. Ja, wir waren teilweise wirklich 20 Zentimeter hintereinander am Fighten und super fair, auch mit dem George. Das ist halt cool. Also ich meine, deswegen machen wir das.
Das ist, was richtig ein Zweikampf sollte sein, ne?
Genau, ja, super fair und ja, und es ist halt auch cool mit den Autos, weil die Autos einfach so ähnlich sind, ja, und sich so wenig nehmen. Das ist immer ganz, ganz, ganz eng alles. Super.
Und besonders bei dieser alten Lackierung mit dem Livery zum Beispiel, mit der gekannte Name Harald Groß, der war ein Teil der BMW Junior Programm mit Dieter Quester, der war auch ein Teil dieses Organisation hier bei Spielberg. Aber was kann man sagen? Aber wir haben noch mal einen Termin auf der Kalender. 2 Monaten mussten wir ein bisschen lange warten mit dem Sommerpause hier. Aber wir gehen nach Mugello. Bist du auch dabei?
Richtig, ja, bin ich auf jeden Fall dabei. Also freue mich schon drauf und ja, Mugello ist natürlich auch eine Sensation. Wird bestimmt sehr, sehr, sehr lustig und sehr schön.
Ja, ich kann kaum erwarten, weil es wird meine erste Zeit. Letztes Jahr war ich nicht bei Mugello da sein, aber etwas auf dem Bucketlist, etwas daraus zu streichen. Aber viel Glück, Gratulation mit einem Rennsieg, 2. Platz. Jetzt kann man feiern. Ne?
Jetzt kann man feiern, absolut. Jetzt gibt's
Glückwunsch.
Danke.
Bitte.
Danke.
Well, you know what? I think on that note, speaking with Sebastian says it all about the 993s and the 964s. That's it for GT4 and Classic. Next up, the roller coaster to end all roller coasters here in Spielberg. It's going to be Open GT. Race 2 coming up shortly. they do say that all things good must come to an end. But we firstly have to recognise the entire team here at the Red Bull Ring. The motorsport marshals who have been at the post, they've been doing a fantastic job. But we've got one more race to go, and then it's all said and done until we go back to racing the 25th and 26th of September at Autodromo Internazionale del Mugello. Normally a home for MotoGP, but it's a home for us here at Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse. Right, of course, viel Glück. Right, you can see, look at this. Dry or wet? What is the weather going to do? Also, let's just take a little glimpse at this wonderful machinery. Our leading car, 992.2 911 GT3. And of course, we can't forget about our safety car, the Porsche Panamera GTS, 4-litre twin-turbo V8. I've driven one of those. They are rapid as heck. But the thing is, for some people, Marcus Gratian, Nico Grundl, didn't quite go to plan, but maybe there could be a little flip on this script. Because we've got, as last time, Dragos Buriu starting from pole, Stefan Heim starting alongside on the outside of the front row. Then we've got Patrick Dinkelstein for Proton competition. But it's not Levin Gelf on pole position for race 2. He's starting back in what will effectively be 4th place. Pole for race 2 went the way of current championship leader in class 21, Nico Grundl. So he's going to be starting alongside Patrick Dinkelstein. Now you remember what happened in race 1. Gelf got the jump on Dinkelstein, got through, passed him. And look at this for a sight going up into Niki Lauda corner. All the cars. And it's great that we've had some people, there's some people in the grandstand off at turn 1 on the outside of Niki Lauda corner. And I had a chat with a couple of the team here from the Red Bull Ring, and I said, just thank you so much for your work. And they said, this is really one of our favourite events to work on. So the feeling is mutual, Red Bull Ring, we love you. But it is going to be a little bit of a wait. Not too sure what the weather's going to do. Grey clouds, possibility of wets or dries when it comes to the Michelin tyres. We want to know from you, watching at home, who's your bet on? I think it's going to be another win, possibly for Dragos Buriu, unless there may be some kind of issue. But I never want to wish that to anybody. And that's the key point we've got to remember here. So Patrick pulls up into position. Kevin, wie geht's dir, mein Freund?
Alles gut, danke, dir?
Starke Leistung die ganze Saison von der Ansicht von der Dragos. 7 Rennsieg.
Ja.
Possibly the streak continues right now. He's on form.
He's doing pretty good now. Yeah. He had plenty of time to get to know the car now, and he's doing pretty well. So.
I think
we're not very worried. So I'm sorry, he's gonna be here any minute.
No worries. Listen, Kevin, good luck, buddy. Have a good one out there.
Thank you very much.
So also good to see friends of Dragos here as well. But I think we need to take a little bit of a wander down. So Luke, if you want to follow me, we're going to go and find our Soul 911 GT3 Cup 991.2 designation. It is car 273, and I made a promise to this man, so I know we haven't got much time. Yanis, quick word from you. Great run by Levin in race 1, pole position, controlled the race. Do you think he can get back up the front again? He's very capable, isn't he?
Yeah, we have a good car, good driver, so the speed looks fine for me at the moment. Let's see how the race will go after the start, but I think we will see some great fights, and I hope Levin will end up on the podium and we have still the chance to fight for the championship.
Well, he's got one hell of a driver, coach, so good to speak to you again as always. Right. Alessandro Cendese in the mix. Tarek Fahmy, can he do another podium? 2 back-to-back here at the Red Bull Ring. I don't know if I'm going to get time. I'm just going to keep an eye out because I need to be as close to the pit lane exit. Right. I want to have a chat with this man because he's been on big form. Maybe see if I... Okay. He wants to concentrate. Sebastian, viel Glück. Herr Neuhofer. Hallo. Wie geht's dir?
Sehr gut, sehr gut.
Aber was für eine Leistung für Felix und auch die Leistung für den Max und der David sind sehr stark hier in Österreich. Aber das ist Heimatrennen für euch als Team. Ja. Was kann man richtig sagen, ne?
Nee, wir haben eine starke Teamleistung das Wochenende. Wir haben uns echt alle bemüht, das Beste rausgeholt und bin eigentlich sehr, sehr zufrieden.
Dann wünsche ich dir und den ganzen Mannschaft von Neuhofer Rennsport viel Erfolg in dieses letztes Rennen hier bei OpenGT.
Vielen lieben Dank.
Bitte. Right, let's see. Right, Darshan. How does it feel that your boy Tarek has got another podium in race 1? A bit of a shame for Alessandro, but drivers were told in drivers' briefing track limits were being policed quite significantly, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean it's okay. It's learning days for him. He's pretty young. He's new to the racing in GT, so it's okay. It's all right. For Tarek, we are super happy from P8 to P3. So he was really happy on radio. So that's good. That's good for us.
Let's see if it can be 2 maybe on the podium this time for B driver. Huh?
Fingers crossed. Thank you.
Complimenti. Right, one more race to go. And as they say, we've got a long way to go, but a short time to get there. 5-minute board is out. One more race at the Red Bull Ring before we have a break until the 26th of September at Mugello. Time for OpenGT, race 2. Hold on, grab your popcorn of choice and your soft drink and stick with us.
So it's time for our final race of round 4 of the 2026 Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse season here at the Red Bull Ring in Austria. 25 minutes on the timer, just approaching 10 past 5 local time. A big thank you to everyone that's joined us on the live stream all the way through the day as we are set and ready for our final hurrah here in the land of the Steiermark. Here's the starting grid. Dragos Burio and Stefan Heim on the front row of the grid, followed by Patrick Dinkeldine and Class 21 pole sitter for race 2, Nico Kundl. Can Alessandro Cendese take his second win in a very small, short space of time? He rounds out the inside of row number 3 and will be joined by Marcus Gratian, also looking for a second win this year. Levin Gelf and Harold Huber round out row number 4 ahead of Tarek Fahmy and Max von Rosen rounding out the top 10. Sebastian Schmidt joined by Johann Frisch on row 6. Helmut Rödig and Gunther Kaos, row 7. Eric Santos and David von Rosen round out your overall top, top 16. John Jastrzębski, Stefan Kraft, Marco Galassi, Fakhreddin Mirzor, and at the top 20 with Marabi Mekbabishvili, Marco Premoli, Alexander Vola, and Alejandro Candia from Chile rounds out the grid. So it will be down to Dragos Burio to control the pace of this rolling stop. 80 kilometers an hour is the designated speed. But Dragos Burio will need to maintain sharp end field. But what can we say? Spielberg, it has been a real, true pleasure. But the drivers will now have to grid up. Stefan Heim will now pull alongside Dragos Burio. Nico Kundl will pull alongside Patrick Dinkeldine. Alessandro Cendese will line up alongside Marcus Gratian with Levin Gelf, race 1 winner, Harold Huber, Tarek Fahmy and Max von Rosen. They round out your overall top 20, the top 10, as the leading car for the final time will make its way into pit road. Can Levin Gelf do the double, or will someone else for victory in Class 21? Will it be the fact that Dragos Burio will take an 8th successive win? He's really got to grips with the Newton by Sportec Racing machine, the 992 GT3R. Red lights on the gantry, and it's down to race director to control how things will go. Everyone must be in a straight line. If they circumvent the starting procedure, they will be under penalty. And as we go green for the final time, headlights ablaze on Sebastian Schmidt's car. As Stefan Heim to the outside of Dragos Burio, but a dive bomb and a half, and oh no! The leaders have been taken out, and it's Tarek Fahmy trying to look for an audacious move up the inside. And there's another one, 224. I cannot believe it, drama on turn 1, lap 1. That is more than likely going to bring out a safety car. Dragos Burio's run of luck has come to an abrupt end. Stefan Heim also got collected in the mix as we see Max van Rosen go wide down to turn 3. Drama in the final race of the weekend. So starts under investigation. Safety car boards and flags are out. And that can mean we might be under safety car for quite a time, depending on how quickly the recovery crews are able to expedite all the damage that has been unfortunately exercised at turn 1. So safety car for the second and only time today. This weekend has been the only time when we've had a safety car, I think, in the opening race and a safety car in the final race. But sometimes these things do happen. It is part and parcel of racing, which means, we do not have Dragos Burio. We do not have Stefan Heim. Patrick Dinkeldine, I think, might have got caught up in the crossfire and has tumbled down the order. And he was running 3rd, Nico Kundl. And I think it's Alessandro Cendese from B Driver who is actually he's actually leading. So we have a Class 21 driver, probably, I think, the youngest driver on the grid, And, well, all I can say is cat amongst the proverbial pigeons. And there is Tarek Fahmy, very damaged front end, and I think that's some bodywork possibly. Let's see what, well, it's actually his front bumper. That's probably got coolant, radiator coolant damage. So that car, let's just pick this apart for a moment. So here's the start. Heim to the outside of Burio. And, well, I don't know whether Tarek Fahmy, it was a complete maybe misjudgment, and he's gone straight in. And, well, it's, and also turned around. That's John Jastrzemski in the background. So what's happened to Jastrzemski? Right, that might have been one of the A-Works by Katana Tool cars, possibly 290, Johan Frisch. Not 100% sure, but it just caused absolute mayhem. Burio Stark, Heim Stark, Fahmy coming down to, is going to be bringing that into the pit. Dragos Burio got the car going again, has brought the car into the pit lane, and the team at Newton by Sportec are going to have a look. So, Stefan Heim out. Tarek Fahmy, I think that's possibly more than likely going to be a retirement, and he's just dived into pit lane. So sometimes there are moments, and they're trying to put the bumper back. Right, okay, now. B driver already out with the extensive amount of gaffer tape, and you can see the right front corner literally the right side where the wheel arch is connected to the front bumper. There is a big crack there, which means that panel is loose, and I think they might be putting let's just have a look. I mean, depending on the damage, left front wheel is loose. That is not going anywhere. I'm afraid that's going to be more than likely steering gone, possibly track rods and tie rods, and that is Tarek Fahmy's weekend. Unfortunately, ended earlier than expected. It is not nice to see that kind of thing, but this is racing. They know the risks. But that left front tyre, Tarek was I think he did a really good job of getting that to the pit lane. Obviously, with regards to the incident, that is not for me to comment on, but I'm not too sure whether he just might have misjudged his braking point, and if it's considered a racing incident, that is down to race control. However, we are 5 minutes through this 25 minute plus an additional lap race, so unfortunately Stefan Heim, it's not going to pick up. Well, he effectively will probably end up on the top step of the podium for Class 23, being the only competitor in that class. But at the moment, well, we are down to effectively 21 out of 24 competitors. And how's about this for a little bit of a story? Alexander Voller in the 273 Class 40 Sportec 991.2 is now 15th overall, and it's the only car in its class. Safety car is now coming in this lap, so having just crossed the 5 minutes mark completed. And here we are on board with the third of the B driver cars. Marco Primoli, his first race weekend with the team, also part of the B driver academy. But Sebastian Schmidt, now we have, I think last year we were very close to having a Class 21 vehicle win the overall race. But I don't think as close as we've been to that point or juncture since right here, right now. And, hang on, I just saw wiper blades on the windscreen of the safety car. Right. We're going to go back to green, and it is down to, this is Alessandro Cendese's first time at the lead of a race overall, that he's going to bring us back to green as the 243 from B driver brings us back to green flag racing conditions here at Spielberg. Headlights ablaze, full beam engaged with the 203 of Sebastian Schmidt, Harald Huber, and then it's going to be Nico Kundel and Markus Kreischen side by side for the briefest of moments. as Johann Frisch and Stefan Kracht, who would have thought they could believe their luck? They're up to 6th and 7th respectively, as Cendese defends into turn 3. Huber to the inside. Schmidt's got to watch his right-hand side. It's 3 o'clock. A little bit of a scuff of paintwork between the pair. And Cendese, like last time, has got to watch these track limits. He got hit with quite a few last time. Harald Huber to the inside at turn 4 now. And there goes, well, look at this for a resurgence. Johann Frisch now through on Marcus Gratian. We're riding on board with the 2-2-1. So a couple of cars. Now, the person with the fastest lap of the race so far, John Jastrzemski, the man from San Diego, California, in the 224, 1:59.767. Eric Santos has put in a personal best. So the Brazilian now up into 8th. And that is a genuine 8th overall. Patrick Dinkelstein on the restart is down all the way into 12th position. But in the meantime, Sebastian Schmidt loses position to Harald Huber, and I think Sebastian Schmidt might have just flashed the lights at them to say, not really. I'm not really happy with probably how that overtake was carried out, but that is at this moment in time. Oh dear, what's happened to Eric Santos again? Eric Santos is running P8, and Strama has struck him. Marcus Gratian to the inside of Johann Frisch. Here at turn 3, he's going to dive to the inside. Frisch gives him racing room. And then you've got Stefan Kracht to the outside of David von Bolton in the 253, riding on board with the A-Works by Katana Tools car. So we have just under 16 minutes to go. Stefan Kracht, the man from, well, originally from Germany. His English fluency is so good. Like I said, he hasn't got an accent when he speaks English. Came over to me and I just thought, oh, I didn't recognise him. Like, there's so many people that I still have, in many respects, and you've got to understand this from my perspective, that, oh, right, before I get up with my point, that was very, very close for Johann Frisch. And bearing in mind, him and Stefan Kraft, they were against each other at Portimao at round 1. As I was saying, I didn't know who he was. It was a face I didn't recognise. So I'm still meeting people in this paddock. But the good thing is that a lot of people know who I am. So that's not a bad thing. In the meantime, change for the overall race lead. Harald Huber has gone through on Alessandro Cendese, who is now on his last warning for track limits. He's not the only one. Johann Frisch in 7th place is also on his last track limit warning. Next time they get pinned, it's a 5-second time penalty, and both of them went exiting track limits at turn 9. Here comes Sebastian Schmidt, and he's got through, possibly. Lights and DRLs ablaze, as we are just under 14.5 minutes remaining on the counter. What Cendese has got to do now is just keep it on the black stuff and keep the car with at least 2 wheels within track limits. He's still learning as Darshan Kadaya, the team manager, who from B Driver, well, effectively head of motorsports at B Driver, a great character, speaks fluent Italian, and obviously one of the very first people that I interviewed, I think, when we were at Monza. So, but resurgence from Patrick Dinkelstein. I'm just thinking, is there going to be a possibility? And look at how dirty back end, the rear bumper of the 250 from Proton competition is. What can you say? Best lap at the moment, Marcus Gratian, 1:33.668. He's currently P5. As that is David von Rosen through on 290. Johann Frisch, no, that's Matt von Rosen. So Father David is a bit further up the road. And here is David through, trying to go through on Helmut Hordich, and Hordich is through on him. But nevertheless, the drivers have been fighting tooth and nail. And look at this. How about this for a story? That is car 273, Alexander Vola, who's been running in GT3s over the past couple of seasons. It's great to see him and Richard Distel share driving duties in the sole 991.2 Class 40 car, and still that car is incredibly competitive. Alexander, a very, very shrewd individual, one of the nicest guys you can ever want to meet, but he's an absolute animal behind the wheel. Well, I wouldn't call him a werewolf because he doesn't have the hair and the sideburns like Emerson Fittipaldi had, or still has, thereof, having the nickname, that Brazilian having the nickname the werewolf, from the grandfather of Enzo Fittipaldi. Okay, right, Max von Rosen has just been given a time penalty. Right, that now explains it. Here comes Alexander Vola in the 273, trying to go through at turn 1. And that is on Johann Frisch. And Vola, 2 wheels on the painted stuff. Oh my goodness, he's got some stones, has Alexander. So, Max von Rosen gets a post-race 10-second time penalty for causing a collision with Eric Santos. That is Gunter Kraus around. He had Marabi, I think that might have been possibly Marabi Makvabashvili right behind him. And he nearly does a 360 off of the exit of turn number 1. But still, the battle for the overall race lead is being contested. Patrick Dinkelbein is now up to 8th and climbing, but it is 11 minutes plus an additional lap of this race still left to run until we have our final set of interviews, and then we say goodbye to Spielberg and say andiamo Mugello in just over 2 months' time, where we can declare that Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse for 2026 schools out for the summer. But Hubert still leads. A little bit wide there going into the entry into turn 1. David and Max, father and son, go nearly side by side into the Kilauna corner. Of course, as Felix Neuhofer's dad Marcus said to me on the grid that, yeah, very much the case that we've got a very strong team and a really good team, a really good motivation to have the results here on our home track, which is really nice to hear. But Sebastian Schmidt still on the flashers, trying to do the old mental trick on Harald Huber, the Austrian, in the 276. Huber doing a really good job. Again, on the flanks is Schmidt, man from Germany. Runner-up in Class 21 for the last 2 years running. Chendese is about there. Gründel is right there with him. Gratian is about a further 1.4 seconds back. Dinkelbein has just put in the fastest lap of the race. A 1:32.231 in the 250 from Proton competition. We have got 9 minutes plus an additional lap of the racing action out on circuit still left to go. Huber's got to be very, very mindful in the next 9 minutes plus an additional lap, so I'd probably say 9 minutes plus an additional lap. There's 7 laps in total. Sebastian Schmidt to the inside at turn 1 and Niki Lauda. They can always 2 wheels on the curbs. And, well, Sebastian Schmidt, I have to give him a real good, I have to say chapeau to him, but look at this. Chendese is closing in on the man from Germany. Chendese to the outside, on run through 2 into 3. And Gründel is with them. This could give an opportunity. Chendese to the outside of Sebastian Schmidt through at turn number 3. On board with Nico Gründel, the young man from Germany, former GT4 racer with William S Racing. And still this battle for the race lead. Schmidt to the inside, that's a bit close, and Chendese to the outside. Oh, Harold Huber was piggy in the middle on that one through turn 4. But look at this, Grundle's coming into this. Huber to the outside of Cendese through turn 6. And now Marcus Station makes it a quintet to join the party. Cendese to the inside at turn 7 at Katz, gets through on Huber. And then makes a little bit of a pig's ear of it, coming out of the corner. Huber gets the traction to the outside of the run down to turn 9 here at Jochen Rindt. Cendese might get the run to the inside, he's going to go for it. Kundl goes to try and make it 3 wide to the outside and he can't make it work. This could open the door for Marcus Gratian. Gratian is going to get through. That's a great move by Marcus Gratian. Great anticipation. And here comes 277, Stefan Kracht. But Herdich has dropped behind Patrick Dinkeldine. And look at this. Top 7 after 10 laps. Covered by just under 3.4 seconds. And Dinkeldine might put the cat amongst the proverbial class 21 pigeons. He's saying to Stefan Kracht, he's on the flashes, saying, faster car, make your way out, you know, keep out of the way just in case. But the thing is, there is an unwritten rule. If you have a faster vehicle, you've got to make the move nice and cleanly. Cendese, that was a bit unlucky going through out of turn number 3. But what this means is Sebastian Schmidt is now leading the race overall. Just over 6.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Harold Huber back on the inside of Alessandro Cendese from B driver. And 256 has just picked up a 5-second time penalty. The man from Chile, Alejandro Candia. 5-second time penalty for more than 2 warnings on track limits being exceeded. And Alessandro Cendese, well, they do say that sometimes lightning does strike twice. For the young Italian, a 5-second time penalty, and that is going to hurt. That is going to put him all the way down into around about 8th position. So that means that Huber, Gratian, Kundl, and even Kracht, they have an opportunity at a potential podium overall in Class 21. Dinkeldine, there he is, he's through on Stefan Kracht. So Cendese falls behind Huber. Dinkeldine ahead of Kracht, now goes up into P6 in the 250 Proton competition machine. And again, with this 5.5 minutes to go, Patrick Dinkeldine will take his first overall win, and also in Class 24 this season. Of course, the drama that happened at turn 1, lap 1, at Niki Lauda corner. So he's trying to get through on Nico Kundl. Of course, the aerodynamics in terms of medium and fast speed corners, you would say the advantage is to the car in the number 250, Dinkeldine. He's looking at how Stefan Kraft gets very close to the bumper of the man from Germany. So Helmut Herdich is on a final track limit warning. But at this point, it's going to be the case of how far can you push the limits of adhesion and the limits of the track. Well, everyone's trying to go a little bit, they're trying to do what they can as Kundl and Dinkeldine side by side into turn 10. Kundl given the right of way, but Dinkeldine a little bit deep into the corner. Look at Stefan Kracht. He's got a real good run on Nico Kundl, and this is a big surprise from my perspective. Stefan Kracht wheel to wheel with countryman and young hotshot from Germany. And I'm now seeing car 218, Mirabi Mikvabishvili. That is going to be for contact on car 233, Gunter Kraus. So 10-second time penalty post-race for causing an unavoidable collision. And Stefan Kraft, great job by him. He's got through on Kundl. 3.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Right, car 218. Time penalty, 5 seconds. Mikvabishvili, track limits, turn 9. Car 256 also picks up a time penalty for the same infraction. Alejandro Candia from Chile. But he managed to actually collar me on the grid. I remember, what was it? I think it was Monza. And the team were absolutely wrenching, like they couldn't wrench fast enough to get that car back on the grid, and it started from the pit lane. Meantime, well, Marcus Gratian is on potential course for a podium. Well, he will be on the podium if things stay as they are, because Chendese has got a 5-second time penalty, and that's probably going to be more than likely going to dump him down the order. So, putting it from this perspective, that is going to put him in front of Levin Gelf, who's currently running 9th, and that is 8th overall. Here comes Patrick Dinkeldine. Marcus Gratian steps gracefully to the left-hand side to let the German through. Of course, in terms of flat-out top speed, the 992 GT3R doesn't have the straight line capability, but in terms of aerodynamics through corners, it's a lot quicker. Apex speed, corner exit, and also slamming the anchors out of the back of the thing. Stefan Kraft, a little bit sideways coming out of turn 3, manages to get the car put in front of Nico Grundl. Bearing in mind, that is for P4 now, based on the fact of the time penalty that Chendese has got. Running aboard with car 225, the young man from Germany, Nico Grundl, who had a race not really to remember. I think neither did Marcus Gratian, to be completely truthful. But Marcus, at this moment in time, has an opportunity. Next time round, we will have 2 laps to go. Patrick Dinkeldine now trying to pull the trigger and get through. Alessandro Chendese would be wise just to keep out of his way, and that's exactly what the Italian's going to do. Or is he? No, he's going to keep it around the outside. Well, Alessandro might be already aware that he's been given a time penalty for exceeding track limits. And that's another one. That's going to be possibly double bubble for the 2-4-3 for B driver. But Patrick Dinkeldine now into what is P3 overall. Marcus Gratian to the outside at turn 1. And, oh, right, dramas here for David Von Rosen in the 253. Yep, and another penalty coming the way of Alessandro Chendese. That is 10 seconds total. So Marcus Gratian will probably be told on the radio, look, if you want to pass him, that's your decision, but you've got a podium in your grasp. And look at this, Stefan Kraft, I cannot believe I'm going to say this, Stefan Kraft has an opportunity. And Chendese has got to be very wise. He's already got penalties, time penalties coming his way post-race, but Gratian needs to just keep in front of him. And that's exactly what the 2-2-1 has done. Great job by Marcus, as we are coming down to the final couple of seconds in this race. Sebastian Schmidt, how about this? 2 weekends, comes back at Imola, takes a win in race 1, and I can't remember the last time we had an overall winner in Class 21 in Open GT. Patrick Dinkeldine, you've got to find a lot over the next 4.318 kilometres. But it will be, next time, last lap. So, here we go. It is going to be last lap, and Howard Huber always got a run coming out of turn number 1. Up the hill we go, side by side for the race lead. Here on the final lap, lap 6, lap 17, there's nearly an exchange of paint. Sebastian Schmidt's going to plant it to the inside, go deep on the brakes to the inside at turn 3 at Intervetten. Can he get the traction ahead of Harald Huber? He does for the moment. This could line him up nicely for the inside line at turn number 4 at Haag. But look at this. Patrick Dinkeldine will want to win the race overall. It's like saying, hey, I don't want any 911 G. I don't want any 992.1 GT3 Cup cars with ABS in front of me. But Huber is giving a significant amount of pressure onto the shoulders of Sebastian Schmidt. And already Dinkeldine is on the flashers. He needs to let this evolve, I think, in all honesty, because he might... I think at the end of the day, we've only got 2 corners to go. And at the meantime, Sebastian Schmidt is more concentrated on what Harald Huber is doing rather than what Patrick Dinkeldine is doing. Into turn 9 for the final time. This is going to be down to the wire. Can Sebastian Schmidt take an overall Open GT win here at the Red Bull Ring, out of the final corner? Let's see if history is made. It is! Sebastian Schmidt wins race 2 Open GT, and it's an overall Class 21 victory to boot. Ah, USA. I cannot believe that Sebastian Schmidt has just taken an overall Open GT race win. Head of Harold Huber, Patrick Dinkeldine takes P3, but with it takes Class 24 victory. Marcus Gratian, it's another podium for the 2-2-1. Alessandro Cendese, Stefan Krach, Levin Galf, Nico Gründel, Max van Horsen and Helmut Hodich are the provisional top 10. Head of Vola, Manabishvili, Frisch, Jastremski, Mirzoev, Kraus, Candida, Santos, Galassi, Premoli and David van Rosen. Unfortunately, it was game over for Dragos Buriu, Tarek Fahmi and Stefan Heim early doors. But time for me to head down to pit lane one final time before we say Servus Spielberg.
Foto mit dem Zahnwarte mit der Legende. Oh, mein Bruder, mein dritter Bruder. Okay, super. Gut gemacht. Gut vorne. Geil, oder? Ja. Glückwunsch. Glückwunsch. Danke, danke. Super, Harry. Danke.
Nächster einen auch.
Ja, allerlinks Seite. Ei.
Ja, haben wir gut gemacht, gell?
Ja, du hast gut gemacht, top. Ja. Gratuliere. Gratuliere.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Really good fight. Really good one. And even with all the contact, it's really good. It was a fair fight. Thank you. More left? We don't know. Thank you. And for the first race? Sorry.
Okay, zum letzten Mal.
Hey,
ich möchte mit beiden sprechen.
Hello, okay.
Echtes Zweikampf für die letzten paar Runden. Ja. Aber ich muss dir gratulieren, Sebastian. Gesamtsieg, nicht nur Siege bei Klasse 21. Ne? Was kann man sagen? Ne?
Ja, also damit ein bisschen Glück spielt anscheinend schon eine Rolle, dass man da Gesamtsieger wird und auch Gesamtzweiter. Da haben wir das Beste aus der Situation gemacht. Also ich bin schon war erstaunt, dass plötzlich nichts mehr vor uns war und neben uns war.
Aber Harald, muss mal sagen, echtes Zweikampf zwischen den beiden. Voller Respekt.
Ja.
Das ist wie Rennsport sollte sein. Ne?
Absolut, ja. Hat sehr viel Spaß gemacht. Ja.
Und das ist genau richtig, die Art der Kontakte, die Art der Berührung, so, das gehört dazu. Das ist genau...
normalerweise Rubbing is Racing. Natürlich.
Rubbing is Racing, that's it.
Aber Glückwunsch bei dir beide.
Danke.
Sebastian Schmidt und Harald Hüber, Gratulation. Jetzt kann man richtig feiern.
Have your heart in your mouth.
No. Right, come here, you. Mate, you bloody did it. Another podium.
Yeah,
but you know what? It was, I think, obviously after race one, difficult pill to swallow. I didn't want to speak to you because I thought, let this man focus for race two. And you got the job done.
Got the job done, and Chendesi had a penalty in front of me, but I just had to finish ahead of him on the road because there was too much pressure from behind. And more importantly, ahead of Nico, ahead of Levin, which for the championship matters. We'll challenge Sebastian another day.
Be continued. Thank you. Be continued. Yeah. Just go and have fun. Go and enjoy yourself. You deserve it.
Yeah. But have to go. But go on.
Right, that's it. I think we're going to wrap it up here. Servus al Spielberg. Round 4 in the books. But don't forget, 26th of September, it's going to be Andiamo Autodromo Internazionale Mugello for round 5. Championship wide open and open GT class 21. Who knows what chapters will be written, but don't forget to join us here on the alphalive YouTube channel. Auch muss man sagen, unsere Kollegen von Motorsport Television Deutschland and also to our Italian colleagues at Parfumi Televisione. Vielen lieben Dank für eure Unterstützung. Grazie a te. Und von meinen Wenigkeiten, das war's von unserer 4. Veranstaltung von Saison 2026 bei Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse. Bis zum nächsten Mal. Wir sehen uns.